It all starts with the release of a strategy simulation game set in the demon realm, where the player takes on the role of a mentor to train the lowest level demon lord and turn them into the greatest of all. The game ended up receiving a lot of praise for bringing back that classic simulation style in a modern way, earning excellent review scores across the internet. Our MC was precisely one of those completely passionate players who defended the game tooth and nail in forums, arguing with anyone who spoke ill of it. But he admits himself that he was a fool for liking it so much, since the game ended up becoming a complete mess a while later. Everything went downhill when the developers got carried away by the sudden success and released an expansion pack before the original game had even hit its one-year anniversary. Instead of delivering what the public wanted, they added several horrible and completely nonsense endings, which ruined all the young man's excitement in an instant. Because of this, his passion turned into pure resentment, and he decided to vent all his frustration by writing an extremely harsh review online. While typing furiously, complaining that the character he cared for so much ended up betraying him, he is surprised when the game creators themselves, who never reply to anyone, decide to leave a comment on his post. The producers say that since he is complaining so much, he should try to create a better ending on his own, which makes the young man quite angry. Except right after that, an extremely bright light begins to shine from the computer screen. Suddenly, he finds himself falling endlessly into a dark void. The young man falls into despair as he keeps plummeting headfirst through that bizarre place, completely unable to understand what is happening. Just then, he comes face to face with a gigantic, terrifying red eye that seems to be watching him from the middle of the darkness. Shortly after, he spots a strange figure coming his way and wonders who could be out there. That mysterious being begins to speak in a completely distorted language, leaving the young man even more confused about what he is hearing. With a terrible headache, he slowly begins to regain consciousness and notices a large iron gate right in front of him. He blinks his eyes a few times to try and clear his vision, unable to understand where he ended up. Looking up, he is faced with a gigantic, luxurious castle that seems to be located on a sort of floating island. Upon touching the bars of the gate, the young man realizes that this place isn't strange at all, and that he has definitely seen it before. He then looks to the top and sees a waving flag, immediately recognizing the crest printed on it as the one from the game he used to play so much. The shock is so great that he starts sweating from nervousness, realizing that somehow he ended up inside the game itself. He panics as he realizes that if he really entered that universe, he must have taken over the body of some character in there. Suddenly, an elderly gentleman appears on the other side of the gate, calling him Lord Nain, leaving the MC confused because he doesn't recognize that name. Frightened by the sudden approach, the young man looks closely at the mysterious man's face. That is when he finally recognizes Kane, the butler, one of the characters who are part of the game's story. The butler then repeats the exact same introductory phrase he always said to players at the beginning of every match. Kane bows respectfully and thanks the young man for volunteering to educate the demon lord, making the MC face reality. He is now the official in-game mentor. At that moment, he remembers the developer's provocation, demanding that he create a better ending if he were capable of it. Realizing that the creators actually sent him there to fix the course of history, the young man realizes he is in a tight spot. Meanwhile, in another room, a young girl asks Cecily how she looks at that moment. The maid tells the little girl that she tried to use a slightly more mature style, just as they had discussed, and asks if she didn't like the result. She hugs her teddy bear with a very shy look and confesses that she is feeling a bit uncomfortable in those different clothes. Seeing that scene, the maid cannot resist and hides her face with her hands, completely charmed by such cuteness. To calm the little girl down, the maid says she must just be nervous because her new mentor is about to arrive. The girl quickly flashes a radiant smile upon seeing that they have prepared a nice pudding for her to eat and try to relax a bit before the meeting. She cheerfully thanks her for the sweet, while the employee tries to hide her tears, finding her boss way too cute for this world. It is at this moment that knocks echo on the door, and Kane the butler announces that he is outside. Upon entering, the gentleman announces that the person who accepted to be her mentor is already waiting to be received. Little Seer stands up determinedly and walks toward the exit in her elegant little shoes. The butler accompanies her down the hallway, while the girl suggests they go straight to the audience hall. Sitting on her gigantic throne and holding her teddy bear, the girl announces she is ready, leaving the butler so touched that he says he could pass away happy at that very instant right after. The large doors of the hall open, and our MC enters imposingly, walking with firm steps down the red carpet. He approaches the immense throne and greets the little girl with all the necessary formality. The young man officially introduces himself to her, saying his name is Nain. That little girl is actually Seer von Devata, the only daughter of the former demon lord Seer, who used to occupy the number 2 spot in that realm's power ranking. Unfortunately, 2 years ago, her father ended up falling in battle along with his most loyal warriors during a war that finished in a great tragedy. Because of this, Seer had to take over the Demon Lord throne when she was only 5 years old. In the middle of a massive crisis, under the command of a child, their bloodline ended up declining drastically until plummeting to the number 72 position, running the risk of losing even that spot back to the present. The little girl runs down the steps of the throne and goes straight toward Nain. She makes a very cute bow and greets him politely, which leaves the young man a bit surprised and awkward. Seer says with a smile that he can speak to her in a very casual way, because now she is just his student and not the Demon Lord. Leaving even the butler impressed by her attitude, Nain gently places his hand on her head and says that from that moment on, she should just call him Professor. The young man promises that he will turn her into the greatest Demon Lord of all time and says he is counting on her effort. With her eyes sparkling with joy, the little one accepts the deal and agrees with her new tutor. Nain says goodbye and leaves the hall, carefully closing the door right after. As soon as he is completely alone in the hallway, the young man drops to his knees on the floor in absolute panic. Thinking he just signed his own doom, he begins to question if he went completely crazy for volunteering to be young Seer's tutor. The MC knows very well that he was a game addict and that he knew every possible ending and secret of that story. The big problem is that playing on a computer using a mouse is something totally different from having to actually protect and teach someone in the real world. He wonders how someone who doesn't know how to use magic at all is going to manage to train a Demon Lord, realizing he ended up acting out of pure teacher instinct or the emotion of meeting his favorite character in person. Thinking about it, the young man realizes he might have accepted the proposal because he could understand Seer's pain very well, as if something had also been suddenly ripped away from him. He even considers the idea of turning back and giving up on everything, but at that exact moment, a mysterious golden energy begins to emanate from his own body. Suddenly, a flood of flashes and memories invades the young man's mind, revealing the past of the true owner of that body. He sees images of powerful rituals and realizes that Nain was no ordinary demon, but rather an extremely powerful and respected being in the past. Shocked to find out that he took over the body of such a formidable demon, the young man begins to look at his own hands and realizes he has a great opportunity. With all this strength in his hands, he regains his confidence and feels that he is truly capable of handling that nearly impossible mission. A confident smile appears on his face as he realizes that now he has a real chance to change the destiny of that story. He believes he can finally achieve the perfect ending he wanted so much for the game, although he still finds it strange that Nain's memories appeared only in small fragments. The next day, classes begin outdoors in the middle of the forest, and little Seer asks curiously why they aren't using the traditional study room in the castle. Nain explains in a casual way that studying in nature improves concentration and even guarantees extra stat points for her, which makes the little girl super excited. The professor then notices the teddy bear she is carrying and asks if the toy is also going to attend the class, to which Seer replies all happily that he is her best friend. He jokes, saying that if he were the teddy bear, he would give her some space to focus on her studies, leaving the girl disappointed, which makes the young man realize there is some special story behind that toy. While the butler watches from afar, Nain concludes that deep down, that teddy bear is like the little demon lord's first loyal ally. The professor then decides to join the fun, greets the toy respectfully, and asks him to help Seer focus on today's magic energy control class. In a humorous way, the young man even shakes the teddy bear's paw to seal the cooperation agreement between them. Seer is happy with the gesture, but mentions that Kane the butler had said she needed to learn other basic subjects before starting to mess with magic energy. The young man points to the blackboard and insists that they are indeed going to start with magic energy control today. He jokes, saying that the butler is too old-fashioned, leaving the little girl surprised, and Kane himself dying of embarrassment right behind them. Next, Nain explains seriously that if she wants to protect herself and her people, she needs to perfectly understand the power she possesses, and that is why they will focus on energy control, basic combat, and royal studies. Seer loves the idea, but proudly reveals that she has already finished studying all of the royal studies part. The professor snaps his fingers and argues that this subject only has value if it is put into practice, thinking to himself that the girl is way too polite with other demons for someone who should be an imposing leader. He then pulls out a glowing magical scroll to show his student Curious. The girl asks what that is, and Nain explains that it is a special training diary to help her practice everything she has learned. The young man promises that if she does all the tasks properly, she will get a pudding as a reward, planning to use all the things she likes to increase the affection level, which is a crucial system in the game. He begins to explain that everyone has a fixed amount of magic energy stored in a core, which is then divided into the amount that can actually be used on a daily basis. Nain asks a question to test her knowledge on what defines this usable amount of energy, but the little girl confesses she doesn't know the answer. He then explains that powerful creatures like demons and dragons have special circuits in their bodies, and Seer quickly guesses that these circuits serve to allow the use of magic. The professor confirms the answer and asks what would happen if someone had many of these circuits working at the same time. Seer understands the logic quickly and answers that more magic energy would pass through them, earning praise from the professor for being such a smart girl. The little girl gives a shy giggle, and Nain realizes that sincere compliments do her a lot of good. Deciding that he will never skimp on praise from now on, Nain continues his explanation, saying that although the energy stored in the body is set from birth, the number of magic circuits can be expanded with a lot of effort and dedication. To demonstrate what he is saying, the professor activates his powers and shoots a colossal pillar of destructive energy directly into the sky, startling everyone. He explains that by mastering this technique, it is possible to release a terrifying amount of power all at once, striking an extremely imposing pose. While Seer is marveled by the demonstration, Kane the butler begins to sweat from nervousness as he realizes that this young man definitely does not have the skill of an ordinary tutor. The old man recognizes that despite Nain being a totally unknown demon, he certainly possesses the strength and competence required for the position. Looking with admiration, the little girl asks if she will also be able to do that one day, and the professor guarantees that she will achieve it with plenty of training. He encourages her by reminding her that she is the proud heir of the Devata bloodline, which leaves the little one extremely motivated to do her absolute best. Shortly after, the news that the weakest demon lord of all had finally gotten a mentor began to spread rapidly throughout the demon realm. Upon hearing the rumor, the demon lord Andromalius, who occupies the number 70 position, scoffs at the situation, saying the girl is still just a number 72 level failure. Meanwhile, Lord Dantalion, from the number 69 position, ignores the matter and asks his servants to bring information that brings real profit instead of silly gossip. Meanwhile, Lord Decorabia, who is in position 68, holds a glowing crystal and wonders what he should do with that unimportant information. However, while some found the news a total bore, to others that novelty proved to be extremely interesting, as in the case of a powerful female demon who was relaxing in a bath of petals. Her servant reveals that the man responsible for taking the job is named Nan, but confesses that he investigated the name and couldn't find absolutely anything about his past. This lack of information leaves the female demon even more intrigued and with a mischievous smile on her face. She comments that it has been a very long time since she went out to have some fun and orders them to prepare everything for her departure. In another part of the castle, Seer walks determinedly holding her scroll and promises herself that she will finish the homework her professor assigned. Halfway there, she runs into Cecily the maid, who greets her cheerfully, leaving the little demon lord a bit hesitant. Seer remembers her homework and tries to muster up the courage to act in an imposing manner before the maid. With a very serious expression on her face, the little girl calls for Cecily's attention, wagging her tail happily. The maid places herself at her boss's disposal to hear what she has to say. Pointing the scroll in a dramatic way, Seer orders stutteringly that the maids start cleaning the place immediately. Cecily is totally confused by that sudden order, not understanding the reason for so much nervousness. The maid explains that she was already cleaning the castle using her magic brooms controlled by energy. But looking closer, Cecily notices the scroll the little girl is carrying and realizes it is the training diary that the new mentor handed over. She quickly understands that the professor probably assigned that task so the girl would get used to giving orders like a true ruler, and decides to join the fun to help out with great elegance. The maid bows and states that she will immediately obey her sovereign's command. Seer is extremely happy and surprised to see that her first official order actually worked. All happy. The little girl announces that she is already heading back to class, while Cecily melts from cuteness seeing how adorable her boss is in everything she does, humming and skipping with joy on her way to training. Seer suddenly hears some voices talking quietly further ahead in the forest. Peeking from behind the bushes, she spots Nain and Kane, the butler, talking seriously, and the professor quickly notices her presence and welcomes her with a friendly smile. All proud, the little girl announces that she has also already finished doing her royal studies homework, leaving her professor so happy that he decides to give her a special gift. Nain keeps thinking about what would be a good reward for her, and looking at the teddy bear, he suggests they buy a new little friend for her toy. Seer gets extremely excited about the idea of getting a new friend for her teddy bear, but the butler beside them gets a worried expression. Suddenly, the sparkle in the girl's eyes vanishes, and she says downcast that she doesn't need anything, leaving the young man quite intrigued by that reaction. The MC then recalls that, just like in the original game, this castle's finances are in a deplorable situation, and realizes that is why he needs to act and take the reins of the financial situation. With much affection, he pats the little girl's head and asks if she would mind if he started taking care of all the castle's financial administration instead of the butler. The little demon lord is very surprised and confused to hear that unexpected proposal coming from her tutor. Kane is also shocked by the young man's audacity and questions if the crisis in the royal budget is the real motive behind such. A bold attitude, Nain turns to the butler and asks if he wouldn't like to see the immense joy on little Seer's face upon getting a new doll as a gift. The argument hits the butler's heart right on target, leaving him completely speechless as he imagines the scene. Kane quickly visualizes the girl hugging two teddy bears and confesses he would love to see that happen, but he still has his doubts. The professor approaches the old man and guarantees that he perfectly understands his concern, but makes it clear that he has no personal interest in keeping the realm's money. He asks the gentleman not to misunderstand him, as he is not calling him incompetent. He just believes that each of them has different strengths. With great determination, Nain states that he will focus on what he is truly good at, and promises that he will turn Seer into the true symbol of power for the entire realm. Touched by the promise, the little girl steps closer and gently pulls the young man's clothes to get his attention. She looks right into the professor's eyes and states firmly that she has decided to fully trust his decisions from now on. With a cute smile, the girl asks the young man to make a lot of money for the realm, leaving Nain a bit embarrassed as he agrees to the request. The young man gives a confident smile and thinks to himself that she can rest easy, because very soon gold will start flowing into that castle naturally. He then claps his hands cheerfully and calls his student to start the practical class of the day, while the butler still tries to understand if he really made the right decision by trusting everything to the young man. During the training in the forest, Seer does her absolute best under the professor's guidance, who asks her to try and move her magic energy with a bit more focus. The girl begins to emanate a very strong, glowing energy, and Nain notices that even though she doesn't have many circuits open yet, the raw power she releases exceeds all expectations and does not match someone at level 72. Seeing her dedication to keeping the energy flow constant, the young man realizes she is progressing so fast that he doesn't need to worry about the pace of the classes. The tutor then claps his hands and decides to end the magic class right there, although he internally admits that he would have liked to push her a bit more to see how far she would go. Exhausted, the little girl drops to the floor out of breath, being helped by the butler who quickly wipes away her sweat and comments that her physical stamina is still very low. Nain approaches smiling, praises his student's great performance, and announces that after a brief rest, they will move on to the physical training part. Shortly after, the little one already seems fully recovered and runs happily across the lawn, holding her faithful teddy bear. Observing the scene from afar, the professor asks Kane if there is any special reason for the girl to be so attached to that toy. The butler reveals that the bear was the 5-year-old birthday gift she received from her late father, making Nain understand the reason why she protects that memory so much. The young man recalls that the death of the former demon lord was one of the game's big mysteries, and that the details about the tragedy were only supposed to be revealed when the girl was strong enough to seek revenge. Suddenly, their conversation is interrupted by one of the guards, who comes running and calls for the head of servants in a desperate way. The conversation is cut short when Meldon, one of the castle assistants, arrives running and quite out of breath to deliver an urgent letter sent by Lord Moraeus, the ruler of the number 71 floor Kane. The butler becomes extremely worried upon receiving the news, wondering what the neighbors from the floor above could be wanting to demand from them so suddenly. In this world, the change of just one ruler is capable of drastically altering the entire balance of power, the strength of armies, and the economy of a whole region. Despite all the tension in the air, Nain gives a confident smile and thinks that the butler doesn't need to be afraid, because that visit was exactly what he was waiting for. A few days pass, and the castle gates finally open for the arrival of a luxurious carriage, while the young man asks Kane to try and relax a bit. Seeing the carriage approach, the professor knows very well that they came with the intention of putting pressure on the castle no matter what. The carriage driver greets the young man with much respect, which makes Nen immediately realize that this driver is no ordinary servant. Using his perception, the young man realizes that the driver is actually an extremely powerful demon in disguise, which makes him question the real intentions of that entourage. The castle servants are left jaw-dropped as they see their tutor speak in such a firm and confident manner with the newcomers. The disguised driver flashes a mysterious smile upon realizing he was unmasked so easily, finding the situation fascinating. Right after, the carriage door opens and reveals the imposing presence of Citri, the beautiful ruler of the number 71 floor. Upon stepping out of the vehicle, the Demon Lord's presence and stunning beauty leave all the castle employees completely paralyzed. Nain makes a respectful bow and gives her an official welcome, formally addressing her as Her Majesty Citri. The woman walks imposingly and is intrigued by the fact that the young man discovered her guard's disguise, concluding that he must be no ordinary nobody. The professor answers with an ironic smile, asking if a nobody would be put in charge of training a Demon Lord, winning her favor with the sharp reply. Meanwhile, Kane watches from afar, very tense. Thinking that the young man is being way too bold and insolent to speak that way to a higher-ranking authority, Citri tries to change the subject, saying she is in a hurry and that they should settle everything right out there, but Nain insists that realm matters must be debated inside the castle. He winks in a charming way and reminds the ruler that this territory belongs to Seer, and that no authority can simply invade another's lands without presenting an acceptable justification. The Demon Lord gets quite annoyed by the young man's petulance, wondering if she has fallen so low that a mere youth talks to her without any fear. Giving a sigh, she assumes a serious posture and explains that she came to handle official business between floors 71 and 72, which makes Nain finally invite her inside. The disguised guard notices the young man's clever move, as he used Citri's own presence to force her to recognize that Little Seer is still the legitimate ruler of the place. Nain apologizes for his previous defensive posture and offers to guide the guest to the visiting room, while Kane the butler keeps grumbling that the young man has no manners at all. Before entering, the woman orders her guard Baphomet to wait outside, confident that the hosts won't be able to find out her plans. Upon entering the main hall, Citri notices the emptiness of the place and comments in a sarcastic way that the castle seems to have lost almost all its servants. Kane timidly explains that finances haven't been going very well lately, making Nain think ironically about who the real culprit for this financial crisis would be. The young man offers a seat to the guest, who asks in a disdainful way when the little girl is going to show up for the meeting. Changing the respectful tone she had used outside, sitting down with great elegance, Citri announces she has extremely urgent and serious financial matters to debate with the young ruler. Looking at her, Nain realizes that the woman is using all her seductive posture to try and intimidate him to get what she wants. But the young man just smiles and announces that since he is the new person responsible for the Devata Castle's finances, she will have to negotiate directly with him. Seeing the woman as his first big profit opportunity, Citri then takes a teacup and begins to explain that during the last invasion of human adventurers, many of her soldiers died to help defend the number 72 floor, and that is why she came to collect the compensation and costs of the support army. When the young man questions who gave the order to send the soldiers, Citri replies in a cynical way that she acted out of pure generosity, claiming that the army of the 72 floor would never manage to defend itself alone against the human invaders. Hearing that lame excuse, Nain gives a sarcastic smile and thinks that this woman is nothing but a total fraud. The Demon Lord is completely in shock as she realizes the young man's boldness, wondering if she really heard him call her a fraud straight to her face. The professor takes another sip of his tea with total calmness, making it clear with his expression that she heard exactly what he said. Citri explodes with anger, slams her cup hard on the table, and rants about the young man's audacity to speak in that offensive tone of voice. To her, completely infuriated by being treated that way by a subordinate, the woman stands up, releasing her entire magical fire aura throughout the hall. Without showing any dread, Nain calmly asks the reason for so much irritation, and if she got that way just because he spoke the truth about her being a fraud. He points his finger and explains the situation. She forced a massive magic energy debt onto a much weaker demon lord and now wants to extort money from them, concluding that this is indeed the attitude of a fraud. Citri's fury reaches its absolute limit upon hearing the young man's direct accusations, considering his arrogance something intolerable. She then attacks, releasing a violent blast of red flames directly at the professor to end his insolence once and for all. Staring fixedly with her glowing red eyes, the woman states that this attack is the punishment he sought himself by provoking her. However, to everyone's surprise, the flames simply dissipate into the air without causing a single scratch on Nain, who calmly remains seated. Sipping his tea, the young man comments with disdain that he was trying to solve things peacefully just to spare her pride as a ruler. Next, the professor makes a very simple snap of his fingers in the air. This small gesture releases a reverse energy wave so overwhelming that it instantly snuffs out all the magical fire created by the woman. Citri is left totally paralyzed and in panic as she sees that her most powerful magic was cancelled with such ease by a stranger. The young man stands up, imposingly, and calls her by name, causing the ruler to take a step back, visibly frightened. With an intimidating posture, Nain asks if they can finally go back to having a civilized and intelligent conversation like two adults. With an enigmatic look, he reveals that he has an extremely advantageous business proposal to present to her. The woman begins to break out in a cold sweat as she feels a dark presence and a gigantic red eye appearing behind the young man, leaving her paralyzed with dread. Trying to keep her tough act despite the fear, Citri questions how a nobody like him thinks he has the right to propose something to a ruler. The young man calmly replies that she won't be able to ignore what he has to say, since the matter directly involves the chains that limit her powers. Citri tries to hide her shock by pointing her finger at the young man with disdain, but Nain's unshakable confidence makes it clear that he knows very well what he is doing. He insists, saying that his proposal is about the magical seal that was placed on her body, making the woman tremble with nervousness and ask if he even understands the gravity of what he is saying. Nan calmly explains that he knows very well she once occupied the 12th position in the power ranking before having her strength sealed and declining, but the woman rants, telling him to leave if it's just to repeat what everyone already knows. The young man argues that she should be conquering the upper floors instead of staying stuck there, reminding her that the stone that seals her power is hidden on a floor ruled by a mid-level or higher demon lord. He then makes a magical contract scroll appear, floating at the tip of his fingers, and proposes that they close a cooperation deal. The professor guarantees that he can help her break once and for all the seal that keeps her powers imprisoned. Citri pulls the floating scroll to herself and, with a look of distrust and hesitation, questions how exactly he plans to do something so difficult. With a mysterious and dark smile on his face, Nain answers only that she just witnessed a demonstration of his ability to fulfill the promise. Nain explains in an imposing way that everything she just witnessed was only a small portion of his entire true power. Citri is totally perplexed by that declaration and asks who exactly he is, hearing from the young man the simple answer that he is just the Demon Lord's mentor. With a friendly and bright smile on his face, the professor asks if she is ready to sign the scroll. The ruler finishes filling out the information and hands the document over to Nain, who analyzes the term satisfied as he realizes that this military alliance agreement brings only profits and no losses to his castle. He notices that the main reason for Citri accepting the deal was a term that guarantees the young man's full support for her goals, showing that the ruler trusts his strength. While the young man reads the contract, Citri watches him thinking that his power is absurd and wonders if that small portion he mentioned would be just a 10th or even a 100th of his total strength. With a discreet smile, the woman concludes that this alliance is an extremely advantageous bet and that it is worth taking the risk. She asks the young man to also sign the document using his blood, and Nain immediately agrees while pulling out a small knife. The professor makes a small cut on his finger and presses his bloody thumbprint onto the scroll to seal the pact. With that, the magical signatures of Citri as the contractor and Nain as the proxy are recorded on the document. The scroll glows intensely with a reddish energy, officially activating the magic of the blood contract. Putting the knife away with a confident expression, the young man announces that he is looking forward to working together with Her Majesty Citri from now on, feeling the magic energy seal on her wrist. The ruler replies in a firm manner that the feeling is mutual. Nan then kneels down near Little Seer and tells her all happily that from that moment on, Her Majesty Citri is going to help them with the castle tasks. The little girl makes a very cute bow thanking her for the help, leaving the proud Citri a bit awkward as she stutteringly replies that they should try to get along. The professor calls his allies' attention, saying that treating a demon lord like a child is bad manners, and jokes that he will need to teach her good manners from scratch, making the woman accept the correction reluctantly. Trying to calm down and act in a more polished manner, the ruler adjusts her hair and tries to speak in a friendly way. With her face all flushed with embarrassment, she finally manages to address the girl, calling her Miss Seer. Nain praises her attitude, saying that it was very good and that she should have done that from the start, and then announces he will explain how they are going to fulfill the terms of the contract. With a smile from ear to ear, the young man reveals that for the plan to work, Her Majesty Citri will also have to become his student. The woman is indignant at the audacity and yells, asking what kind of nonsense that is, but Nain counters by reminding her that despite her having been a great lord in the past, her current situation is quite different. He says in a very direct way that today she is just another ordinary and forgettable ruler, whose power has nothing special and who occupies the worst positions in the ranking. Citri gets extremely annoyed by his honesty and complains that he didn't need to be so rude, questioning why he has that mocking face when he was the one who offered help. Nain assumes a serious posture and comments that she probably believes she can no longer evolve, and that her only option for strength is to recover the seal that was stolen. He then states that she still has the capacity to become much stronger even without the seal, leaving the ruler completely shocked and unable to believe his words. She clenches her fists tightly, thinking that coming from someone with the terrifying level of power he demonstrated, maybe that absurd statement is true. The professor remembers that in the original game, Citri sought her lost power, became a great ally, and helped Seer until the end, and knows that if she truly exerts herself, she will manage to recover all her former glory. Trying to keep her act of superiority, the woman warns that he shouldn't joke about serious matters, but Nain guarantees he is speaking very seriously and asks her to go rest so they can start the work the next day. He casually asks her to visit him when she has some free time, but the ruler furiously points her finger and yells that she is the demon lord and he is the one who should go to her. That is when little Seer steps in front with an extremely jealous look, holds her tutor's arm tightly, and rants that he is her professor and no one else is, facing the little girl's jealous insistence. Citri gives a sigh of resignation and agrees that coming just once a week to the castle will be more than enough for their plan. The professor accepts the proposal just fine, which leaves the woman quite annoyed for thinking he is acting as if she were the desperate person to meet him. Nan just gives a mysterious smile and answers that she will soon find out the truth on her own shortly. Although the alliance negotiation with the ruler of the floor above was a true success, Little Seer's castle still had many internal problems to solve. In the training courtyards, two of the officers sent by Citri begin to complain furiously about what a bore it is to have to stay guarding that peaceful place. Suddenly, a firm voice interrupts them, telling them both to go back to their boss if they are so dissatisfied, leaving the officers indignant at the stranger's audacity. The one responsible for the scolding is Varuna, the strict vice commander of the 4th Legion of Seer's army, who crosses his arms and challenges the officers to keep complaining. Demonstrating a lot of authority over the allied troops who were worn out, Varuna tells the soldiers to stop the small talk and focus only on the grueling exercises. Next, the vice commander questions his superior if they are really going to leave things messy like that, since the mood and training of the troops are a true mess. Rin El Raza, the commander of the 4th Legion, just sighs and says there isn't much to do, because everyone already knew that the integration between the armies would cause some noise for a while. A few days later, Nain appears with a quite thoughtful and worried expression in the castle hallway. He is surprised by Citri, who slams the table infuriated and demands explanations about the fact that he has no more free time to train her personally. Holding the sleepy little Seer in his lap, the professor explains with all the calmness in the world that he is extremely busy organizing the merger of the two armies and that he really has no time to spare. With a clever smile, the young man suggests he would be immensely grateful if the ruler herself could lend a hand with the castle tasks to speed up the process. The woman grinds her teeth with anger upon realizing he wants her to personally work on the paperwork, and mentally swears she will still get her revenge on him for this. Nain guesses her thoughts and asks, laughing, if she was planning her revenge, commenting in a humorous way that it's good for her to have some motivation to keep trying hard while watching her storm off in anger. The professor then looks affectionately at Seer in his arms and asks for one last favor, suggesting she take care of the final details of that task. Shortly after, Nain and Seer personally go to the training field, where the young man respectfully greets Commander Rin El Raza, who returns the greeting charmed by the cuteness of her little sovereign. The tutor explains that they came to inspect the place where Seer will learn swordsmanship, and that he also intends to take the opportunity to solve other army loose ends. Vice Commander Varuna appears with a sarcastic smile and asks with disdain if dealing with the loss of control over the troops' chain of command is just extra work for the great Nain. The professor counters, saying that maintaining order should be a simple task, but Varuna ironically questions if he has ever had any real experience leading armies before, receiving a negative answer from the young man. The officer states with arrogance that, no offense intended, uniting soldiers from such different and rival forces is not a simple task for just anyone. Nain just gives a challenging smile and invites the vice commander to observe very closely the way he is going to solve that whole problem. The blue-haired officer accepts the challenge and states he will pay close attention to every move the young man makes. Moments later, the two alligator and bird officers sent by Citri get completely confused by the sudden movement in the area. In the third training field, the colored soldiers begin to whisper upon noticing the arrival of little Seer, accompanied by Varuna, and a mysterious man, Nain, observes Vice Commander Varuna out of the corner of his eye, knowing that he is an extremely skilled and very loyal warrior. The only catch is that this loyalty exists only towards Seer, and that is why the professor decides to use that opportunity to ensure the officer starts to respect him and follow him blindly from now on. The young man then goes straight to speak with the alligator officer, greeting him with friendliness as Mr. Msilin and officially introducing himself as Seer's mentor. The officer is surprised by the handshake and comments that he knows the young man very well, remembering him as the person responsible for bringing their troops to the castle. Nain just gives a corner smile and counters, saying he still thinks he made the right decision, since he ended up rescuing some poor lost souls like them. The crocodile officer gets furious at the mockery and roars loudly, questioning if the young man thinks he can say whatever he pleases just because he is the official mentor. The professor maintains a calm expression, but notices that the creature's handshake is being way too strong to be just a friendly greeting. Without showing any effort, the young man squeezes back the officer's hand with absurd pressure, making the monster groan in pain as he feels his bones nearly breaking. Facing the other soldiers' amazement at the young man's strength, Nain lets go of the officer's hand and tells Mr. Msilin to watch his tone of voice. The professor assumes an intimidating look and reminds him that the new leader they must serve is right there, questioning if he really has the audacity to pick a fight with the person who is training his sovereign. He asks ironically if their old master didn't teach them how to behave, leaving the officer trembling with nervousness as he asks if the young man is insulting Her Majesty. Nain pulls little Seer to his side and notes that, apparently, the officer still hasn't understood who his true leader is in there. The professor lifts the little girl up in his arms so everyone can see, and states out loud that their new and legitimate sovereign is Miss Seer, who is right there in front of them. Looking at the girl's cute face, the crocodile officer ends up blushing and melting from cuteness, but quickly shakes his head trying to focus back on what really matters. He tries to regain his firm posture and yells that his only master remains, Her Majesty Citri, earning an ironic praise from the professor for having at least some firmness of character. The young man extends his hand enveloped in a dark mist and warns that if the officer prefers to act in that stubborn way, he will have no choice but to take action. Suddenly, a crushing and terrifying magical pressure drops over the entire courtyard, instantly forcing all the entourage soldiers to fall to their knees on the ground without the strength to move. Vice Commander Varuna observes the scene totally paralyzed and sweating from nervousness, unable to believe the monstrous amount of magic energy the young man is releasing. Nain walks imposingly among the kneeling warriors and warns coldly that he doesn't need disobedient dogs who only serve to be discarded, giving them one last chance to choose. He extends his hand to the trembling officer on the ground and asks if he prefers to cling to the past and disappear right there, or if he prefers to bet all his chips on a new future by their side. Completely drenched in sweat from the dread of that presence, the crocodile officer reflects that, as a demon, he must only follow the orders of his master Citri, who sent them to serve there. Satisfied with the creature's sensible answer, the professor snaps his fingers to deactivate the magic pressure and warns that their loyalty will be very useful as long as they keep their word. As soon as the suffocating weight disappears, all the soldiers catch their breath and look with deep respect and submission in the direction of Nain and Seer. At that exact moment, Citri enters the training courtyard with crossed arms, calling her soldiers idiots and asking why they don't stop making trouble when she and Seer are already allies. The crocodile officer tries to argue that he thought that alliance was just a formal agreement on paper, but the ruler yells annoyed, telling him to shut his mouth and stating that the pact is very real. She explains in a clumsy way that the sent troops represent the link and the strong union that now exists between floor 71 and 72. The ruler looks seriously at the young man and adds that this mutual alliance will be absolutely vital for the confrontations that are to come in the future. The crocodile officer makes a respectful bow, accepting the explanation, and apologizes for having acted so rudely toward the new allies. With an authoritative posture, Citri points her finger at the troops and demands that they repeat once more who they belong to now. All the soldiers beat their chests in salute and yell in unison that they are now part of Miss Seer's proud army. While the little girl watches everything very surprised by the sudden change in behavior, Vice Commander Varuna is left jaw-dropped. Seeing how the young man solved the problem in such a brutal and efficient way, Citri approaches Nain all proud and comments in a conceited way that she had already warned that her troops would be of great use to the castle. The young man just smiles, satisfied, and gives a thumbs-up sign to his small, white-haired pupil. With great harmony and joy over the plan's success, little Seer imitates the gesture and also gives a thumbs-up next to her professor, showing that their partnership is stronger than ever. Citri asks if things in the castle are going to run more smoothly now, and Nain agrees with all the certainty in the world. The professor then pats Seer's head and asks her to let go of his hand for a moment. However, the little girl simply holds his hand with even more strength, leaving the young man completely puzzled. Nain asks in a gentle manner if she can let go to make the work easier, but Seer gives a determined shout saying she won't do that, making a super cute pouting cheek. The girl insists that she doesn't want to let him go by any means, making the professor sigh upon realizing it's just a child's stubbornness, and there isn't much to do to resolve the situation. The young man decides to carry Seer in his lap instead of just holding her hand, which makes the girl laugh with joy while Citri watches everything shaking with so much anger. Totally annoyed by all that pampering, the female demon yells at Nain, demanding to know when he will finally start her training as he had promised. Carrying the little girl in his arms, the professor reassures his ally saying they can still train even like that, which leaves her quite intrigued about what he intends to do. At that instant, a dark and heavy smoke begins to appear around Nain's feet, who announces with a serious tone that today's lesson is about to begin. Suddenly, an immense and terrifying cloud of red and black energy spreads through the air, leaving Citri completely in shock at that overwhelming pressure. The young man warns that her only goal on that day is to manage to land a single hit on him, while the female demon feels her entire body shake under that crushing weight. Enduring the weight with great difficulty, she yells indignant, questioning if he really believes that kind of absurd training is going to be of any help. With a mysterious smile appearing behind that dark mist, Nain answers with all the calmness that yes, it will certainly work. Without giving time for more complaints, the professor increases the pressure and makes the female demon groan in pain as she is pushed hard against the ground. The young man continues his speech in an imposing way, stating that one thing is certain, he is much stronger than she ever was in her glorious past. With that, he challenges her to break free from that magic energy barrier and try to deliver just a single attack on him to prove her worth. Fallen on the ground and struggling with all her strength to manage to breathe, Citri is horrified as she wonders where such an absurdly powerful and crushing energy comes from. While trying to stay conscious, the female demon realizes that having such an absurdly strong ally by Seer's side is the best possible weapon to expand the little girl's influence, and Army Nain takes advantage of the situation to provoke his ally, saying that if she is already shaking so much with just that amount of energy, she won't manage to accomplish anything important in the future, which leaves her furious. The young man counters, saying in a cold way that if she is feeling offended, she can simply give up right now, making the female demon grind her teeth and swear he will pay for that. The professor calmly explains that the floor where her powers are sealed has an intermediate danger level, and that to survive there, she needs to first get used to the crushing pressure of a superior force. He gives a corner smile and adds that all this effort will also bring the extra benefit of naturally expanding her magic circuits. Observing everything from above her mentor's shoulder, little Seer comments that Miss Citri seems to be suffering quite a bit, but Nain explains that this is precisely the goal of the training and asks her to pay close attention. The little girl gets confused and asks the reason for having to watch that, without imagining that the professor has already planned her next steps. Nain then reveals that she needs to observe well because, in the future, she will have to go through exactly the same type of rigorous training time passes, and, already late in the afternoon, the young man suggests that the female demon not overdo the effort so much, reminding her in a humorous way that she isn't getting any younger. Trembling completely on the ground, Citri tells the professor to shut his mouth with all the strength she still has left. She swears with determination that she will manage to land at least one hit on that day, while Nan and Seer calmly drink tea sitting on a picnic mat. Seeing her persistence, the young man reflects that she truly deserves the reputation of having been the 12th place finisher because she is already starting to adapt to the magic pressure much faster than he imagined. At that moment, little Seer holds out her small cake plate and asks with sparkling eyes for the professor to also teach her how to fight, but he gently reminds her that they already had a class that same morning. Nain thinks that if she overdoes it, she will end up exhausted, but wonders how a teacher would be able to say no to those sparkling little eyes of Seer's. With a smile, the young man snaps his fingers and says he will give a small advanced class based on what they did that morning, leaving the little girl excited. Suddenly, all the crushing pressure that was over Citri disappears in the air, making the female demon breathe deeply and question what got into him to stop the training out of nowhere. Nain suggests they take a brief break and asks little Seer to tell what she managed to learn in today's class. The little girl explains, all excited that she learned about how to use the magic energy that floats in the air, which allows casting spells that require more mana than she has stored in her own body. The professor then questions her on how one goes about capturing this energy that is wandering freely in the air, leaving the girl thoughtful for a few moments. With much cuteness, she raises her fist and cheerfully answers that it's enough to ask the energy itself for help, making the young man give a good laugh and praise the excellent answer. However, Seer gets confused and asks how one asks for this help, since she has never talked to energy before, but Nan reassures her, explaining that their own magic energy can make this communication. He extends his glowing hand and shows that the secret is to borrow a bit of your own magic power to take the first step. The young man then directs this small part to make friends with the energy that is floating around and guides it back close to himself. With that, the professor raises his hands to the sky and demonstrates how he uses the power of this new friend to conjure an infinitely stronger magic. He then turns to his small pupil and asks if she would like to try doing that by herself, receiving a very excited yes as an answer. With eyes sparkling with determination, the little girl extends her small hand forward, ready to begin the test. Slowly, small beams of reddish energy begin to accumulate around Seer's fingers. Nain guides her to pull the magic energy very slowly, while Citri observes the scene from afar with an expression of surprise and apprehension. The little one flashes a smile upon seeing the energy flowing, leaving the horned female demon completely shocked as she realizes that this is the power of a child of only 7 years old. Gulping in the face of such a terrifying potential, Citri mentally concludes that they need to protect that alliance no matter what happens. Satisfied with the progress, the professor tells the girl to gather the magic energy back into her body, and Seer promptly obeys by closing her small hand. Upon gathering the power, the little girl comments that she felt a very strange and unfamiliar sensation regarding the energy that was floating in the air. Nain explains that she still doesn't have enough mana to use that spell for real, but suggests trying once, using the accumulated power, instructing her to imagine a roaring burning flame in her mind. Suddenly, a massive and terrifying fire rune in the shape of a skull appears in the air with an overwhelming roar. Next, the professor condenses that colossal image until turning it into a small and friendly little fire skull floating at the tip of his finger. The young man asks Seer to copy exactly what he just did, but before she can begin, Citri yells desperate, asking them to wait. The female demon runs toward them indignant and asks what exactly he thinks he is teaching the child, but the professor just looks at her confused and questions if there is any problem with the lesson. Citri points to the flame and reveals horrified that this spell is, in fact, an ancient magic lost a long time ago, leaving the young man surprised at the revelation. She demands to know how on earth he knows such a legendary spell, but Nain simply changes the subject and says he needs to finish giving the class to his pupil. With the affectionate smile, the professor turns to Seer and asks if she can copy the ancient magic she just saw, receiving a super positive and excited response from the girl. The little girl closes her eyes, focused, and begins to mentalize the image of that burning flame in her thoughts. A bright and powerful fire rune begins to manifest intensely before Seer's imagination. She opens her small hand and, to everyone's surprise, manages to perfectly materialize the same brilliant fire skull above her fingers. Marveled to see the small and cute fire skull above her finger, Seer lets out a sigh of admiration, earning an affectionate praise from her professor for the excellent work. Nain explains that there will be times when she will need to use the magic energy dispersed in the air, so she must practice this gathering regularly from now on. The professor then looks at his ally and warns with a serious look that this score settling only applies during training, leaving the female demon embarrassed as she tries to justify herself. Still a bit hesitant, Citri asks for him to teach her that ancient magic too, but receives a very direct negative response from the young man. The female demon gets outraged and questions the reason for not being able to learn since she is also his student, but Nain coldly explains that he still doesn't trust her enough to teach something so powerful. Internally, the young man realizes that this is the perfect opportunity to manage to extract more benefits from her, so he smiles from a corner and says that if they get closer, he might reconsider the decision. Citri gets totally blushed and in shock at the comment, understanding the proposal of getting closer in a completely different way. Even very embarrassed and trembling, she takes a deep breath and accepts making any effort, convincing herself that all that is part of her journey to become stronger. The female demon then gathers courage and stutteringly asks what kind of woman he likes most, leaving Nan and little Seer with blank faces. Completely failing to understand that sudden question, Citri tries to explain herself, saying that for people to get closer, they first need to know each other's tastes. But the young man interrupts her, warning that he was actually referring to the political trust between floors 71 and 72. Extremely embarrassed upon realizing the mix-up she made, she begins to yell and gesture, saying he should have been clearer from the start. But Nain just shrugs and asks her to bring a better alliance proposal next time. Little Seer just watches that whole confusing scene with a cute expression of someone who didn't understand anything of what the two were discussing. Later, already in his private office during the night, Nain begins to reflect that the body of Nera he possesses now must know ancient magic due to the fact of being a great demon. He remembers that even in the original game, the identity of this great demon was almost never revealed, always being portrayed as a mysterious and incredibly powerful being that existed since the most ancient times. The young man realizes that this body keeps its guard always high against other great demons, but concludes he shouldn't waste energy on mysteries he can't solve yet. Looking at some reports on his table, Nan decides to focus his attention on the immediate problems and solve them one at a time. He concludes that the most urgent issue to be treated is territorial expansion, knowing that it is still too early to attack the human realm and that Citri's 71 floor is an area totally out of the question. The young man moves on to analyze floor 70, ruled by the demon lord Andromalius, and while evaluating that joining forces with Citri would make the invasion possible, he ends up finding a very suspicious detail in the documents. The next day, little Seer comes running in a cheerful way into the office, calling for her dear professor. Commander Rin El Raza appears right behind, asking text apologies for the sudden intrusion, explaining that the small sovereign insisted a lot on accompanying her to the meeting. Nain reassures the commander and thanks her for coming, even though she is quite busy with army tasks. With Seer on his lap, the young man goes straight to the point and reveals that he called the officer to discuss in detail about their territory expansion. Rin El Raza is amazed to realize that the proposed plan involves conquering floor 70 and warns that it would be a very difficult mission, because even with Citri's help, they would still be at a great military power disadvantage. The commander advises extreme caution case he is planning a large-scale war, but the young man just extends a new document for her to read. Upon analyzing the papers, the commander notices immediately that the proposed strategy does not involve a direct confrontation, making the plan much more viable and smart. With a confident and determined look, Nain asks the commander's opinion on that strategic move he planned in detail. Rin El Raza agrees that they will need a secret operation and suggests selecting soldiers specialized in infiltration, besides asking for Mr. Msilan's opinion, although she worries about possible misunderstandings between rival troops. The young man guarantees with all tranquility that everything will go well, since the Allied soldiers have now learned their lesson and will listen to them without questioning. With this in mind, the commander suggests gathering the scattered soldiers to form a new independent legion, explaining that this measure would help contain small internal fights and complaints. She adds that besides pacifying the troops, this new division would be excellent for making the new soldiers swear true loyalty directly to Little Seer. Rin El Raza argues that when the soldiers realize that the new legion was created for their own good, they will start to see Seer with much more favor, which makes Nain agree and secretly think he can use Citri's funds to cover the costs. The professor then turns to the small sovereign on his lap and asks what she thinks of the idea, and Seer answers all cheerful that she agrees with any decision he makes. Shortly after, during the training break, Citri approaches and offers to help in a direct way with the future invasion of floor 70. Still exhausted on the ground, the female demon notices the young man's look of distrust and questions annoyed if he doesn't trust her intentions, while the professor thinks that, just like in the game, the ruler of that floor must be the worst type of person to deal with. Sometime later, while Nain and Kane the butler drink tea in the castle garden, Little Seer jumps from her chair suddenly, leaving the professor confused about where she is going in such a hurry. The little girl runs to where Citri is doing her physical exercises and throws herself onto the ground next to her, cheerfully proposing that the two do the training together. Seer flashes a cute smile and says that training accompanied makes everything much less tiring, making Nain watch the scene from afar with an amused smile on his face. Citri looks to the side, totally surprised and confused by the little demon lord's spontaneous and affectionate attitude. The girl begins to crawl all happy while holding her teddy bear, making the female demon sigh as she thinks that dealing with such great purity can be exhausting in its own way. The professor then approaches with all calmness and warns Seer that because of the playing in the dirt, her dear teddy bear, White Gomi, ended up getting completely dirty, Upon seeing the sadness on the little girl's face with the dirty teddy bear, Nain kneels at her side and suggests in an affectionate way that the two go take a very nice bath to clean the toy, making the girl accept right after the young man, then asks the faithful butler Kane to accompany and take care with affection of the small sovereign during the bath, receiving an affirmative response from the old man. Still lying on the lawn, recovering from the tiredness, Citri comments that the professor seems to be quite used to dealing with small children in an easy way. Nain looks at her with seriousness and answers that it isn't a matter of being used to it, but rather of thinking about what would make things easier for Seer to understand and act according to the situation. The young man compliments, saying in a provocative way that Her Majesty Citri herself usually acts without thinking much beforehand, leaving the female demon extremely annoyed by the mockery. He snaps his fingers, suggesting they take a break from training to go back to the serious subject, and the female demon states she intends to help in the domination plan of Floor 70 in any possible way. The professor questions her about the motive for so much interest, and she answers, stretching, that if she said the ruler of that floor is just a complete idiot, he probably wouldn't believe her. The female demon assumes a more serious expression and reveals that, in fact, her army was also already secretly preparing to initiate a war against that territory. Nain gets thoughtful upon realizing that although he knew a conflict was going to happen, it came much sooner than predicted. Questioning himself if his actions altered the original timeline of the game, the young man answers that he has no reasons to refuse the partnership and asks how exactly she intends to help, making the female demon shake her head and ask what he wishes for her to do in the plan. He suggests that since she prepared so much, they must ensure she receives a great reward in the end, leaving her confused if that proposal wouldn't be harmful to her own interests. Citri concludes that his plan is to make her troops serve only as bait to fake an attack, and the young man claps his hands, praising the quick reasoning of the female demon, who doesn't know how to tell if that was really a sincere praise. She questions the motives for having to risk herself as bait and asks if he has some great strategy in mind, making Nain pull out a secret scroll and ask her to take a look. The female demon analyzes the paper intrigued and reads that Andromalius publicly insulted the Aaron Raiders, who are one of the biggest military forces of that floor. Creating a big internal division among them, she comments that she already knew the ruler was a fool, but didn't imagine he would be so careless, concluding that this is a golden opportunity since he would never apologize, and Nain confirms that he intends to bring the Raiders to their side. Citri says he must have a very well-structured negotiation plan, and the young man explains he will send an official negotiator from the castle to seal the deal, making the female demon smile as she suspects who will be the chosen one for the mission. Next, the female demon asks how they are going to divide the gains of the conquest, and Nain proposes dividing all the territory and resources in a totally equal way, half and half, surprising her for thinking he would try to take the biggest part. With a smile on his face, the young man states they are true allies, and that keeping that alliance firm in the long term is what really matters. Citri stares at him in a skeptical way, reminding him that he was the first to suspect when she said she wanted a true alliance, and the young man just answers that it's up to her to decide if she will believe his word or not. Without giving more time for conversations, Nain snaps his fingers, instantly reactivating the massive heavy magic energy barrier over the female demon, who lets out a shout of dread as she is crushed against the ground again. With a sarcastic smile on his face, Nain warns that it's time to go back to training, leaving Citri on the ground, crying in despair and complaining that he is extremely cruel. Shortly after, with the teddy bear White Gomi completely clean and shining, little Seer runs excited through the castle hallways calling for her professor. The young man catches her affectionately in his lap and comments that the toy is brand new, leaving the little girl extremely happy with the result. However, Nain notices something different and asks if she painted her hair secretly, since a small red strand stands out in her white hair. Kane the butler approaches, making a bow, and explains that the demons of the Devata bloodline have the unique ability to store external magic energy in their hair. Being for that reason exceptionally talented with magic, the old man compliments, saying that when the young man taught her to capture the power of the air on the previous day, the girl ended up storing a part naturally, leaving the professor thoughtful upon realizing that this information was never revealed in the game. Nain asks if the hair goes back to normal after she spends this power, and Kane confirms, saying that the late Lord Seer accumulated so much external energy that more than half of his hair usually stayed red. Facing this valuable discovery, the young man reflects that even being very young, Seer now has the capacity to conjure magic spells that require a gigantic amount of mana. With a welcoming smile, the professor pats his pupil's head and warns she will need to train a lot this magic gathering from now on, receiving a very excited response. The young man then takes the opportunity to ask the butler where Commander Rin El Raza is at that moment. Meanwhile, the scene changes to the dead of night in a small village located somewhere on floor 70, the territory ruled by the demon lord Andromalius. Acting in the shadows in an extremely fast and silent way, the infiltration troops begin to move and knock out the guards who were guarding the place. Hidden in the shadows, Rin El Raza observes the infiltration and notices that the professor's plan is running perfectly, wondering mentally if the young man had already calculated their entire military strength in such a short time. With precise movements, the soldiers land silently on the branches of a large nearby tree. The commander and her elite team position themselves strategically to closely watch an isolated wooden cabin in the middle of the forest. One of the soldiers points in the direction of the place and reports that, at first glance, there doesn't seem to be anything suspicious or out of the ordinary around the cabin. The warrior questions what is the real motive for being there, and Rin El Raza explains that the sovereign wishes to conquer floor 70, and for that they need to recruit the strength of the Aaron Raiders. The soldier wonders if recruiting such a dangerous group would really be possible, but the commander gets down from the branch and reminds him that, as soldiers, their duty is only to follow orders. She gives the command to advance, and the warriors jump quickly toward the cabin courtyard. Upon approaching the main entrance, the leader of the group makes a sign for everyone to stop right there, evaluating that this distance is already enough to initiate contact. Suddenly, one of the elite warriors widens his eyes as he is surprised by an extremely fast spear attack that passes scraping by his face. In a blink of an eye, the infiltration soldiers find themselves completely surrounded and blocked by the weapons of the Aaron warriors, leaving the commander surprised at the quick ambush. A pair of armed guards appears, telling the invaders to identify themselves, making Rin El Raza recognize that the Aaron troops are much better trained than she imagined. The commander takes a step forward and announces they are official envoys of Her Majesty Seer von Devata at the exact moment when the leader of the raiders, a robust demon with a pipe, steps out from inside the cabin. With an imposing posture and smoking his pipe, the leader questions which of them is the true representative of that sent group. Rin El Raza removes the black mask that covered her face and reveals her identity, assuming responsibility as the leader and negotiator of the mission. The robust demon gets very surprised to recognize her and asks if she is Rin El Raza, one of the legendary four swords of the late Lord Ser, making his guards whisper surprised for thinking that all warriors of that title had been killed. The commander assumes a firm posture and answers that she abandoned that old title a long time ago, and that now she proudly serves as the blade of young Majesty Seer. Outside the silent cabin under the moonlight, the leader of the group questions if little Seer really plans to surpass and dominate the entire floor 70, asking if she truly believes that is possible. Sitting at the round table illuminated by a candle inside the place, the commander answers with all firmness of the world that the conquest is more than possible, making the leader of the raiders question how she intends to prove that bold statement. Rin El Raza argues that with her forces and Miss Citries, it would be perfectly possible to defeat Andromalius, making the leader of the raiders recognize that, coming from such a renowned warrior, he can accept that demonstration of confidence. The leader warns that a real war is quite different, and that even uniting the entire army of floors 71 and 72, they still wouldn't have power to match floor 70, suggesting that for this reason they need an experienced guide like him who knows the whole place. The commander answers that although she cannot reveal all the cards they have up their sleeve, she can guarantee a very important detail about their true strength. She states firmly that even if there existed 100 powerful warriors like her serving Majesty Seer, none of them would be able to even touch the young man who is by the little girl's side. The leader of the raiders gulps completely in shock at the revelation, remembering that at the peak of their power, each of the four celestial kings was already equivalent to a demon lord on their own. He tries to hide the nervousness, laughing and commenting that the commander has a great sense of humor, but Rin El Raza maintains the serious look and counters asking if she looks like someone who would tell jokes in such an important moment. The robust demon ponders that if they possess such a powerful ally, they don't need help to sweep the enemies, but the officer explains they cannot call the attention of the upper floors because of floor 70, challenging him to report the meeting if he doesn't believe her. Rin El Raza assumes an intimidating posture and warns that, in case he decides to betray them, he will also not leave that conflict without suffering severe consequences. The demon gulps, wondering if that is a threat or just a loyalty test, knowing he would doubt any other person, but that he knows very well the true destructive power of the legendary four swords. Deciding to hear the final proposal, he listens to the commander demand free passage for the troops of Floor 72 through his lands. Besides direct help to corner Andromalius on the day of the attack, she offers a matching reward for the leader to swap his old and worn-out alliance for a new, much more solid and profitable force, questioning if he is ready to accept the deal. Back to the castle office, the professor praises the commander's excellent work for the success in negotiations, but she states that everything went well only because he had alerted her about the details in advance. Rin El Raza asks when they will initiate the troop mobilization, and Nayan answers that it will be very soon, and that, although it is exhausting, she must also start her preparations immediately. Upon realizing that the officer remains standing in silence before his table with a thoughtful expression, the young man asks if there is something more she would like to say. Hesitant, the commander asks pardon for the intrusion, but confesses she has a big doubt about the motive of such a powerful warrior like him having chosen to serve precisely as the royal mentor of Seer. She argues that someone with such extraordinary abilities shouldn't be in such a humble position, which is much inferior to everything he has already demonstrated to be capable of doing. Rin El Raza confesses that, from a realistic point of view, she cannot understand why someone like him would choose precisely Floor 72, the lowest level of all, to settle down. With a calm smile, Nain asks if she is worried that he has hidden second intentions, like planning a usurpation of the throne, admitting in an honest way that this possibility is never totally zero internally. The young man notices that the officer is speaking very seriously and questions himself about what to answer, knowing that if he told the whole truth about the game, she would think he lost his mind, and that a simple excuse wouldn't be enough to convince her. He decides that being honest about his personal motivation and about the love he feels for that game world is the best option to answer the commander. Leaving the warrior confused, the young man begins to explain that raising and guiding a demon lord who before was considered the weakest and most despised of all is a fascinating task. With eyes sparkling with determination and a confident smile, Nain states that imagining the day when the little girl will rule the entire demon realm is the most exciting thing he can think of. Rin El Raza asks if he is doing all that just for personal satisfaction, and the professor admits that everything started like that, but confesses he ended up getting truly attached to that castle and its inhabitants. He opens a warm smile and begins to list the reasons, mentioning first that they have the cutest demon lord of all who is Little Seer, leaving the commander surprised with the answer. The young man continues saying that they count on Cain, the most loyal and firm strategist someone could wish for by their side. He mentions headmaid Leah, who is the owner of a heart so kind that he can trust with closed eyes the entire internal administration of the castle. To her, Nain praises Cecily for being extremely smart and fast at work, and highlights Magul as the best chef of the entire demon realm. He praises Vice Commander Varuna for being a bit rebellious, but recognizes that his skill and loyalty to orders are indisputable and worthy of total trust. To finish the list of praises, the professor adds that they have a commander who is strong, faithful, smart, and extremely beautiful, leaving Rin El Raza totally red with embarrassment at the sudden praise. Amused by the warrior's bashful reaction, Nain comments in a humorous way that he is just reporting obvious facts and asks the motive for her being so surprised at his sincere words. The young man compliments, saying that he likes Floor 72 and the people who live there a lot, admitting mentally that he is extremely satisfied to be able to interact closely with the characters of the game he loved so much. Nain guarantees to the commander she doesn't need to worry, because as long as they don't discard him, he will never be the first to betray their trust. Rin El Raza thanks from the bottom of her heart for him having answered with such sincerity to a question that could be considered disloyal. But the professor counters, saying that her loyalty shouldn't be directed to him, but rather to Seer. He opens a warm smile and comments that the fact of her making that questioning thinking only about the sovereign's safety proves she is the most loyal person of all, telling her to go rest right after. Upon leaving the office, the officer smiles relieved and thinks to herself that her little queen is truly very blessed to be surrounded by people so good and trustworthy. The next morning, Little Seer comes running all cheerful into the office calling for her professor, who finds the visit odd since they didn't have any class scheduled for that time yet. The little girl explains she came just to spend time with him, and seeing that the young man was analyzing some finance reports, asks to watch. Making the professor accept and suggest giving a brief lesson on basic economics, Nain shows a document and explains that some local plantations were destroyed by the invasion of human adventurers, presenting an official request for food aid sent by the peasants who are without food. Seer suggests right away that they must donate the food from the castle reserves, but the professor questions if they must just deliver everything for free, and the girl answers smart that a part can be a donation, but the remainder must be sold at extremely low prices. The young man then asks a harder question, questioning what they should do if the farmers have no money at all to buy the supplies at that moment, leaving the little girl thoughtful. He notes the solution on a paper and explains that for crisis situations like that, they utilize a very efficient assistance method called the grain loan system. Through a simple drawing, the professor demonstrates how the peasants borrow the grains with nearly zero interest rates and pay everything back at the time of the next harvest. He concludes saying that in this way the food shortage is resolved quickly, and, because it isn't a simple charity, the castle also doesn't suffer financial losses, leaving the small sovereign marveled with the strategy. Suddenly, knocks on the door interrupt the conversation, and Leah the maid enters, asking license to warn that it is already time for the small sovereign's snack. Nain dismisses the little girl so she can go eat, and Seer opens a gigantic smile with eyes sparkling, thinking that the snack of the day would be her adored pudding. The maid warns, laughing, that the special snack of today is, in fact, a delicious strawberry cake, leaving the girl even more excited with the surprise. However, Seer stops at the office door and looks back upon realizing that the professor remains focused on his administrative tasks at the work table. With her face illuminated with happiness, the little girl says with all sweetness of the world that the professor should go have a snack together with her on that day. Leah stays extremely surprised and shocked at the girl's invitation, asking if the sovereign truly intends to share her precious snack with another person. The professor notices the maid's reaction and reflects mentally that, in fact, Seer is known for never dividing her food with anyone, which makes that invitation something extremely rare and special. Decided to accept the cute offer, the young man thinks it will be a great opportunity to taste the cake she loves so much, while the little girl hurries him saying, "The sweet is incredibly tasty." While walking right behind her down the hallway, Nan smiles satisfied upon realizing he managed to conquer a very significant portion of Seer's trust, since she accepted dividing her biggest treasure. Halfway there, Kane the butler appears with a serious expression to intercept the young man before the snack. The old man delivers a closed envelope and warns that an urgent correspondence has just arrived coming directly from floor 71. Upon reading the message that says in a short and blunt way that everything is already ready, Nain opens a mean smile and comments with Seer that their snack has just become even more flavorful. In another place, in the main hall of floor 70, a fist hits the table with force, while the local demon lord rants furious upon receiving the news that Citri declared war against his territory. Totally indignant, the robust demon lord Andromalius states that the ruler has completely lost her mind, but his officers alert that he must maintain caution facing the situation. Andromalius discards the advice right away, claiming that she is nothing but a fool who only knows how to take the power of others borrowed. But one of his subordinates reminds him that she was already a top-level demon lord and that her cunning remains formidable. The ruler questions if she truly would have come prepared with some secret plan, and who would be the ally strong enough to guarantee so much confidence, making Count Yushin Vermilion intervene, saying that there exists some possible theories. Andromalius tells the Count to present his hypotheses right away, and Yushin Vermilion reveals that very strong rumors run that floors 71 and 72 recently formed a secret military alliance. The Count adds that the spies infiltrated on floor 71 reported that Citri has gone down with much frequency to floor 72, what makes it practically certain that she is acting in collusion with them. Andromalius gives a good laugh with disdain and mocks her audacity to declare war just for trusting floor 72, although he admits that, due to the presence of Serre's 4 swords, that territory cannot be ignored. Yushin Vermilion adds that very strong rumors run that the new royal mentor hired on floor 72 is an extraordinary demon and very far from being ordinary. The demon lord finds it an absurdity and questions why someone so talented would subject themselves to being just a tutor at level 72. But the Count answers that, regardless of the motive, it was this young man who managed to seal the alliance between floors 71 and 72. Surprised to know that the professor was the one responsible for convincing Citri, Andromalius listens to his advisor alert that, for this reason, they must face that conflict head-on, and without hesitation, Yushin Vermilion suggests initiating the battle with a total frontal attack from the first moment, stating that with an overwhelming military power, neither Citri nor Serre's 4 swords will manage to do absolutely anything. The Count asks permission to approach and reveal one last strategic secret to the demon lord, who accepts and ends up completely shocked and perplexed with what he hears in his ear. With a cruel smile on his face, Andromalius praises his advisor's brilliant idea and states he is looking forward to showing those arrogant worms of floors 71 and 72 the true difference in power. The ruler then questions about the absence of Count Aaron Raiders and his forces at the meeting, receiving confirmation that no representative of his clan attended the call, furious with the disobedience. Andromalius curses the absentees and orders his guards to bring the traitor of Aaron immediately to his presence. Suddenly, a guard comes running desperate, opening the main hall doors and yelling that they have a very grave problem to solve. The demon lord gets annoyed with the sudden interruption and demands to know immediately what happened for so much agitation in the palace. The messenger reports trembling that the enemy army led by Citri just marched and set up a war camp right in front of their castle gates. Andromalius stays completely perplexed with the speed of the enemy advance, unable to understand how they arrived there so fast. Slamming the table infuriated, he notices the treason and concludes that cursed Aaron eased the passage of the enemy troops through his lands. Count Yushin Vermilion incites the demon lord to give the immediate attack order, reminding him that the castle forces are already totally gathered and ready to march and crush the invaders. Excited with the combat opportunity, the other nobles present yell in unison, clamoring for the death of the foolish Citri and the traitor of Aaron. Satisfied with the war clamor, Andromalius orders the immediate advance of all troops to exterminate those arrogant invaders all at once. Back to Seer's castle, Nain helps his small pupil to put on a full metal armor, and although she complains that it is dark in there, the professor explains affectionately that this equipment can save her life and asks for a bit of patience. To motivate her, the young man promises that if she behaves well, she will win a delicious slice of cake as soon as they return from the mission, leaving the little girl excited right away. Next, the professor asks Kane about the progress of the commander's plan, and the butler confirms that her operation must have already started, making the young man decide that they also need to hurry up. Carrying little Seer in his arms, Nain says goodbye to the faithful butler and departs for combat, receiving good luck wishes from the old man. In the outer courtyard, the young man finds the troops lined up before a large magic portal and asks Vice Commander Varuna if the preparations for the crossing are finished. Varuna confirms and explains that Citri opened a temporary transport portal so that their army arrives directly on floor 70. The professor murmurs, impressed with the female demon's determination to bet all chips in that war, and upon being questioned by the officer about what he said, just answers that it is nothing and orders the troops to begin marching. Holding Seer with firmness, Nain takes the first step and crosses the glowing portal accompanied by his soldiers. Meanwhile, on the roof of Seer's unprotected castle, some dark figures observe the movement and mock upon seeing that the defenders truly left the base vulnerable. Duncan, the cruel commander of Andromalius' special unit, smiles mischievously underneath his mask and states they will pay a very high price for leaving the castle practically empty. He gives the immediate invasion order to his assassins, instructing the group to ruthlessly exterminate anyone who stayed behind in the fortress. The elite assassins accept the command and jump from the roof with their weapons in hand, ready to initiate the surprise massacre inside the castle. Vice Commander Varuna demonstrates certain concern and questions the professor if it is really safe to leave the sovereign's castle so unprotected during the war. He explains that he heard rumors that Andromalius possesses a secret unit of assassins under his direct command and that they could perform a surprise attack, but Nain answers that if the officer knows that unit, he should know the rest too. With a sarcastic smile on his face, the professor states that type of cheap infiltration is completely useless against their castle defenses. Meanwhile, in the castle of floor 72, the invading assassins are suddenly surprised by brutal traps and thrown against the walls with extreme violence. One of the invaders falls heavily on the hallway floor, while the other watches the scene completely perplexed and scared with that unexpected defensive reaction. The surviving assassin begins to break out in a cold sweat of pure dread as he wonders what type of monstrous force is protecting that apparently empty fortress. At this moment, calm steps echo through the hall, and Kane the butler appears dragging one of the knocked-out assassins by the hood, commenting coldly that he doesn't remember inviting guests to the palace. Towering imposing before the invaders with the fainted creature in hand, the old man questions with authority who those meddling people are. Back to the forest, Varuna asks, shocked, how long the professor already knew about the enemy invasion plan, and the young man answers laughing that there exist things that can be hidden and others that are too obvious to pass unnoticed. In the fortress, another assassin is thrown with violence through a large glass window, falling from the high palace while letting out a desperate cry of agony. Cecily appears at the window, holding a broom soiled with blood, and cheerfully warns the head butler that her area is already completely clean and free of intruders right after. Headmaid Leah appears dragging two defeated enemies and comments she took care of her part, but asks in a humorous way what happened to the destroyed door, making Kane laugh and say he just lost his hand a bit for being looking rusty. Magul the lizard cook also appears carrying a knocked-out invader on his shoulders and asks if everyone is well, commenting laughing that a small sewage rat ended up getting lost and entering his kitchen. One of the few survivors of the elite unit trembles of pure dread in the hallway, realizing that although all castle employees are perfectly well, the invading assassins are suffering a terrible massacre. In fact, Nain knew from the start that, at the time of the late Lord Seir, the palace employees had been chosen by hand among retired elite warriors to protect the fortress from surprise attacks. Although almost nobody knew their true power, Varuna reflects on the professor's cunning and gulps, admitting mentally that although he didn't like the young man in the beginning, he is forced to recognize that the strategy and organization of his team are absolutely flawless. The officer then bows respectfully awaiting Nain's combat orders, but the professor interrupts him right away and warns that the warrior is very mistaken about one important thing. The young man points to the small girl dressed in her bright armor and reminds that the person to whom Varuna owes total loyalty and obedience is not him, but rather young Miss Seir von Devada, who is right there. Understanding the leadership lesson, the blue-haired officer bows before his true sovereign and respectfully asks that she give him her battle orders. Facing his soldier's bow, the little demon lord points to her tutor and orders in a cute way that the professor take over as the temporary commander of that war. Receiving a humorous yes from the young man, Nain takes the military leadership and warns that Commander Rin El Raza must have already made contact with the Iran raiders, ordering Varuna to march immediately with the troops to give support to them. The little girl asks where the two of them are going now, and the professor answers with a warm smile that they will meet personally with Citri for the final part of the plan, leaving the girl extremely happy to know she will see her horned ally. Meanwhile, on the battlefield of Floor 70, Citri observes from above a tower the relentless advance of the Allied troops and praises the incredible military efficiency of the Aran raiders, commenting that their crossing ran perfectly well. Her advisor Baphomet gulps upon seeing the army and comments that Nain's strategies, information network, and skills are truly terrifying, suggesting that the young man is a danger and that if they act now, they could still try to eliminate him. The female demon interrupts him right away with a furious look and warns seriously that if that were possible, she wouldn't be there subjecting herself to his training, ordering that the officer never try to touch the professor under the risk of destroying the entire Floor 71. She decrees with firmness that their duty is only to fulfill the combined part of the deal and receive the promised reward, making the advisor back down and accept his ruler's order. Suddenly, a gigantic explosion destroys the main gates of the enemy castle, making Citri smile as she comments that the Aran raiders made an extremely flashy, triumphal entry inside the fort. On the inside of the royal hall, Andromalius grinds his teeth with anger upon realizing that the conflict took disastrous proportions, swearing infuriated that killing that traitor of Iran slowly won't be enough to calm his fury. Facing his advisor's despair, asking for him to flee and save himself, the demon lord refuses and states that if the traitor wants a confrontation, he will go down himself to personally exterminate all invaders with his own strength. However, before he can take the first step, another large fire explosion destroys the wall of the royal throne with a deafening crash, throwing debris and smoke across Andromalius's entire hall. With a sadistic smile on his face upon seeing the invaders arrive at his main hall, Andromalius ironizes, saying that you speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Rin El Raza and Varuna enter the place leading the allied troops, with the commander commenting in a confident way that this is the perfect moment for battle. The demon lord orders that his soldiers give a violent welcome to the invaders, and his troops advance right away brandishing their weapons against the allied army. Rin El Raza takes a step forward, wielding her bright sword, and comments in a cold way that this is a terrible way to treat visitors on Floor 70. Andromalius mocks the presence of the Aran raiders and asks if they truly think they can act with so much arrogance just for having the support of Seir's 4 swords, swearing he will tear them apart personally. The commander of Floor 72 initiates her fast advance and warns with disdain that if he wants to defeat them, he will have to try again in his next reincarnation. Moving like a true bolt of golden light through the hall, the warrior delivers fast and precise attacks, knocking down the enemy guards with extreme ease. She advances directly against the demon lord and clashes her blade against the gigantic metal hammer wielded by him, initiating a direct confrontation of strength. Annoyed with the invaders' audacity, Andromalius calls them arrogant fools for talking so much and focuses his deadly look on the commander. The robust demon lord warns he will make sure to personally test the famous combat skills of Rin El Raza with a war cry. He raises his gigantic hammer and challenges the opponent to try to block his crushing attack. The commander manages to dodge with agility at the exact moment when the heavy weapon destroys the stone floor of the palace with a deafening crash. Andromalius recognizes the incredible speed of the opponent and comments that now he understands the motive of the fangs of the late Lord Ser always managing to escape with life. However, to demonstrate his cruelty, the robust demon suddenly grabs the head of one of his own blonde-haired officers and crushes it without any mercy, leaving everyone horrified. Rinel Raza watches that brutal and sadistic scene completely paralyzed and in shock with the level of madness of her adversary covered by the victim's blood. Andromalius lets out a terrifying laugh and comments in a sadistic way that the fight finally started to get interesting for him. The dark smoke and the blood of the sacrificed creature begin to transform in the air, materializing the monstrous head of a hydra before the scared commander. The demon lord orders that the creature bite its adversary, and the massive snake with glowing yellow eyes advances fiercely with open mouth in the direction of the warrior far from there. On the observation tower, Nain approaches Citri, commenting in a casual way about the pleasant weather of the place, making the female demon ask suspicious why he is heading in her direction. Citri reminds that she did everything he had asked in the plan against Andromalius, but questions if the young man truly will manage to deal with Ser's 4 swords with that strategy. Receiving a humorous confirmation from the professor that he will handle it, the young man then asks for his ally to accept a task and simply delivers little Ser into her arms, leaving the horned female demon completely confused and failing to understand that sudden attitude. The professor explains that it would be way too dangerous to take the little girl to the main battlefield and, with a magical finger snap, materializes a small toy in the shape of a blue whale. He asks in an affectionate way for Ser to stay there, playing with her new friend while he resolves the problem quickly, but the girl makes a pouting cheek and insists she wants to go along with him to the fight. Suddenly, Nan's look gets extremely serious and tense upon feeling a strange magical vibration coming directly from the battlefield below. The young man looks at his own trembling hand and notices that a dark and unexpected aura is manifesting in the surroundings, something that definitely shouldn't be present in that part of the story. Realizing that Commander Rinel Raza is running a grave risk of life, the professor turns quickly and warns he needs to leave immediately to rescue her, leaving the two failing to understand anything of that scared reaction. In a blink of an eye, Nain disappears in a fast gust of wind in the direction of the enemy palace, leaving only the promise that he will return very soon. Citri stays totally paralyzed and sweating cold upon realizing she lost the young man from sight in a millionth of a second, questioning herself terrified about how monstrously strong that mentor really is. Her advisor Baphomet suggests, in a treacherous way, that this is the perfect opportunity for them to act behind the young man's back, but the female demon tells him to shut his mouth immediately, explaining that this is a loyalty test from Nain to see if she truly will maintain the alliance. She orders that her officer discard any betrayal plan and treat little Ser with the same absolute respect with which he treats her. Receiving a bowed and obedient response from her advisor Citri, carries little Ser in her lap with a bit of a tired expression. While the small girl in armor holds firm her new blue whale toy, Citri asks if the girl truly liked that whale so much and wonders why the professor chose to give a gift so different from all the others. Back to the main hall, one of the guards is hit right on target by a violent attack and spits blood with the devastating impact. Varuna observes the situation around with clenched teeth, getting completely frustrated with the brutality of the combat in the throne hall. At this moment, one of the allied warriors is struck with extreme force by the demon lord and ends up being thrown far away after receiving the terrible impact. Varuna is also hit and hits violently against the stone wall of the palace. Leaving his subordinate totally scared to see the scene, Andromalius lets out a cruel laugh upon seeing the fallen warriors and mocks the bloodied Aaron raiders, saying they only serve to struggle uselessly before dying. Rin El Raza tries to resist with all her strength and notices that hydra is no ordinary creature because the monster's power matches that of a mid to high level demon lord. Facing the wide open mouth of the giant snake ready to devour her, the commander begins to believe that this is truly the end of her journey, with closed eyes and without more strength to fight. Rin El Raza mentally asks text apologies to her little queen for failing to fulfill her duty. However, the warrior gets confused upon opening her eyes and seeing the monstrous creature be cut suddenly by a dark and mysterious energy. The demon lord and his allies are thrown on the floor with the impact of the sudden attack, and all look scared at the imposing figure that just appeared before them. Nain appears imposing in the middle of the hall and introduces himself directly to the demon lord Andromalius, coldly offering one last chance for him to surrender. Andromalius stays fallen on the floor in a complete state of shock, failing to understand what just happened, and paralyzed by the terrifying amount of mana that the young man emanates. The demon lord feels a shiver down the spine and compares that crushing pressure to the sensation of having faced the supreme #1 ruler in the past. Andromalius stands up, releasing a red aura, and recognizes the professor's strength, but questions why someone so powerful would choose to ally with a faction so weak and pathetic. Without any patience for conversations, Nain just wields his blade covered by a dark energy and warns that the adversary is talking too much. Desperate with the opponent's approach, Andromalius tries to negotiate and offers riches, fame, and everything the young man wishes if he accepts to swap sides in the war. The demon lord insists desperately that he will give anything, but the professor interrupts him, saying he wishes only the top. Andromalius gets confused, and Nain explains that his true goal is to reach the highest throne a demon ruler can occupy. Pointing the sword in the direction of Andromalius's neck, Nain states that such a grand goal would be impossible for someone of the enemy's level, making the demon lord finally understand why the young man allied with the Devada family. With the tip of the blade resting against the adversary's throat, the mentor warns in a cold way that he has not the slightest intention to forgive his enemies. Nain completes saying he doesn't forgive those who mess with powers beyond their own control, but Andromalius gives a sarcastic smile and answers that in war, any trick is valid as long as it brings victory. Before the demon lord can even finish saying that he doesn't need forgiveness, Nain delivers a fast and precise sword strike that ends the confrontation once and for all. Nain turns to the rest of the hall and shouts with authority for everyone to hear that the war has finally come to an end. The announcement echoes through the castle battlefield, ordering Andromalius's soldiers to drop their swords immediately because their leader was defeated. The surviving warriors panic and find it hard to believe that their powerful leader fell, while the surrender order warns that their lives will be spared only if they stop fighting. In the Allied camp, Citri takes a drink and is surprised to notice that the confrontation ended so fast, but soon accepts that that makes total sense for being a warrior like Nain Little Seer, raises her head with eyes sparkling with happiness, and cheerfully warns her toys that she can hear her dear professor's voice coming from afar. Back to the hall, Rin El Raza bows embarrassed and asks text apologies for having lowered her guard, but Nain reassures her with a sympathetic tone and says she shouldn't be so hard on herself after so much time away from battles. Nain reflects that adversary was too strong for Commander Rin El Raza and notices that the dark aura belonged to beings that in the past ruled even above the demonic realm. The young man feels a bit frustrated because his memories about the great demon are full of gaps, making it impossible to identify who he really was. Besides noting that this event didn't even make part of the original game. Nain decides that, officially, the demon lord Andromalius was defeated by Citri and asks if she understands what that means, making the commander guarantee right away that she will keep everyone in silence. In followed, the professor asks Varuna to take care of the organization of the Aaron Raiders and the cleaning of the place, while he goes personally to take a look at Seer Rin El Raza, then asks where little Seer is at the moment, and the young man answers calmly that she stayed under Citri's care. The commander stays in shock upon realizing that the little girl was left alone with another demon lord, but the young man tries to calm her, explaining that Citri is an ally and smart enough to not act in an imprudent way. Without managing to contain her concern with the little girl's safety, Rin El Raza says a quick goodbye and runs in the direction of the camp at high speed. Meanwhile, in the camp, Citri observes the situation out there from inside her tent, without managing to believe the so fast outcome of that battle. Advisor Baphomet reports that all enemy troops of Floor 70 have already surrendered, making the ruler admit sighing that war shouldn't have ended in such a simple manner. Suddenly, little Seer jumps from the chair, cheerfully announcing that her professor is arriving, leaving Citri confused for she herself failing to feel any presence nearby. Nain enters calmly into the tent carrying a large sack on his shoulders, being received with a warm hug from the little girl who confirms she was having a lot of fun. Citri stays completely scared with the speed of the young man's return, but he just warns that she will be able to receive all the details of the battle report as soon as Rin El Raza arrives. With a direct gesture, the professor delivers the large bloodied sack into Citri's hands, who holds the package with a tense and confused expression. Nain reveals in a direct way that inside the sack is Andromalius's head and asks for her to assume all the credit for the victory, leaving the horned female demon shocked without understanding the motive for receiving the glory. The young man gives an enigmatic smile and answers simply that he does that due to the fact of the two being allies in that war. The mentor warns that he and Seer will return first home, but alerts that the war spoils must be divided in 50% for each side, leaving the two allies suspicious with that suspicious smile. Back to Seer's castle on floor 72, the sound of rhythmic hammering echoes through the silent hallways of the palace. Kane, the butler, appears working hard to fix the damaged lock of one of the large wooden doors of the palace. When Nain and Seer enter the place, the butler greets them respectfully, but the professor soon notices the damage and asks what happened to the door, making Kane admit awkwardly that he ended up miscalculating his own strength. Holding the little girl on his lap, the young man jokes, saying it seems they received unwanted visits in their absence. Ripping a nervous laugh from the old man, Kane gives congratulations to the young man for the successful conquest of Floor 70 and praises their excellent work during the military campaign. The mentor comments that that was just one more step in direction of the final goal and warns that now everyone will stay extremely busy with the preparations to move the demonic castle. Kane and little Seer stay, totally jaw-dropped when Nain reveals that, in fact, he planned to deliver the entire castle of Floor 70 on a silver platter to ally Citri. While walking down the hallway, the little girl questions her mentor about the motive for giving all the credits of Andromalius's defeat to Citri, asking if they aren't coming out at a loss with this deal. Kane agrees with the girl's concern and reminds that taking the castle means officially assuming the conquest of that territory, but the young man answers in a calm way that this will only apply on paper. He explains in detail that at the current moment, they need much more financial resources and territory control than an empty fortress, since their economy is not yet strong enough. The young man plans to let Citri handle all responsibilities and possible retaliations of that floor, ensuring that his own group remains out of the spotlights while accumulating power in secret. Smiling to his pupil, the mentor asks who will be considered the official ruler of Floor 70 and the one responsible for any problem that appears there. Making the girl answer Citri's name, Nain confirms with a clever smile and says that the ally knew exactly what she was getting into, leaving his butler impressed with the depth of that brilliant strategy. The young mentor makes it clear that he would never deliver anything for free to others and decrees that from now on, their total focus will be turned to Seer's education and the internal administration of the territory. Nain highlights that they still possess many old and outdated equipments to replace in the castle. He continues explaining that they also need to find out who was giving support to Andromalius through the shadows, besides creating an adequate circulation system of goods, making the butler understand the young man's real motives. Kane then asks with curiosity how the young man had so much certainty that he would manage to conquer the loyalty of the Aeron Raiders for that campaign. The professor smiles and changes the subject, saying he just had a lot of luck, knowing that in fact that situation was one of the game's side events that he knew very well. Suspicious of the answer about luck, the old man reflects that he already suspected from the start that the young man wasn't someone ordinary and concludes he is indispensable for the little demon lord. Before going up the stairs, Nain tasks Kane to finish the repairs on the damaged door, receiving an affirmative and obedient response from the butler. Upon seeing Cecily the maid cleaning the hallway, the young man thinks that now that the immediate crisis passed, he will be able to focus even more on Seer's training and lessons, so she learns to rule her own territory. The professor gives a light tap on the little girl's forehead and affectionately reminds her that the role of ruling and leading that castle belongs exclusively to her Seer, smiles happily holding her teddy bear, and confesses she likes a lot having him as her professor, adding in a cute way that even her teddy bear, White Gomi, adores the classes. With the little girl's promise that she will exert herself to learn everything, the young man thanks her for her affection and thinks relieved that the path he chose to follow definitely was not a mistake. When the professor warns he will leave her to rest so he can advance a bit of his paperwork in the office, the girl begins to struggle in his arms and firmly refuses the idea. Cecily intervenes with a playful smile and reminds the young man that those who work hard also need to rest in an adequate manner, leaving the professor embarrassed with the demand of the two. The little demon lord makes a pouting cheek and demands that he take a nap together with her, leaving the young man confused for not being with the slightest bit of sleep at that moment. Realizing that the little girl will really stay upset if he refuses again, the professor plans to put her to sleep and then give a sneaky escape to finish his duties. He agrees to lie down a bit until she falls asleep, making the girl celebrate right away for the victory in her demand. Upon entering the spacious bedroom, they find the internal supervisor Leah fixing the bed, and the young man takes advantage of the moment to ask that she prepare a cup of warm tea for the girl. Before the green-haired supervisor leaves the room, Nain calls her again and asks with a tone of concern if she ended up getting hurt somewhere while they were out. Leah stays a bit surprised and embarrassed with the sudden stuttering, but soon answers that she is perfectly well. Upon leaving the bedroom with a tender smile, the supervisor realizes that the young man already deduced everything that happened in the castle during their absence and knows exactly how exhausted everyone is. Curious with the previous conversation, Seer asks from underneath the blankets if something wrong happened with the supervisor, receiving a calm answer from the professor that he just wanted to guarantee that everyone was well. He wishes a good night of sleep for the little one while she hugs her teddy bear, but the little girl insists once more for him to also lie down there by her side to sleep. The young man tries to argue, saying that the most adequate would be him going to sleep in his own room, but the girl makes a stubborn pout and holds firm her tutor's hand to prevent him from leaving. Observing the little girl's attachment, the professor wonders if she attaches so much to him for having lost her father very early, or if it is because she really finds a genuine sensation of safety by his side. Decided to keep company, he resolves to lie down there at least until she manages to catch sleep, while in another distant place. The shocking news about Andromalius's death by Citri's hands begins to spread in an imposing castle on floor 69. The news that such a powerful demon lord was defeated leaves the local rulers in a complete state of alert. The ruler of floor 69, Lord Dantalion, bites his nails nervous on his throne and wonders if Citri's strength grew so much to the point of she-matching warrior William himself. General Leonard of floor 69 suggests, in an analytical way, that this victory only was possible thanks to a strategic cooperation with floor 72, reminding that one of Sayre's 4 swords is still active. War Minister Albas alerts seriously that they probably will be the next targets of that military alliance and insists on the urgent necessity of initiating detailed defensive preparations. Facing the imminent threat, Dantalion decides to send an urgent message to seek an alliance with the ruler of floor 68, questioning his minister if they possess some better alternative at the moment. The demon lord concludes with firmness that, despite Andromalius's terrible personality, his physical strength was unquestionable, and if they remain with crossed arms now, they certainly will be the next to fall. Dantalion interrupts the discussion, ordering that they prepare the letter immediately, confident that ruler Decarabia will have no reasons to refuse the alliance proposal. Meanwhile, soft knocks on the door interrupt the bedroom silence, announcing that everything is already properly prepared for the two. Leah enters the room, carrying a tray with the hot tea, but ends up getting surprised upon looking in direction of the double bed. Upon seeing that both the professor and the little girl have already fallen deeply asleep, the supervisor concludes with affection that both were really exhausted. She wishes mentally a good night of sleep for the two, hoping for them to have peaceful dreams after so many overcome challenges. Sometime later, under the starry sky of a full moon night, Nain jokes about the delay of a whole week for the division of assets, receiving a complaint from Citri for having rushed there right at dawn. Sitting in the office, Citri explains that the lands and the troops of floor 70 have already been divided in a fair way. Remaining only to define the split of the raided treasures, Citri suggests that her group have choice priority over the treasures since they delivered the demonic castle and Andromalius's part. Receiving the professor's calm approval, the young man warns that she will be very busy ruling the new territories, but demands that she keep coming to train at least once a week to not waste all the progress made until there before leaving. The demon lord reminds with pride of her own position and guarantees she will fulfill what was combined, asking for him to stop worrying before saying goodbye. Alone in the office, the mentor focuses again on his duties and begins to draft the necessary reconstruction guidelines before the night ends. The next morning, soft knocks on the office door break the silence, and the professor promptly authorizes the visitor's entrance. Cecily the maid enters and respectfully warns that Sear's lessons will need to be canceled on that day, leaving the young man immediately worried with what might have happened. Upon hearing that the little girl is with a fever, Nain hits his hands on the table startled and reacts in shock to know of his young pupil's health status. He begins to blame himself internally, questioning if he ended up forcing too much the girl's training routine or if the physical stress of the battlefield caused that sudden illness. Cecily tries to reassure him with a gentle smile, explaining that it seems to be just a common cold and that children of that age usually get sick suddenly. The young man sits down again, breathing relieved, and agrees that, for being just a child, it is absolutely normal that she ends up getting sick once in a while. Cecily suggests leaving the little girl resting for 1 or 2 days, so she recovers totally, and the professor thanks, asking for them to take very good care of her. Even so, the young man chides himself mentally for forgetting that that world is not a mere computer game, but rather real life where people really get sick. He then hurries in his tasks with the determination to finish the paperwork quickly to be able to go personally visit the little girl in her bedroom. Upon entering the bedroom holding some plush animals that she likes so much, the professor asks affectionately how she is feeling and receives a cheerful call from the little one with blushed cheeks. The girl hugs tight the new plush toys and thanks with a radiant smile for her mentor's gift. But the surprise doesn't stop there, because the professor uses his magic to materialize several other cute animals around Sear's bed. The little girl ends up getting completely buried underneath the gigantic mountain of plushes, grumbling in the middle of sleep that her professor ended up exaggerating a bit in the amount of dolls. Nain stays a bit confused upon holding a penguin doll and looking at some reports, observing closely the little girl's deep sleep. Upon hearing the girl's sleepy murmurs about the excess of plush dolls, the young man notices she is delirious in a dream and wonders with what exactly she is dreaming. Placing his hand smoothly on Seer's forehead, the mentor notes relieved that the fever finally decreased and decides to spend the night there working while taking care of her well-being. When Seer opens her eyes slowly and calls him, Nain takes a light start while fixing the chair and asks text apologies for having made noise. With a welcoming smile, he caresses the little girl's head and asks how she is feeling, making clear that he was extremely worried with her health. The mentor asks for her to rest a bit more and promises that, as soon as she is totally recovered on the next day, the two can review the study documents together. The professor caresses her gently and says her recovery is what matters most at the moment, joking that she would get very sad if she got sick again and missed the snack pudding. With the affectionate smile on his face, the young man wishes good dreams for the small pupil while she prepares to fall asleep again. Later, during a meal, Kane the butler asks text apologies for interrupting and warns the young man that Commander Rin El Raza sent the detailed report with the treasure inventory. While analyzing the papers at the table by Seer's side, Nen confirms he is looking for something specific and reveals there is an item of extreme importance that they need to recover on floor 70. He reflects that high-quality equipments are fundamental for the fast development of power in that fantasy world, functioning exactly like in the game he knew. The item he looks for so much is an extremely rare secret, which he only had managed to find after reaching his 40th ending in the game. The young man smiles upon thinking that nobody ever would imagine that such a powerful treasure would be hidden precisely in the initial stages of that journey. He delivers the paper with instructions to his butler and orders to ensure the possession of this valuable item without fail. Leaving the other treasures under the soldier's responsibility, Kane looks at the description of the requested item and stays visibly surprised with the unusual choice made by the professor. The butler hesitates and asks if the marking in the report is really correct, receiving a convinced confirmation from Nan, who plans to seek the item as soon as he has Citri's consent. The document describes the mysterious item as an unidentified broken sword, with the blade shattered and without its precious gem, making the butler accept the order in silence. In the treasure warehouse, little Seer stays completely marveled before a box full of colored and extremely bright magic crystals. In continuation, the little girl's eyes shine even more upon opening a chest full of gleaming gold bars stacked in an organized way. Nain finally locates the item he looked for so much and murmurs, satisfied, leaving the small demon lord confused with her tutor's sudden reaction. The professor evaluates the progress of the resource gathering in the warehouse of floor 70 and thanks Citri's cooperation, who eased quite a bit the entire transport process of half of the war spoils. Upon being received with formal greetings by the soldiers present there, the small ruler makes a cute salute and stutteringly thanks for everyone's good work. Rin El Raza approaches bringing a special wooden box and warns the guards that that is the precious item that needs absolute care in transport. Upon opening the case, the broken sword is revealed to the young man, who confirms satisfied to deal exactly with the legendary item he needed. He recalls that, in the game, equipping that broken sword multiplied the user's development speed by 5 times, making it incredibly useful even in its current state. Seer observes curious the young man holding the damaged weapon and asks what that mysterious object is that possesses so much hidden power. Nain extends the broken weapon and offers it as a gift for the little one, guaranteeing there is no problem in it being damaged, because he knows exactly where to find the missing parts to fix it. He suggests finishing the check of the treasures before departing for the weapon repair, awakening Seer's curiosity about what will happen when the sword is restored. With a smile, the mentor simply answers that it will shine intensely, making the girl's eyes flash with so much excitement at the idea. The commander asks if she should summon some blacksmiths for the restoration work, but the young man refuses, explaining that that weapon requires a much more special repair method. While the professor and the commander organize the distribution of normal items for the soldier's arsenal, the little girl amuses herself in the background. With the excitement of the sharing, Seer admires the precious stones, commenting how much all are beautiful, making her tutor notice in a casual way the great fascination she possesses for shiny things. Upon being surprised with the professor's question if any of those relics had called her attention in special, the little girl gives a light start of fright. Even if she tries to deny with shyness, the mentor pats her head with affection and reminds that everything there already belongs to her, encouraging her to choose what she wants without any hesitation. The little one then chooses a beautiful golden crown, making the young man smile upon noting that her royal bloodline manifests in a natural way, before inviting her to go together to a new location. They arrive at an old abandoned mine on floor 70, and the professor explains that that deep and mysterious place is where the missing pieces to complete her new sword are hidden. Walking through the dark tracks of the mine, the professor reassures the girl, saying he knows exactly where all necessary parts are, so the forks in the path won't be a problem. Upon arriving at an old illuminated workstation, Seer observes around and comments that there doesn't seem to be anything there, but trusts that her mentor will find the pieces quickly. The young man begins to search with care among the rocks and stone crevices, while the little girl observes each move of his with attention. After searching a bit, he finally locates a reddish and shiny piece of the blade that was hidden right in the middle of the stones. Seer asks, curious if that already deals with a real sword, and the young man answers, laughing, that a long process is still missing before it is complete. He takes a few more steps forward in the depths of the cave and warns that that is not yet the last part of the mystery. Concentrating a powerful red magic in the palm of his hand, the professor announces that now they only need to rescue the most important part of all. With a precise strike full of magic power, he breaks a massive stone barrier with a deafening crash. In the background, a massive ornate door is revealed with a colossal gargoyle statue positioned right at the top of the portal. Nain takes the small girl in armor on his lap and warns they only need to pass through that portal, alerting in a casual way that there is only a small obstacle in their path. At this moment, the yellow eyes of the colossal gargoyle shine intensely while the monster identifies the invader's presence. The creature comes to life and roars with authority, blocking the path and warning in a threatening way that nobody has permission to pass from there. Ignoring completely the threat, the professor explains in a calm way that gargoyles are a nearly extinct race, while the little girl thinks it's the best to see a talking statue. Annoyed with his opponent's disregard, the stone monster begins to yell furious, but the young man simply interrupts him in a cold way, saying the creature is too noisy. The professor's look gets frighteningly serious, and he warns the creature to not interrupt by any means the lessons of his young pupil. With the manifestation of a gigantic shark of pure crimson magic energy behind him, the gargoyle falls into absolute despair before that overwhelming power. Completely terrified, the gargoyle bows on the ground, begging for its life and swearing absolute loyalty to the young man, who thinks that sudden submission very useful for his future plans. He orders that the monster wait obediently for his return and follows forward with the little girl, receiving a fervent confirmation from his new and gigantic servant. Upon passing through the portal, they enter a sacred chamber and find the precious red gem floating brilliant over an altar, leaving Seer fascinated. The professor raises his hand and begins to channel his magic to initiate the merger and restoration process of the weapon parts. The parts of the shattered blade are placed side by side right below the gleaming, floating red gem for the final stage of the repair ritual. A blinding crimson light full of power involves completely the two in the hall while the magic sword is finally recreated. Nain asks Seer's opinion upon showing the imposing and brilliant red sword floating restored, and the girl confesses marveled that the weapon became incredibly beautiful. With a smile, the mentor confirms that that formidable weapon now is her official birthday gift, leaving the girl full of joy upon asking if that is really real. Raising the bright sword to the high with her small hands, Seer overflows happiness and thanks immensely her dear professor for that so incredible gift. The attributes of the legendary sword, called the Blood Tear Sword, reveal an increase of power in all combat statuses of Seer, multiplying her power by more than 500% when equipped. Back to Devada's castle, the girl runs excited to show the weapon to Cain, who questions, startled, the motive of giving a sword to a child, while the young man explains it is time to start the swordsmanship training. Cain stays jaw-dropped upon realizing they also brought a colossal gargoyle from floor 70, and the professor suggests in a casual way, giving the monster the name of Archelom. The butler comments, worried that the creature's size is too exaggerated just to do the gate guard, but Nain reveals with a mysterious smile that the monster's true function won't be to watch the castle. He comments in a mysterious way that, despite the monster seeming a bit fragile in comparison to the great demons, it certainly will be a perfect tool to deal directly with the human beings in the future. Cain reflects and agrees that the stone creature will be perfect to defend the transport portal zone, finding that strategic arrangement extremely adequate. The professor warns seriously the gargoyle that, if it proves useless for the defense, it will end up discarded, making the monster sweat cold and guarantee it will do a good job. Swapping subjects, the young man mentions he knew of the urgent report that the butler needed to deliver and suggests that the two talk in a more private way in the office. Already inside the private room, the mentor asks, surprised, if the demon lords Dantalion and Decarabia really entered in contact to join forces. Kane confirms the information with concern and alerts that if the rulers of floors 69 and 68 consolidate a large alliance, they will have severe problems to deal with this united army. The young man ponders that at the current moment they possess no forces for a direct military confrontation, but also cannot simply watch that union with crossed arms, concluding there exists only one logical exit. The butler asks if there is some strategic plan drawn, and the professor reveals that the best alternative is to destabilize Dantalion's power base, even aware that the adversary is cunning and very strong. Nain reminds that the enemy faction is famous for its merchant network, and Kane confirms, saying that the adversary lord believes firmly that commerce is the true gear that makes a floor progress. The young man highlights that any merchant's biggest treasure is mutual trust and questions. What would happen if he destroyed this relationship? Making the butler realize that the enemy faction would ruin on its own, Kane admits that the logic makes total sense, but reminds that that trust network took years of solid commerce to be built, questioning how the professor would manage to tear it down so fast. The mentor gives a half-smile from the side and clarifies in an enigmatic way that in no moment he mentioned he would do all that in just a single instant. He explains that Seer's preparation and the strengthening of her defenses will take about 5 years, a perfect period to slowly sabotage all of Dantalion's economic policies through the shadows. Using his vast knowledge of the times when he played the game, the professor plans to create a direct competition in the market of Floor 70 without exposing his own name directly in the business leadership. Kane notices the clever move and concludes that the young man will use Citri's influence once more, but the young man counters humorous, saying that that is just a beneficial mutual cooperation. The old man questions if the demon lord really would accept to run such size risk, but the young man guarantees that the commercial offer he will make will be too tempting for her to refuse. Kane asks what would be the revolutionary key product they would put for sale, and the young man answers with a mysterious smile that it will be something for which any merchant would kill to obtain. He reveals with a determined look that the plan consists of introducing and commercializing something totally non-existent inside the entire demon realm. Far from there, in the surroundings of the human city of Soder, in the Holy Nation, some local adventurers begin to spread intriguing rumors that call everyone's attention. Inside a busy tavern runs the rumor brought by an explorer that the demonic guards who defend the gates of the monster realm simply disappeared without leaving traces. The white-haired warrior insists that that is the perfect opportunity to invade the enemy territory and profit high hunting monsters, reminding that sheep horns are very valued in the human market. A pink-haired young girl raises her hand excited and states knowing exactly the location of a peaceful village of sheep demons, suggesting it will be very easy to obtain the horns of the tribe's children. Convinced by the facility of the mission, the mercenaries decide to depart immediately in direction of the demonic realm with the certainty that they will make a true fortune with the loots. Upon arriving at the transition portal in a mountainous region, the mercenaries find a crowd of hunters even bigger than normal, what confirms the veracity of the rumors about the lack of patrol. Suddenly, a heavy hand touches the blonde warrior's shoulder, and an unknown hunter asks if they can join the group to go to the village of the demons. Revealing themselves right behind them, a massive warrior wielding a battle axe and a novice with a crucifix await anxious for an answer. The two partners whisper, scared upon realizing that the newcomers are high-ranking hunters, and decide to accept the company right away to avoid any dangerous conflict. With the agreement sealed amiably, the armed adventurers advance with determination and cross the brilliant magic portal toward the territory of the demons. Outside the portal, a hunter tries to convince his colleague to enter the campaign, but the other refuses, scared, and warns that lately nobody else has managed to return with life from there. Already on the other side of the rift in the monster realm, the muscular warrior leads the group's march of 5 companions and alerts that, despite the apparent calm, they must not by any means lower their guard. While they debate about the famous academic theory that the demonic realm is structured in several floors, as if it were a massive tower, the white-haired scout suddenly interrupts the conversation and orders that everyone hide right away in the shadows. The pink-haired young girl points excited between the stones and warns her companions that she finally spotted the sheep demons right ahead. The muscular warrior wields his battle axe ready to initiate the massacre, but the blonde hunter interrupts him, proposing a deal before they start the attack. The higher-ranking hunter demands to stay with all the valuable horns of the hunt, leaving the young blonde dissatisfied for that being precisely the main objective of his group's trip. A heavy hand imbued with a strong golden magic energy touches Luke's shoulder in a quite intimidating way. releasing a threatening golden aura by his cleric partner's side. The warrior suggests in a mocking tone that the young man obey right away if he wants to keep his own body whole. Luke grinds his teeth of frustration upon realizing he was deceived since the start and that pair of veterans only wanted to use his group to steal all profits in an easy way. Without exit before such strong warriors, the young blonde accepts the imposed conditions and says that Rick will have to deal alone with all the combat from there ahead. Sudden, a violent tremor and a deafening crash make the floor shake under the feet of all hunters in the forest. The mercenaries try to balance themselves scared while they wonder if that deals with a sudden earthquake in the region. Rick gets furious with the massive dust cloud raised and complains that all that noise will scare the prey and make the demons flee from the village. But the warrior's complaint is interrupted when a colossal gargoyle descends from the skies with open wings, calling the hunters small invading rats. Rick stays completely paralyzed of dread upon recognizing the legendary and scary stone creature before his eyes. Realizing the deadly danger, the weaker hunters panic and decide to abandon the place and flee the fastest possible to save their lives. The white-haired hunter notices that his companion Ari is completely motionless and in shock, asking what is wrong with her in a desperate way, trembling with fear from feet to head. The girl only points in direction of the smoke and stammering states in shock that the patrols and guardians of the place returned. Hidden in the rear guard, the Legion soldiers position their spears and await anxiously for the orders of their commander, Rin El Raza. Rin El Raza focuses her relentless look on the invading hunters and answers with firmness that she possesses only a single battle directive. The commander draws her weapon and orders in high and good sound for her troops to capture absolutely all human mercenaries with life. Luke observes, surprised the capture camp, and notes that in a totally unexpected way, the demon soldiers are not killing any of the human prisoners. The young man questions himself in the middle of the cell darkness about what would be the real objective of keeping them alive in captivity. Back to the castle, Rin El Raza reports that throughout the last month they managed to capture 276 humans, but the young man ponders that this quantity still is not enough for his ambitions. The commander praises the fact of the mentor turning a weak point of the territory into a profitable hunting field, and Nain highlights that all this only was possible thanks to our column's help and the alliance with Floor 71. The professor thinks in a cold way that he will do what is necessary to reach the perfect final of his story, remembering that the humans in the original game were worse than useless insects and that mercy never brought anything good. However, Rin El Raza alerts that the plan to attract them worked even too well, and the local inhabitants of Floor 72 already begin to feel uncomfortable with the presence of so many captured humans nearby. Nain agrees it isn't good to have public opinion against them and plans to swap tactics, aware that the number of new captures decreased a lot and that they still require more human prisoners for the plan. The mentor concludes coldly that the exact moment arrived to alter the strategy of his business campaign. The young man exhibits a clever smile and asks for the commander if she knows some specialist capable of manipulating and controlling the mind of human beings. Nain plans to give the master stroke and make it so that the humans themselves want to come voluntarily to their territory. While in the human guild, the complaints about the more than 200 disappeared. People begin to heat up. In the hall of the Adventurers Guild of Sodor City, a furious warrior slams the table demanding to be able to work to guarantee his family's sustenance, while the receptionist apologizes explaining she follows superior orders. Other hunters observe the mess from afar and comment that, for some greedy adventurers, no reasonable reward of normal missions is sufficient in comparison with the high profits of sacking the demon realm. Suddenly, the guild doors are opened abruptly and young Luke enters staggering and begging for help, leaving the receptionist totally alarmed to see him in that deplorable state, with the attention of all hunters turned to him. The young man reveals out of breath that he just escaped from the demon realm and that all that disappeared were captured alive by the guardians. Desperate, he slams his hands on the counter and clamors for them to send a rescue force to save his friends, Ari and Dane, while the receptionist tries to calm him down in some way. At this moment, the renowned guildmaster of Sodor and top-ranking hunter, Adalbert Grants, descends the stairs and asks directly if the young man knows the reason why the demons decided to spare the humans' lives. Luke answers that unfortunately he doesn't know the answer, because his only priority at the time was to escape with life from that hostile territory. Upon noticing the distrust in the master's look, the young man resents and asks if he really doubts a survivor. Receiving an honest answer from Adalbert that the situation is indeed quite suspicious, Adalbert questions how a mere low-ranking adventurer managed to escape alone from that dangerous place, and focuses his sharp look on the young man's chest to listen to his heartbeats. The leader notices that the young man's heart accelerated suddenly in a very common way. In all liars he has already unmasked throughout his career. However, to Adalbert's surprise, the young man's heart rate suddenly stabilizes as if they had turned off a switch, revealing an extremely dirty and suspicious mental manipulation aura. The guildmaster accuses the young man directly of being under demon mind control, making the young man completely swap posture and give a strange and mocking smile, recognizing the insight of the top-ranking opponent. Luke's body under control draws a dagger and advances with a sadistic smile to attack. But before the young man can even deliver the strike, Adalbert draws his blade in a move fast as a lightning, knocking down the aggressor and ordering that his assistant alert all guilds of the region. He decrees with firmness that from that moment, it is strictly forbidden for any human to enter the demonic realm, receiving the immediate confirmation of his subordinate. While Adalbert announced in high voice the closing for indefinite time of the Soder portal to all present, a guard enters running desperate through the hall yelling for his master. The leader turns impatient, asking, "What is the new emergency?" While the messenger tries to recover breath to deliver the urgent news, the guard reveals that the other regional guilds just took a totally unexpected and hasty attitude about the portal situation. Far from there, in the city of Dorhan, belonging to the Northern Alliance, local adventurers begin to mobilize en masse, shouting, furious, that they will march to cut the head of all demons. Without any cautious planning, the northern mercenaries cross en masse the magic portal of their region, anxious to initiate a large-scale invasion of the monster's territory. In the capital Babylonia of the holy nation of Felix, heavily armed Templar knights also initiate their own religious crusade march, swearing death to all creatures of darkness. A few days before that big mess in the castle office, Rinel Raza reported that all humans under mind control were already prepared, making the young man smile upon noting that it was time to start attracting his prey. The professor had ordered that they send the last group of prisoners specifically to Soder City, and the commander commented there was a particularly troublesome human living in that region. The young man knew very well that in the original game, some human beings stood out as extremely annoying and hard to deal with enemies, one of them being the guildmaster of Soder and legendary assassin himself. For knowing the formidable skills of Master Adalbert Grants, Nain had planned his entire strategy so that the human leader always arrived a step late to intervene in the events. Back to the present, Varuna observes scared the human army crossing en masse the open portals. While the commander praises Nain's brilliant and scary mind for making that plan work so well, Rinel Raza reinforces that the role of their legion now is to guarantee the perfect execution of that capture trap. Receiving the immediate confirmation of her loyal vice commander Varuna orders that his troops use the special mana nets to capture the highest possible number of invaders alive, also giving green light for the gargoyle Arcolom to initiate its advance. In the middle of the mountains, a group of invading adventurers gets confused and scared upon realizing that the sky suddenly became dark and gloomy above them. A gigantic gargoyle descends from the skies with a terrifying crash, making the mercenaries shout in dread upon recognizing the legendary stone predator, with eyes shining in fury. Arcolom roars, proclaiming it will eliminate all invaders under the direct orders of its demon lord, making the humans back down defenseless. Taking advantage of the distraction generated by the stone monster's attack, Rinel Raza orders that her troops shoot immediately the mana nets into the gaps of the invaders' formation. From the high of the hills, Vice Commander Varuna points to the front and orders that all his soldiers prepare the net launchers immediately. With the command shout to shoot, a gigantic magic web is fired against the human adventurers who were trying to flee the canyon. Trapped and struggling to break free, the humans try to tear the ropes with their swords, but despair upon discovering that the nets were made with the tough giant spider silk. Suddenly, an experienced veteran cuts the web with a violent slash and calls the demonic forces filthy while clearing a path. One of the allied soldiers claims for Lord Rosenbach's name upon seeing him block the colossal gargoyle's devastating stomp with his heavy sword. The top-ranking Templar, Josen Rosenbach, roars with authority and orders that his men stay close while he opens the escape route by force. Upon seeing the elite paladin's resistance, Varuna comments that Arcolom alone does not possess enough magic suppression to stop him, making the commander suggest a direct charge to clear the surroundings. In this instant, a powerful warrior of dark skin and purple hair volunteers for the mission and asks for the commander to leave that task under his responsibility. He channels an intense purple electrical energy and warns that his Asura warrior clan never will commit the same mistake of the past of being caught by surprise before. Transforming. Feeling the approach of that immense hostile magic energy signature, the veteran Templar widens his eyes, completely shocked. Moving like a true dark shadow through the battlefield, the demonic warrior cuts the invaders' formation with extreme ease and precision. With a sadistic smile on his face, the horned creature observes the damage and calls the fleeing adventurers filthy pests that only serve to dirty the realm's soil, elevating even more his overwhelming purple aura. The clan commander dominates completely the combat hall without giving reaction chances to the opponents. The surviving hunters drop their weapons on the floor and flee desperate to save their lives, aware that any resistance attempt now would be totally useless. With absolute control of the situation, the commander orders in a cold way that his soldiers play a bit with the fugitives before capturing absolutely all of them alive. Back to the Imperial Castle. The professor praises the excellent results with minimal damages obtained in the operation, while the generals humbly attribute the success to the perfect plan drawn by the mentor. The young man thanks formally the crocodile commander Epsilon and his vice commander Zeta for the excellent performance of their 5th Legion in the first official mission in field, congratulating the two for the safe return. The two officers bow in deep respect and thank the recognition, receiving Nain's final order to lead the cleaning and organization of the battlefield. The professor opens the large doors of Seer's private room and asks if she waited a long time, receiving a cheerful answer from the little girl that she just arrived and is savoring a delicious pudding. While caressing with care Seer's hair, Nain instructs his butler Kane to initiate the preparations to leak strategic information to the demon merchants, ordering also to separate about 200 high-value prisoners and free the remainder. Kane adjusts his monocle, startled, and questions the motive of freeing the captives after all the work they had to capture them, asking if the young man plans to initiate a direct negotiation with the human nations. The professor confirms with a clever smile that the intention is to pressure the human governments, but the butler alerts with caution that they are still too weak to declare open war against the great powers of the world of men. Kane reminds in first place of the fearsome holy nation of Felix, known as the single and extremely fervent religious state of the human continent. In second place, he highlights the powerful Bismarck Empire, the single sovereign nation that possesses the authority to crown a supreme emperor. And by last, he mentions the influential Northern Alliance, formed strategically by the union of 7 imposing military fortresses in the glacial region. Nain agrees that those human nations are in fact quite troublesome, but argues in a brilliant way that refusing any type of negotiation would be a gross strategic mistake at the moment. Little Seer gets confused and asks why they couldn't fight back if they are so strong, and the professor explains patiently that for the humans being the first to invade their realm, the diplomatic blame is totally on the human side. He teaches that, if they propose to resolve everything peacefully demanding only a financial compensation in exchange for the prisoners' lives and the kings refuse, the monarchs will lose instantly all trust of their own people. Facing the girl's innocent question, if that is even so important, the mentor caresses her head and teaches that for any demon lord ruler, maintaining the solidity of their power base and popular support is the most vital thing that exists. Convinced by the young man's wisdom, Kane bows respectfully and accepts the order to select the 200 most valuable human prisoners and promises to summon only the best blacksmiths of the realm for the next project. Seer asks curious what they intend to manufacture summoning so many blacksmiths, and Nain answers with a smile that the intention is to create something to sell. The little girl questions if products inspired by humans truly would have exit in the market, while the young man says that probably yes, changing the focus to the king's reaction about the hostages' rescue. Sitting on his luxurious throne, Emperor Claude von Bismarck comments surprised that this is the first time he receives a rescue demand coming from demons, since he always thought their realm was just fun for adventurers. The advisors debate that something changed on the other side, and that if the creatures had the intention to invade the world of men, they would have simply declared war instead of negotiating. When the sovereign asks the exact value charged for the lives, the minister reports that the demand is 50 kilograms of gold, 200 kilograms of silver, and 2 tons of iron for each group of 20 people. Claude thinks the charge is abusive and suggests a severe punishment. But one of his subordinates begs for them to accept the conditions for the good and safety of the captured citizens. The emperor asks explanations from Marquis Levine Ebert, who argues in a sensible way that the blame of all this mess was unicamente of the imprudent actions of the Adventurers Guild, what leaves them without legitimate motives to attack. The monarch counters annoyed, questioning if justifications really matter when the adversary on the other side is composed of demons. The Marquis insists that it is precisely for this that they need to have caution, since currently they make not the slightest idea of the real military power that the demonic realm possesses. He adds that many of the captured adventurers were of rank A or higher, warriors equivalent to official knights who fell without a single one managing to escape. Totally infuriated, the emperor punches the throne arm and shouts indignant about how such a powerful empire would be forced to bow before demons. Because of an incident of these, the minister alerts that ignoring the hostages would destroy the emperor's reputation with the people, forcing the sovereign to swallow pride, accept the deal, and order that his spies watch every step of the demons, foaming with anger for having been cornered. He mentally swears that the demons will pay very expensive for this historic humiliation in the future. In the demon's castle, Cain the butler brings the report that the majority of human nations accepted to negotiate, leaving Nan quite satisfied to see that the plan worked. The young man instructs the butler to take the prisoners to the deadly zone right in the morning, where the meeting with the human envoys has already been previously marked for the swap. He delivers the letter with a clear ultimatum that, if the human realms don't answer until the end of that week, the demons will take care personally of the destiny of the remaining hostages. In a large courtyard, several demon artisans coming even from the 71st floor talk, confused without understanding the motive of having been summoned so suddenly by the demon lord. The buzz ceases right away when firm steps begin to echo through the courtyard, signaling the arrival of the big authorities. The workers are surprised to see rulers Seer and Citri walking together, accompanied closely by the mysterious young human who acts as mentor. Citri takes the front to give welcome to the blacksmiths of all floors, recognizing that everyone there must be dying of curiosity about the motive of the meeting. The leader asks for everyone to look with attention to the main stage, revealing dozens of captured weapons exposed before them. The demon artisans stay completely marveled upon seeing the swords from close, praising the technical perfection of those true forged masterpieces. However, the climate changes completely when the ruler reveals that those weapons belong to ordinary human adventurers, making the demons' pride speak louder as they spit on the ground for praising their enemies' trash. She explains that the true purpose of the meeting is to make them analyze meticulously each human equipment to recreate them with the highest possible fidelity. One of the blacksmiths feels deeply insulted and questions if she is implying that their work is inferior to the point of needing to copy the human's trash. Nain appears holding 2 swords and coldly orders that they stop wasting time and resources, manufacturing second-rate weapons, and start working right away. The blacksmiths get outraged with the young man's audacity and accuse him of uttering imprudent words, even being Seer's master, but he counters, stating that that is not an insult, but rather an indisputable fact. To prove his point of view, the young mentor proposes a simple test and asks what would happen if they collided one of their own blades. He draws the sword manufactured by the blacksmiths of the world of men to perform the practical demonstration, raising the 2 weapons under the clear sky of the courtyard. The young man challenges the demons to guess which of the swords will shatter first with the impact. Nain calms the artisans, explaining he doesn't want an exact copy, but that they study the strong points of human equipment to forge own and better weapons, challenging their pride upon asking if they preferred to leave this great task to the humans they despise so much. In the middle of the silence, a blue blacksmith named Doomgrim takes a step forward and accepts the challenge to analyze the human's work, surprising the other artisans present there. The blacksmith highlights that, for not knowing the human's forge techniques, the analysis process will take some time, and Nain guarantees he will have all resources and the necessary time for that. The mentor then suggests naming Doomgrim as the leader of the operation, receiving the cheerful approval of Seer and the agreement of Citri to put him officially in command of the project. Nan delivers a special badge to Doomgrim, explaining that that brooch will give him the necessary authority to coordinate and give orders to all other blacksmiths of the realm. Some older blacksmiths begin to protest, indignant for having been left aside by a novice, but are interrupted immediately by a cold order of silence coming from Nan. The young man explains with firmness that a true leader is that who assumes the responsibility and takes the first step, questioning the right to complain of who didn't even have courage to volunteer, or if they are challenging the direct orders of their lords, trembling with dread before the young man's intimidating look. The complainers back down in a hurry and swear they never had the intention to disobey. He warns with seriousness that disobeying Doomgrim will be considered the same as ignoring Seer's and Citri's orders, and, case someone dares to do that, will be summarily executed right there, releasing a dark and scary aura that quiets everyone once and for all emotioned with the vote of confidence and the protection of his sovereigns. Doomgrim falls on his knees in deep respect. The blacksmith promises with all his heart that he will dedicate each drop of his sweat to fulfill with perfection the desires of his new masters. Back to the quarters, Citri brags, expecting a praise, but Naim prefers to pat Seer's hair for having behaved so well, making the other sovereign complain for being ignored. The young man comments she is already quite big to stay begging for praises, but ends up yielding and congratulates his ally in an ironic way just to massage her ego. Citri decides to swap subjects and asks about the new commercial venture where her name will be used, and Nen confirms that, as the 70th floor now is hers, they will pay a commission and a part of the profits without her needing to worry about the paperwork. She stays quite interested in the proposal and questions how exactly would be made the division of these profits generated by the business. When the demon lord suggests dividing everything half and half, the young man counters on the spot saying that that is a blatant robbery and threatens to cancel the deal. While Seer grumbles that the ally is a true cheater, Citri argues desperate that they are using her name to profit, but upon seeing that Nain is willing to find another path, she backs down scared and accepts decreasing her part to only 10%. Nain continues firm and warns with a serious look that, if she insists on receiving this amount, they will have to cut the supply of special equipments for her troops. Knowing that the market fluctuates and that the quality of those weapons is on another level, she decides to leave pride aside and accepts a smaller slice in the profits as long as the military supply remains guaranteed. Satisfied, the mentor says that now they finally are understanding each other and proposes closing her commission at 5%, guaranteeing that, despite seeming little, the final value will be gigantic. The young lady questions how he can have so much certainty before even starting to sell, and the young man pretends to be hurt with her lack of confidence after everything he already demonstrated until there. She resolves to sign the contract, but asks if the demon artisans will manage to really replicate with precision the human body proportions, and the young man guarantees yes, remembering in silence that that was a strategy he had already tested and proven in the game. While she signs the documents, the young man explains that the demon lords are so powerful that weapons lost meaning for them, making it so that the forged technology of the realm stayed outdated and inferior to that of humans. The young man adds with a smile that a single ruler cannot fight all battles alone, making the army equipment something vital, being this the exact motive of her having accepted the partnership. The mentor comforts his ally, saying they have materials to spare to study and reach the humans level quickly, extending a new document in direction of her case. She still has some doubt. He warns she still has the chance to give up the business if she wants, but the demon lord reacts indignant and asks why on earth she would waste an opportunity to obtain such valuable equipments for free. However, upon reading the new clauses that put all responsibility of a possible failure over her shoulders, Citri revolts with the sudden swap of cooperation terms. She widens her eyes, completely horrified upon realizing the true hidden intention behind that contract of harmless appearance. With an enigmatic and victorious smile on his face, the young mentor only reminds his partner that absolutely nothing in this world comes for free. In the castle dungeons, the human prisoners face the despair of being locked, while Eri asks afflicted if they truly will manage to leave there with life and what would have happened to Luke. She laments that the days are passing and that, instead of rescuing someone, the demons keep bringing each time more human captives to the cells. Suddenly, Nain's voice echoes through the hallway, asking if the sorting of the prisoners already finished, calling the attention of Dane and Eri, who stay intrigued about who would be that mysterious young man. Observing Nain from afar talking with Kane the butler, Dane feels a terrible shiver down the spine and notices that that young man emanates a scary and perverted presence. The iron door of one of the cells is opened with a loud creak, and the armed guards begin to remove some selected prisoners. One of the captured men tries to resist desperately and shouts for them to release him immediately from the chains. In continuation, the guards remove Dane and Eri with care, making the two young people ask scared where they are being taken. Nain orders that the guards stop and asks directly the names of the two young people, who identify themselves timidly as Eri and Dane. With a penetrating and serious look, the young man asks if they by chance know someone called Luke. The pair reacts with revolt, saying that that question is a joke since it was the demons themselves who captured him, what makes Nain deduce that Luke in fact was caught together with them. The young man gives a restrained laugh upon linking the dots and realizing that Luke was precisely the adventurer who was active in Soder City. He asks immediately for Kane the butler to bring him a pen and a paper to make some fast notes. After drawing quickly a portrait, Nan points to the sheet and asks the young people if they recognize the person drawn there. Dane and Eri widen their eyes, completely shocked upon seeing Luke's face perfectly drawn, questioning horrified how the demon would know of his appearance. The young man asks the butler if that man made part of the mind manipulation work performed by Commander Rin previously, and Kane confirms that he was sent back to Soder City. Nain opens a mean smile upon celebrating his tremendous luck and orders that the guards take the prisoners to his private office as soon as the sorting finishes. While walking through the castle hallways, he recalls that in the original game, when human hostility passed from a certain limit, 3 legendary heroes arose to combat the demonic threat. And for his surprise, one of these 3 legendary Destiny heroes was precisely young Luke, the hero of the sword. He knows very well that the relentless guildmaster Adalberk never would leave alive a human being who was under the effect of demon mind control. Sitting at his table, the young man reflects about how he ended up eliminating one of humanity's biggest trumps without wanting to, being interrupted by the knock on the door indicating the guest's arrival. He observes the entrance of Dane and Aerie, remembering that in the original game, the two had an incredible combat potential under Luke's tutelage, being a complete waste selling them as simple slaves. Without detours, the young mentor makes a direct offer for the 2 survivors to start working and serving directly under his command. Kane the butler enters in panic with the bold proposal and alerts that keeping human beings in Seer's close circle will bring grave problems and distrust among the other demons. Kane questions the real intentions behind that dangerous choice, but Nain only asks for the old butler to not worry and guarantees he has his own motives for that. Facing the 2 young prisoners with an enigmatic smile, the young man asks what will be their decision, promising to spare their lives and give adequate rewards to each one's effort. He explains coldly that they can refuse and go back to the dungeons where they will be sold as miserable slaves, or end up having the same tragic destination of their old companion. With a scary coldness that freezes the blood of those present, the young man reveals directly that Luke is dead. Dane loses his head from so much fury and advances shouting that the blame for Luke's capture was the demons, but the mentor counters saying that it wasn't his troops that took his life. With a challenging look, the young man reveals that the true killer was the guild leader of Soder himself, who eliminated their companion without hesitating after he had been sent back there. While Aerie stays paralyzed in tears without wanting to believe that the kind Adalberk would do something so cruel, the young man insists for them to take a definitive decision once and for all. Although he hesitates quite a bit to serve creatures he always considered enemies, Dane questions with distrust if the young man really will guarantee their survival in exchange for the cooperation before the impasse. Aerie takes the initiative and states in a decided way that she accepts to work for the mentor of the demons. Totally indignant with the friend's sudden choice, Dane asks if she went crazy for trusting demons, but Aerie counters, questioning what would be the difference between their treatment and what they received from the humans themselves. She clenches her fists, furious upon recalling the past humiliation, mentioning that the human society ignored them and despised them for not possessing money nor political power. With tears in her eyes, the young woman shouts that she doesn't want to die and much less be sold as any slave, deciding to grab that single real opportunity to swap her destination. She knows very well she is accepting a dangerous proposal, aware that she is making a true pact with the devil himself upon allying with Nen. Without better alternatives and deeply frustrated with reality, Dane bites his lip with force without managing to contain his own impotence. Swallowing his own pride, the young man surrenders and accepts the proposal, begging for Nain to fulfill the promise and asking what exactly they must do. Nain turns his back and answers in an extremely cold way that their single task is to train a lot, since in the current weak state the 2 are completely useless to him. He raises his fingers and gives an ultimatum that they have exactly 3 years to prove their true value, or they won't have any future from there forward. Shortly after, in the castle courtyard, Nain begins a new swordplay lesson for little Seer, who cheers happily since she absolutely loves training. Knowing from his inherited memories that the girl possesses a natural talent for blades, the young man prepares to teach her the core fundamentals of combat before starting the practical application. He instructs her that she needs to hold the sword with both hands, prompting the little girl to ask worriedly where she should leave her teddy bear during training. Although he knows the toy is a precious keepsake from her late father, the young man patiently insists that she put it down for just a few minutes during the lesson. Seeing Seer accept putting the toy away without a single complaint, Nain feels a wave of happiness as he realizes the immense level of trust the little one places in him. The girl gently places the teddy bear on the ground and sweetly asks it to be good and wait for her until the training is over. The mentor steps closer and begins to adjust Seer's hand placement on the hilt, instructing her step by step on how to hold the sword properly. She adopts the starting stance with fierce determination and asks if her posture looks good, receiving an approving nod from the young man. When asked if she had ever trained before, Seer reveals that this is her very first time, leaving Nain highly impressed to see that she can wield the heavy magical sword flawlessly without any struggle. He explains that today's focus will strictly be on the basic slashing motion, which serves as the foundation of all swordplay, and asks her to pay close attention to his demonstration. With a swift and incredibly precise movement, the young man delivers a swing into the air that generates a powerful gust of wind across the courtyard. The little girl's eyes sparkle with absolute admiration, and she is encouraged by her mentor to try and replicate the same strike under his supervision. Planting her feet firmly on the ground to gain momentum, Seer raises her crimson magical blade with intense concentration. As she delivers the strike with all her might, a colossal dark aura seems to materialize right behind the little ruler. The impact of the attack releases a gigantic, devastating wave of energy that obliterates the stone floor of the courtyard in the blink of an eye. Facing the absurd and completely unexpected damage caused by a simple, basic training strike, the young mentor widens his eyes, utterly unable to believe what he is seeing. He realizes with a shock that the famous Sword of Blood Tears is performing far more powerfully than in the original game, granting an overwhelming 500% bonus to all of the girl's attributes. Completely oblivious to the destruction around her, Seer asks with an innocent smile if she did everything right, and the young man gulps as he congratulates her on the excellent performance. Fearing for the structural integrity of his own castle, the young man declares that training with real weapons is over and announces that from then on, they will only use wooden swords. The little girl understands her mentor's decision and suddenly remembers something important she needs to bring up with him. With a serious look and a dark aura, Seer mentions that she noticed the presence of a few humans hiding in the castle, including a girl among them, and asks what is going on. Hiding the fact that he brought the young humans on purpose to train them in secret, Nain reassures the girl by saying they are just studying on their own, and that she remains his only true disciple suspicious. The little girl pouts and calls it a lie, pointing out that he also teaches Citri, but the young man explains that his relationship with the other ruler is purely commercial and highly beneficial for their kingdom. Seer looks at the young man expectantly and asks if he will always be her exclusive mentor when all is said and done. With a warm smile on his face, the young man soothes her by promising that indeed she is his one and most precious pupil. She celebrates happily at the sweet response. But the wholesome moment is cut short when one of the prisoners timidly approaches to speak with Nain. At that moment, the butler Kane steps forward to whisper a secret into the young man's ear, revealing that Seer's birthday is just around the corner. Upon learning the big news, the young man sighs thoughtfully, realizing he now has a major problem to solve before the celebration date. He decides to ask Citri for advice, who playfully complains about him bringing up such a topic so suddenly and without any prior warning. Shaking off her laziness, the demon lord stands up and tells the young man to trust her and just spill whatever is on his mind. Upon learning that the matter involves little Seer, the young woman asks curiously if they had a fight. Seeing this as a golden opportunity to recruit Nain to her own territory, she feels a bit let down to discover that the young man is simply worried about choosing a decent birthday gift for the girl, and she puts on a grumpy face. Nain notices her disappointment and makes it clear once and for all that she can get any wild ideas out of her head, as he has absolutely no intention of abandoning the 72nd floor. She accepts the answer and suggests giving simple things the girl loves, like dolls, pudding, or a delicious cake, but the young man feels those options seem way too ordinary for the occasion. Citri teases the young man for wanting to give his pupil something so special, while he silently reflects that, to achieve the game's best ending, raising Seer's affection level is just as vital as her military growth. The young woman then advises that every girl loves pretty and shiny things, reminding him of an antique crown stored in the vault that the little girl had taken a liking to in the past, though it was way too big for her head. She suggests that the young man simply have the accessory resized, making Nain agree and admit that, surprisingly, his ally had an excellent idea this time around, ignoring Citri's annoyed complaints about being teased. The young man begins to plan in secret how he will sneak into Seer's room to retrieve the hidden jewelry without ruining the surprise late at night. Nain begins to tiptoe silently through the castle's dark corridors alongside Cecily, asking the maid if the girl really went out to grab a snack. Cecily, who happily volunteered to assist in the covert operation, confirms with a smile that the head chef is serving pudding in the dining hall at this very moment. Taking great care not to make the slightest sound, the young man reaches out and slowly turns the doorknob to Seer's bedroom. But before they can even take a step inside, the two are caught off guard by Seer running excitedly down the hallway toward them, completely ruining the stealth plan. The girl hugs him happily, saying she felt his mana signature approaching her room, leaving the mentor to lament internally that he almost spoiled the entire birthday surprise. Curious about his presence there at such an hour, Seer asks the reason for his visit, and the young man improvises an excuse, saying it is a beautiful night, and he decided to invite her out for a stroll. He tells Cecily that they are just going for a short walk through the gardens, receiving a knowing nod from the maid to assure him not to worry about the rest of the surprise plan. As they step outside under the starry sky, the little girl gazes in wonder at the massive, glowing full moon shining bright above. Nain gently pats the little one's hair as he notices how much she adores shiny things, feeling internally relieved that he chose to have the crown restored as her gift. He sweetly asks her to always take care of herself and to let him know immediately if she ever feels tired, emphasizing that she never needs to push herself past her limit. Staring intently at her mentor with a gentle smile, the little girl reveals that she likes him and his lessons very much, which makes no training session feel too difficult. She enthusiastically requests to learn even more techniques, and the young man agrees with a kind smile, reminding her that resting her body is just as important as the learning process itself. Seeing the little girl happily agree with his suggestion, Nain watches her with tenderness and mentally hopes she never loses that sweet innocence. As the young man decides to guide the little one back inside the castle, the maid Cecily gives a discreet signal from the window, indicating she managed to retrieve the crown without any issues. Sometime later, Nan pays a surprise visit to Doomgrim's workshop on the 70th floor of the Demon Realm. He explains that he would like to commission a special piece for Seer, showing him the antique crown and asking the blacksmith to forge the jewelry into a smaller size suitable for her head. The blacksmith guarantees he knows the perfect artisan for such a delicate task, and the young mentor sets a 1-week deadline for delivery. Demanding absolute secrecy so as not to ruin Seer's surprise, Doomgrim promises to keep it a secret and takes the opportunity to report that their research on human weaponry is progressing day and night, though the initial prototypes are not yet ready to be showcased. The young man understands the situation and encourages the blacksmith to work without rushing to ensure a flawless result, leaving the artisan highly motivated to make the project a success. Satisfied with having sorted out the gift issue, Nain walks peacefully back to the castle when he is suddenly startled by the sound of desperate crying echoing from afar. He rushes to see what happened and finds the maids trying to comfort little Seer, who is crying a river after noticing the absence of her favorite mentor. The head maid, Leah, tries to calm her down by offering a delicious plate of pudding, but the little girl flatly refuses to eat without the young man there. Everyone present falls into a state of absolute shock upon realizing the girl has become so upset that she is turning down her favorite sweet in the entire world. With tears still streaming down her face, the little girl stops crying as she looks up with her blue eyes and finally spots her master standing at the entrance. Without a second thought, she runs at full speed and throws herself into Nain's arms in a tight hug full of relief. The young man holds her gently and sweetly, asks why she was crying so desperately. The maids quickly approach and explain that the little girl panicked, thinking her master had left for good because he slipped away without letting anyone know. Nain smiles kindly to soothe her, apologizing for his sudden disappearance and suggesting they go inside to talk things through sitting on his throne with the girl on his lap. The mentor admits he was careless and affectionately asks what made her feel so terrified. With teary eyes, Seer timidly confesses she was frightened by the possibility of him leaving, prompting the young man to try and reassure her right away. Raising his index finger, he sincerely promises that he will stay by her side to protect her until she grows strong and reaches the absolute peak of the demon realm's power. However, instead of calming down, the little girl questions with a sad gaze if that means he will abandon her once she accomplishes that final goal. The young man is left speechless as he recalls that his actual plan is simply to beat the game so he can return to his original world, something he knows very well he could never reveal to the girl. To avoid hurting her feelings, he lies with a smile on his face and guarantees he will always be by her side, causing Seer to ask expectantly if that is truly the case. He changes the subject by offering a plate of pudding to celebrate, and though Seer smiles and agrees, she notices deep down in her heart that this was the very first time her mentor had ever lied to her. Aware that the young man will surely depart once he achieves his mysterious objective, the little girl vows to herself that she will not allow him to leave her under any circumstances. With a dark obsession growing in her chest, she mentally repeats that he is her master and must stay by her side forever, even if she has to push herself twice as hard to make it happen. Flashing a subtle and chilling smile, the little ruler decides in secret that she will never let her beloved mentor slip through her fingers in the future. A week passes, and the big day of Seer's birthday finally arrives, with the castle trumpets announcing the grand entry of the little queen into the main hall, wearing a beautiful party dress and holding hands with Nain. The girl walks down the grand staircase to the warm applause and greetings of all the gathered guests. She thanks everyone with a cheerful wave, causing Commander Rin to absolutely melt at the adorable sight, while her second-in-command, Varuna, tells her to maintain her military composure. Vice Commander Varuna steps forward with a handsome smile and hands over the gift that he and his leader prepared with great care for the birthday girl. Seer is delighted as she opens the package and sees the lovely present. Offering a thank you with a smile that leaves Vice Commander Varuna feeling extremely honored, Citri teases, saying the wrapping is a bit modest for a ruler, but ends up being challenged by the guests to show the gift she prepared herself with a confident smile. The Demon Lord claps her hands and orders her surprise to be brought into the hall immediately. Nain and Seer look toward the entrance in confusion as they see something completely unexpected approaching the birthday party. Citri reveals a massive statue made of solid gold in Seer's likeness, proudly explaining that a demon ruler needs to know how to display her own grandeur. The young man admits the idea wasn't half bad and praises his ally's thoughtful side, to which she snaps back, pretending to be upset because she can't tell if that was an actual compliment. Seer gives a thumbs up and thanks her cheerfully, leaving the Demon Lord quite satisfied to see that all her effort paid off. As the most anticipated moment of the night arrives, Nain announces that it is finally his turn to present his gift and calls for Doomgrim to bring out the order. The blacksmith hands the decorated box to the young man, who praises the artisan for his craftsmanship and asks Butler Kane to hold Seer's teddy bear for a moment so she can open the package. The old butler is caught off guard and feels quite awkward being tasked with holding a plush toy right in the middle of the grand imperial banquet hall. Looking at her master with great anticipation, the little girl asks if she can open the box now and receives his affectionate permission. The moment she lifts the lid, a radiant golden light illuminates Seer's face, leaving her completely dazzled by what she sees. The young man gently places the beautiful gold and ruby crown, perfectly adjusted, onto the little ruler's white hair. Nain wishes her a happy birthday with a gentle smile, receiving an extremely warm and emotional thank you from his dear pupil, carrying the little girl in his arms through the hall. He asks if she truly liked the present and receives a joyful shout of confirmation. The mentor notes that Seer's hair is turning increasingly white as her training progresses, indicating that her external mana flow is finally stabilizing. Suddenly, the young man spots something unusual on the girl's head and asks her to stay completely still for a moment as he takes a closer look. Gently brushing her hair aside with his fingers, his eyes widen in complete shock as he discovers the tip of a small horn sprouting there. Panicking, he calls over Butler Kane, asking if the growth of those horns is some kind of severe illness, but the old man clarifies that this is perfectly natural for demon lords and that Citri herself has them too. While the butler silently wonders about Nain's mysterious background and lack of basic knowledge, the young man sighs in relief to find out the little girl isn't suffering from any pain. The little queen smiles, reassuring him that she isn't feeling any discomfort at all, bringing an immense sense of relief to her master's heart. Kane timidly advises that demon horns are extremely sensitive and that he needs to be very careful when touching them from now on. A few days after the festivities, Nain meets with Doomgrim outside to evaluate the preparations and the newly ordered weapon prototypes. The blacksmith appears highly apprehensive and worried about the young man's decision to field test the new blades immediately, fearing what would happen if they turned out to be a complete failure. With the wisdom of a true leader, the young man comforts the artisan, explaining that failing also brings valuable experience that serves as fuel to reach an even better result on the next attempt. He asks the blacksmith not to be so tense about the practical test, receiving a respectful and ready nod from the artisan. As he wields the new rustic sword crafted by Doomgrim, the young man inspects the blade with interest and notes that the external appearance turned out excellent. With a gentle smile, the young man asks little Seer to take a few steps back to avoid any danger during the demonstration of force. Silence fills the castle courtyard as all the blacksmiths watch intently as the young man positions himself before the wooden test target. Concentrating his mana flow, the young mentor raises the rustic sword high and delivers an overwhelming vertical strike toward the obstacle. Doomgrim gulps and holds his breath, anxious to see if his creation will pass the rigid strength test. Seeing the blade slice through the wooden target with extreme precision without taking the slightest damage, Nain smiles contentedly and congratulates the blacksmith on the excellent work. The other artisans celebrate emotionally over the successful forge, while the young man comments that with just a few minor adjustments to the blade's edge, the weapon will be ready for mass distribution. The mentor gives a friendly pat on Doomgrim's shoulder and lets him know he is counting on his talent for the production of the next line of equipment, receiving a highly determined response from the blacksmith. Little Seer comes running over and asks if it is finally time to kick off their big, mysterious plan, and Nain cheerfully confirms that they can truly begin far from there. Strong rumors begin to spread across the taverns that human-quality weapons are about to be traded within the demon realm. On the 69th floor, known as the Wild Floor, Lord Wayne hears from his advisor that the neighboring 70th floor is selling extremely rare equipment, but he dismisses the information as mere groundless rumor. The advisor insists that the blades have a human-grade build quality and that many are being produced locally, questioning what they would do if their neighbors' weapons truly matched the quality of human forges. Wayne lets out a scornful laugh, finding that impossible, but decides to send an emissary to investigate the location personally and settle the matter once and for all, realizing that the venture could be highly lucrative if the rumor turns out true. Another merchant decides to tag along on the investigation to avoid missing a good financial opportunity. The commercial espionage plan spreads rapidly, causing several influential nobles of the realm to move toward the Demon Lord's castle. Upon arriving at the lavish palace, the invited merchants are surprised to realize that the new weapons business is being run directly inside the castle of the Demon Lord himself. Sitting on her throne with Nain by her side, Citri gives an official welcome to all the guests and thanks them for coming, guided only by simple rumors. The merchants whisper in surprise as they note that Little Seer is also present, confirming the rumors that the powerful alliance between the two floors is real and rock solid. With so much authority gathered in one place, the tension begins to rise across the assembly hall. Taking the floor with an imposing presence, Citri officially announces that the weapons offered were forged in her own lands with quality identical to human ones, guaranteeing its truth on her very honor. The buyers widen their eyes in shock to see a demon ruler put her own reputation on the line as a guarantee, realizing the immense level of confidence she has in the product. However, she dictates a strict condition that she will only share commercial details with those who genuinely wish to do business, leaving the door open for uninterested parties to leave immediately. Unleashing an overwhelming and extremely intimidating crimson aura, the ruler coldly warns that anyone who hears the trade secrets and backs out at the end will not leave that castle alive. One of the trembling merchants gulps and asks if that is a threat, but she merely counters calmly, saying it is simply a friendly heads up. While a few terrified nobles turn around and flee the hall in a rush, Duke Bennett decides to swallow his fear and remain on site to view the weapons up close. Bennett comments that he views this intimidating situation as a golden opportunity to strengthen ties with an influential ruler, receiving wishes of good luck from his companions, who decided to leave shortly after, with only 20 buyers remaining in the hall just as planned. Nan calms his ally and announces that the real sales show is about to begin. The young man steps forward and officially introduces himself to the merchants as Seer's mentor and the true mastermind behind the entire multi-million business. He clarifies that Citri is merely a business partner, which leaves the merchants horrified to realize that a mere human youth has turned a powerful demon lord into his simple frontman. Wasting no time, the young man presents his first proposal, a 3-year exclusivity contract with a 60-40 profit split, where the larger 60% share would go to the castle. Although they find the contract duration fair, one of the merchants questions such an unequal profit split, and the mentor explains that production involves a complex operation between two completely different floors. While the young man mentally calculates the actual breakdown to secure financial control, Citri grumbles in secret about how shameless he is for leaving her with a mere 5% of the profits in the end. The buyers review the proposal and agree that, even with the smaller share, securing 40% of the profits from human-quality weapons still represents an absolute fortune for them. To definitively prove the unmatched quality of the castle's weapons, the young man displays both models side by side on the stage and challenges the merchants to compare their prototype against an authentic sword forged by humans. The merchants begin evaluating the swords and are left completely jaw-dropped, admitting in shock that the finish and the quality of the metal are truly top-tier. One of them gulps as he realizes the absurd profit he will make by monopolizing such valuable weapons for 3 years, ironically commenting that Lord Wayne was completely wrong about the rumors. When questioned about the monthly delivery volume, Nain sets a limit of 400 blades per month, divided into 20 for each buyer, which causes some concern since it is a bit low for business demands. With an enigmatic smile on his face, the young man praises the buyer's perception and reveals that they are not just trading ordinary swords, but rather entire sets of warfare equipment. The merchant gets excited upon deducing that they will also receive armor sets and helmets, while the young mentor snaps his fingers to kick off the second part of his commercial presentation. He confidently confirms that the partnership will cover practically every category of military equipment available. Upon hearing that the list includes spears, axes, and full sets of light and heavy armor, the buyer celebrates, noting that such a variety is more than enough to make any merchant rich. Observing the roaring success of the negotiations, Citri internally regrets not demanding a higher profit percentage, though she admits she would have been left out entirely had she pushed too hard. She knows the young man would have simply closed the deal without her if pressed, while one of the merchants interrupts her thoughts by asking what the second business proposal would be. Nain closely observes Duke Bennett's expression, realizing that the shrewd buyer has had his eyes on the major market opportunity since the very start of the meeting. Recalling that in the original game Bennett was the powerful leader of a massive merchant guild, the young man recognizes his great influence and decides it would be highly advantageous to bring him over to his side. The mentor lets those present know that no one is forced to accept the exclusivity contract, which leads Bennett to cleverly deduce that the limited stock makes those goods even more valuable on the market. The young man smiles internally, knowing that while some buyers will hesitate at the strict rules, others will fight tooth and nail to secure their share of the partnership. He decides that seeing practical results with their own eyes will be better than any explanation, and announces he needs to step away for a brief moment, receiving a cheerful cheer from Little Seer curious to find themselves being guided down into the depths of the castle dungeons. The merchants hear from Nain that the second business proposal involves the prisoners captured on the 72nd floor. As they descend the stairs, everyone is greeted by the furious and desperate shouts of the human prisoners locked behind the iron bars. The humans scream, begging for help, causing one of the merchants to widen his eyes in shock upon realizing that the second proposal concerns the slave trade. Nain praises the buyer's quick thinking and coldly explains that they have already selected the most useful prisoners, though they cannot guarantee a steady supply in the future. He adds that the human-human trafficking business is quite risky, making it very clear that those interested can remain in the dungeon while the others should wait outside. Bennett analyzes the situation cautiously, knowing that human slaves are extremely difficult to handle and that most demons loathe them out of pure moral principle, though he senses there is something more going on. With a greedy smile, he recognizes that influential nobles would pay fortunes for slaves and decides to accept the human trafficking proposal, while the other terrified buyers prefer to turn down the offer. Noting that only 5 brave buyers remain in the dungeon, the young man approves of the partner selection and decides to begin the detailed explanations regarding the prisoners. He points to the first cell and explains that this group of more robust humans was selected exclusively for heavy manual labor. Next, he shows a second cell containing good-looking youths and reveals that this specific group was reserved for palatial entertainment. Finally, he presents the last group of heavily armed prisoners and explains that, since they possess strength equivalent to official knights, they will be ideal for security work upon hearing that they would be sold as simple guard dogs for monsters. One of the imprisoned warriors loses his temper out of sheer rage and slams the cell bars violently. He roars furiously, shouting that he would rather be executed immediately than spend the rest of his days serving as a pet for filthy demons. Bennett gets a bit apprehensive about the warrior's defiance and warns that untamable prisoners like that will bring severe trouble, but the young mentor calmly guarantees that this won't be an obstacle. With a chilling coldness in his gaze, the young man begins to recite a whispered spell toward the dungeon cells. A purple, magical mind control brand suddenly appears on the rebellious prisoner's neck, making him scream in despair as he tries in vain to resist the absolute domination of his mind. The human prisoner roars with hatred against the creatures of darkness as the glow of the spell begins to spread across his body. He vows lines of fury that he will end every last demon in the realm, but his words are cut short by a violent explosion of purple magical energy. While the rebellious warrior collapses to the ground screaming in pain, Nain calmly explains that he engraved a trigger curse on each slave's neck to alter their minds according to the buyer's desire. With a terrifying expression, the young man reveals that the castle offers the full brainwashing service and asks the shocked merchants what they intend to do now. Back on the 69th floor, several traders surround Duke Bennett in admiration and ask where he managed to obtain such valuable merchandise, and he proudly replies that he signed an exclusivity contract with the 70th floor inside Bennett's grand shop on the 69th floor. Another trader evaluates one of the imported swords and astoundingly admits he never imagined the physical quality of the metal would be so excellent. Desperate to secure a batch, a buyer offers to pay double the standard price, but Bennett politely denies the request, explaining that he holds the exclusive sales monopoly for the next 3 years. Facing roaring success, Bennett taunts Lord Wayne, warning him that the weapon market is about to undergo a massive upheaval for which he ought to prepare. Shortly after, the Duke meets with his assistant Beck and orders him to begin spreading rumors about a massive human slave auction across all the upper floors of the demon realm. Flashing a greedy smile, Bennett states with conviction that the most powerful and influential nobles are always hungry for new and exotic luxury toys. Back at Seer's castle, Butler Kane delivers a letter sent by Bennett, and Nain smiles as he reads about the proposal to hold a human slave auction. Kane reports that the Duke invited them to watch the event in person, and the young mentor praises his partner's intelligence, though he comments that going merely as spectators seems a bit too dull. With a sharp and enigmatic look, the young man decides that this will be the perfect opportunity to bring his 2 new human disciples along with them. A few days later, on the 69th floor, little Seer is filled with wonder as she enters Bennett's gigantic department store and sees so many shiny things on display walking just behind. Dane and Aerie whisper in confusion about how such a cute and gentle little girl can be the feared demon lord of this place, completely failing to understand the real reason they were brought along on this trip. Duke Bennett receives them with a deep bow, and Nain lets him know he would like to take a look at the shop's magical tools while Seer waves cheerfully to the merchant. As the group heads down the stairs toward the store's special relic vault, Dane gathers his courage and calls out to his master hesitantly. The merchant Bennett timidly asks if the 2 youths accompanying them are human slaves, but Nain sharply replies that their background is none of his business, causing Dane and Aerie to gulp in fright. They finally enter the rare relic hall, where dozens of high-level magical items and armor sets glow intensely within the dim room. Dane and Aerie look around completely open-mouthed as they realize that all those displayed tools are rare magical artifacts of an extremely advanced tier. To the total surprise of the young humans, Nain calmly announces that each of them can choose a magical item to aid them in their combat training as a gift. Aerie timidly points toward a beautiful, shiny silver ring and asks if she could have that specific piece of jewelry. The young man evaluates the ring and approves the choice, since it is an energy storage artifact that is perfectly safe for humans to utilize in battles. However, the atmosphere suddenly turns tense when Aerie notices little Seer staring at her with a cold and terrifyingly dark glare that makes her shiver with dread. Noting the tension in the air, Nain affectionately pats Seer's head and asks if she would also like to pick out a gift, causing the girl's mood to flip instantly as she smiles happily. She chooses a lovely necklace with a glowing blue pendant and cheers, saying she picked it because it was the shiniest and prettiest item in the entire room. Nain examines the necklace and praises the girl's good taste, noting that the pendant has a powerful protective spell built into it. He orders Bennett to put all the costs on the 72nd floor's tab and asks him to select one more magical tool suitable for his 2 human disciples. The young man asks how much time is left before the event begins, and upon hearing from the Duke that they need to move fast so they won't be late, decides to lead the group back toward the exit. Seeing their master call out to them naturally to follow along, Dane whispers to Aerie and surprisingly admits that the demon youth truly keeps his word about taking responsibility for their fate. The auction host draws the crowd's attention to announce that the next item on display is absolutely perfect for the summer season. He explains out loud that, thanks to the special control spell, these human slaves will never rebel against their new owners, opening the initial bids at the value of 5 gold coins. Witnessing that terrible scene up close, the young Aerie and Dane are left completely terrified, realizing that this serves as an indirect and silent warning to the 2 of them. Observing all the movement across the hall, Nain thinks to himself that Duke Bennett was truly very clever to organize that auction to resolve stock issues and maximize profits. While the presentation continues, Aerie nudges Dane hesitantly and asks why they aren't selling those other humans over there. Since they seem to have a very high market value, Nain overhears the question and calmly answers that he also needs subordinates by his side, just as Seer has hers. But the little girl inquires if those helpers really need to be of the human race. The young man argues that there are certain crucial tasks that only human beings can pull off and asks her to trust his judgment, which makes the girl smile happily and accept it on the spot. Next, the mentor turns toward his 2 new disciples and directly asks if they happen to regret accepting his partnership proposal. Dane and Aerie hesitate for a moment, not quite knowing what to answer, feeling butterflies in their stomachs at such a serious question, while they watch yet another prisoner being sold in a cage with the auctioneer's final strike of the gavel. The 2 gulp as they realize that their fate could have been exactly like that, regaining their composure. The youths firmly state that it was the best decision of their lives, and the master smiles darkly, saying he will be counting on their hard work from here on out. An intense, bright-toned magical energy begins to float around Seer, spreading a glowing aura across the castle courtyard. Nain watches his pupil focus her power as she gently hovers in the air, praising her for having vastly improved her ability to store and control her mana. 5 years fly by, and the young Seer, now much more grown and elegant, notices her master's approach and greets him with a friendly smile. The young man recognizes her dedication to her daily magical training and suggests they change the scenery for today's lesson, leaving the girl enthusiastic about the possibility of going somewhere fun. The mentor warns that it might not be such a fun outing, but guarantees it is an essential lesson for her growth, causing the girl to pout in discontent and complain that he ought to handle work matters on his own. He insists that she shouldn't get lazy just because she finds things exhausting, which leaves the young woman with no choice but to accept the command. As they walk together past the imposing castle, the young man asks if she remembers what day it is, and explains that it marks the exact expiration date of the weapons exclusivity contract that lasted 2 years. Seer immediately deduces that the buyers reached out to try and renegotiate, but she is surprised when her master asserts that they are under no obligation whatsoever to accept a new deal. The girl quickly grasps the business play and explains that they now already possess distribution routes secure enough to no longer rely on that guild, adding that many other traders are dissatisfied with that monopoly. She further notes that if they offer trade hope to other merchants in the realm, those buyers will certainly offer much more advantageous contract terms in the upcoming meetings. Nain feels immensely proud and praises his pupil's brilliant mind, agreeing that maintaining the monopoly now would be a terrible market move, though he still intends to grant a few minor perks to their old partners. Curious about the developments, Seer comments that she heard recent rumors about the human territory being in a true state of chaos and warfare. She is referring to the major northern conflict sparked between the Northern Alliance and the Bismarck Empire, which in the original game served for players to cast humans aside and focus exclusively on developing their own forces. This chaotic period was known within the game system as a massive strengthening opportunity for each player's faction. However, the young man reveals that the human conflict is not the primary reason behind his strategy and asks if she still remembers what his true goal was when he drafted this plan at the beginning. Raking her memory, Seer answers that his big objective was to completely destroy the credibility and reputation of the powerful demon Dantalion. Flashing a mysterious and confident smile, the young mentor asserts that the exact time has finally come for them to start making real moves to achieve that goal. Later, already gathered with the trade representatives, the young man gets straight to the point and lets them know he does not intend to renew the exclusivity, and the merchants peacefully agree, admitting that the 5 years of partnership have already yielded excellent profits for all sides. Right after, he raises his hand holding a mysterious small pouch and lets those present know he would like to make a new and irresistible business proposal. Nan points to a mysterious document in Bennett's hands and tells the merchants he would like to begin the presentation by showing that important paper to them. Bennett is completely shocked as he reads the data contained on the sheet, while the young man calmly explains that they only need to strategically spread these rumors in exchange for an even larger supply of human slaves for their businesses. The merchant hesitates fearfully and asks if those severe accusations are indeed true, but the young mentor intimidates him with a glare, questioning if he is by any chance doubting the intel he received after so many years of partnership and mutual trust. Bennett gulps as he realizes that spreading that sensitive information will turn the feared Dantalion into a mortal enemy of his guild, but he recognizes that breaking business ties with Nain would be an even greater madness for his profits. While watching the meeting from afar, Seer questions why her master is being so strict with their allies, and the young man explains that it is the perfect moment to test their loyalty, making it clear to the merchant that he will simply find other partners should they decide to reject the proposal. Realizing that the business coming from the castle has become vital for the survival and wealth of their organization, Bennett and the remaining merchants decide to cast fear aside and agree to take part in the risky plan. As soon as the traders leave the grand meeting hall, the demon lord Citri settles comfortably onto the couch and asks suspiciously if that information against Dantalion's honesty is truly verified. She argues that Dantalion is usually extremely meticulous with his commercial transactions and complains that the young man should have warned the alliance much further in advance had he already been aware of such suspicions. Feeling a bit slighted by the tone of the conversation, Citri gets worked up as she claims she can hold her own ground and explains the real reason she has avoided visiting the 72nd floor lately. She confesses with a shiver that she has been avoiding the place out of sheer dread of that terrifying little girl, but decides to put pride aside and asks what her next role should be in the progression of the plan to ruin Dantalion. Flashing a confident smile, the strategist merely instructs her to keep acting normally in her day-to-day life, guaranteeing that the rest of the events will unfold in a completely natural manner. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to the 69th floor, revealing the luxurious and imposing palace of the demon lord Dantalion. Inside one of the palace rooms, someone holds an informational pamphlet with hands trembling with rage, which publicly exposes severe suspicions of financial fraud and forged sales in the Demon Lord's weapon businesses. Dantalion completely loses his patience and violently crushes the documents, roaring in fury as he demands to know who the cursed person was that dared to dig up such well-kept secrets regarding his accounting. It turns out that wholesale weapon sales were the main source of income for Dantalion's empire, but these businesses suffered a devastating financial blow in recent times because of the high-quality tools produced on the 70th floor. With his weapons stranded and gathering dust in the warehouses, the Demon Lord resolved to forge the tax ledgers to pretend everything was selling normally, believing that keeping up appearances with his important clients would be worth it, despite accumulating secret losses. However, with the terrible public leak of this farce, it now looks as though he simply stole money from his business partners, leaving the spectacled demon desperate as he notes there is no indication that the information leaked from inside his own castle. His advisors try to calm him down, promising they will uncover the source of that leak shortly. But Dantalion keeps shaking with frustration upon hearing that there is a far more urgent problem requiring his immediate attention. The secretary reveals that the major foundries of the realm are relentlessly and impatiently demanding immediate payment for all the massive accumulated production debts. Dantalion falls into absolute despair and grabs his own head in agony, cursing without having the slightest clue where he will manage to obtain such a gigantic sum of gold coins to settle the bills all of a sudden. Facing the chaos, his subordinates suggest containing the merchant's outrage and quickly liquidating all the remaining weapon stock to raise funds for the forges, even knowing that this forced sale will bring a monumental financial loss to the royal treasury. The advisor insists that this terrible loss is still better than losing control of the business entirely, warning that Lord Citri will surely attack their territory the moment she realizes they lack the money to sustain the army cornered, and without other viable options, the Demon Lord orders them to send a message to the powerful Decarabia to request an emergency loan, preferring to be under the claws of a superior than to be devoured by lower-level enemies. Far from there, Nain tracks every step of his opponent's downfall and gives a sadistic smile upon seeing that the Demon Lord is flailing in the exact painful manner he engineered from the very start. Now permanently settled into his new and luxurious office filled with bookshelves, the young strategist continues planning the next steps of his campaign alongside Seer. He hands a report sheet to the girl and explains that, due to Decarabia's boundless greed, he will bleed Dantalion dry of his last coin, who in turn will commit any madness to maintain that fake protection alliance. Amazed by such cunning, Seer asks curiously how he knew the enemy was secretly hoarding so many stranded products, and the young man reveals he discovered everything thanks to the investigations of the human warrior Dane. He emphasizes that those captured humans proved much more useful than expected, and, seeing his pupil's pouting face, asks playfully if she has by any chance stopped trusting her master's sharp eye, totally flustered and blushing with embarrassment. Seer makes a cute pout and stammers that she trusts him, but jealously confesses that the young man has been giving excessive attention to those new human helpers. The mentor finds it amusing to realize that despite having grown into a beautiful young woman, Seer still hides this adorable, childish, and jealous side, affectionately guaranteeing that he will always be her personal master. Seer asks timidly if that is true, and the young man confirms it by gently patting her head to ease her mind. The mentor comments that the enemy's relationship was bound to collapse anyway, and asks her opinion on accelerating that process, making the girl agree that the information is perfect for creating massive turmoil. Nain agrees with his pupil, and asks her to call Commander Rin to the office, as he wants him to handle a highly important task for the plan. Shortly after, in the audience hall of the 72nd floor, Commander Rin enters with his beast ears and bows respectfully before his ruler Seer's throne. The young man explains that Dantalion asked Decarabia for financial aid, and that a delegation from the 68th floor is en route to the 69th, which could end up ruining their plans should that meeting actually happen. Because of this, Nan places a sword into Commander Rin's hands and directly orders him to intercept and eliminate Decarabia's entire delegation using that specific weapon. Upon examining the glowing blade, Rin realizes in surprise that the sword does not belong to their arsenal and deduces from the mark and quality that it was manufactured on Dantalion's 69th floor. The commander instantly grasps the intent behind it and gulps. Realizing that this is yet another one of Lord Nain's brilliant and ruthless traps, Rin draws the weapon and solemnly vows that he will fulfill the mission flawlessly in the name of his queen Seer, who now rules as a true and respected leader. As soon as the officer withdraws, Seer asks all joyfully if she performed well during the audience, and the young man praises her, saying she finally looks like a demon lord, which makes the girl ask for a reward on the spot. Thinking of his pupil's childish preferences, the mentor smiles and asks what kind of plush doll she would like to receive as a gift this time. To the young man's surprise, the young demon lord stares at him with a serious and firm gaze, making it clear that she does not want a doll as a reward. She turns her back and begins to walk away, stomping with irritation, leaving Nain completely confused and wondering if the girl has finally entered her rebellious teenage phase. At the connection portal zone between the 69th and 68th floors, Rin gathers his squad and warns that the mission must be completely low profile to prevent their identities from being discovered by the enemies. The leader reports that the enemy delegation consists of 15 demons and divides the targets among his soldiers. While one of the warriors expresses concern in case they run into the legendary Knights of the Pentagram along the way, Rin rests his hand on the hilt of his sword and seriously admits that the situation would be quite complicated should those elite knights actually show up during the attack. However, the commander asserts with conviction that he will personally handle any unforeseen events and orders everyone to take their respective ambush positions. In the blink of an eye, the warriors move at high speed and disappear into the local vegetation to await the convoy's arrival. Shortly after, an imposing magical portal of purple energy begins to open slowly in the middle of the silent clearing. Seeing the delegation of hooded messengers cross the portal without the presence of the Knights of the Pentagram, Rin breathes a sigh of relief, noting that the task will be much simpler than anticipated, and gives the order to strike the officer charges like lightning toward the unsuspecting group, delivering swift and precise strikes before the enemies can even muster a reaction. Rin shouts out loud, commanding his entire squad to act without mercy and eliminate every last member of that Imperial delegation. The messengers panic completely upon being suddenly surrounded by the surprise attack, screaming desperately without understanding where those powerful masked warriors came from. With all the enemies defeated on the ground, Rin leaves the 69th floor sword driven into the site as a false clue and orders his soldiers to initiate an immediate retreat back to the castle, back at the palace of the 69th floor. Lord Dantalion widens his eyes in absolute shock upon receiving the terrible news that the entire delegation sent by Decarabia was brutally assassinated along the way. His advisor confirms the massacre with regret and suggests they send a message explaining what happened to Decarabia as quickly as possible to avoid major misunderstandings. However, the advisor next reveals that the weapon left at the crime scene is precisely one of Dantalion's own manufactured swords, making the Demon Lord nearly fall backward from sheer dread as he notes the gravity of the setup. The secretary warns that even if Decarabia knows it's a frame-up, he will use this assassination as an excuse to pressure them even further and turn them into simple vassals, suggesting they prepare a financial compensation plan as soon as possible. Blinded by rage and believing all of this is the work of his rival Citri, Dantalion slams the table hard and orders them to ready the troops for immediate warfare, swearing he will bring the Demon Lord to her knees. The palace guards rush desperately to carry out the military mobilization orders, while the atmosphere of tension and imminent warfare takes over the entire realm. A messenger comes running desperately into Dantalion's palace to report that Decarabia's army has already crossed the portal, making the Demon Lord realize with outrage that his rival plans to turn him into his vassal once and for all. His advisors comment that their response time was too fast and suggest that Decarabia himself might have engineered the delegation's massacre to use as a pretext for invasion. Furious upon deducing that his rival wants to swallow his alliance in such a cowardly manner, Dantalion orders the mobilization of every available military force to halt the enemy invasion immediately. Meanwhile, in the hall of the 72nd floor, Seer receives confirmation that the troops of the 68th floor have indeed invaded the 69th and praises the absolute accuracy of her master's predictions. The young man asks if she will let him lead this specific operation, receiving the girl's joyful consent as she agrees that this is the perfect opportunity to take advantage of someone else's conflict without putting in much effort. Intrigued by the phrase, the girl asks what it means to reap a fisherman's profit, and the mentor explains simply that it's when you manage to benefit from a situation without having to exhaust yourself. Nain turns to Commander Emsilin and orders him to prepare his division to march, but the reptile-faced warrior expresses concern, warning that the forces of the 68th floor are far too powerful for them to face head-on. The strategist explains that they won't fight head-on, but merely harass the enemy to draw the attention of Decarabia's army, which makes the commander agree that it is a highly attractive strategy and promise obedience. Seer cheers from her throne, waving happily and saying she is counting on their success, while the commander bows, guaranteeing he will personally handle everything. Next, Nain turns to Commander Rin and orders him to organize the evacuation of all merchants from the 69th floor to the 70th, causing the officer to question if those traders will actually agree to follow his orders. The mentor clarifies that the merchants only frequented that region for safety and good reception, but since Dantalion deceived them recently and the enemy army is now marching through there, panic will take over everyone. He adds that this is the perfect opportunity to destroy what little trust remained in Dantalion, especially since they will implement highly advantageous policies for the merchants on the 70th floor. Seer asks if they won't need permission from the demon lord Citri to apply these new measures, but the young man replies that she will have no reason to refuse, since she will only need to kick back and watch the profits stack up. Understanding the grand scale of the plan that will make Dantalion collapse all on his own, the little girl smiles enthusiastically and delegates all remaining operational leadership to her faithful master. However, right after, the girl begins to clear her throat with a thoughtful expression on her face, causing Nain to ask worriedly if there is something she didn't quite understand. She flashes a mischievous smile and replies that she actually just had an excellent idea. Leaving her mentor quite curious to hear what his pupil thought, Seer suggests that they take advantage of the distraction to overthrow and take control of the 69th floor once and for all, but the young man dismisses the idea, considering it far too risky since they could end up in direct warfare with Decarabia's army. Determined to prove her military worth, the little girl insists she is ready to battle, reminding him that she trained relentlessly every single lesson and learned extremely powerful spells from him. Nain firmly denies the request and warns that it is not yet the appropriate time for her to step onto a real battlefield, saying she must wait until she is a bit older for that. Seer crosses her arms in irritation and complains loudly about having grown plenty over the last 5 years, failing to understand how much longer she will have to wait. In his thoughts, the mentor recognizes that the girl has a point, and that objectively, no demon lord of the lower floors could defeat her in combat, but he still refuses to let her run into danger. He observes her and thinks to himself that she is still just a child, and that, should she get severely hurt or end up losing her life on the battlefield, the consequences would be catastrophic. The young man reflects that all the arduous work and the rebuilding plans he carried out over these years would simply go up in smoke and be ruined forever. He apologizes for his selfishness and begs her to hold on just a bit longer, promising that he will take the lead in the battles until they conquer the 68th floor entirely. To make up for the girl's frustration, Nain promises to grant her a special wish once the battles are over, provided it isn't something dangerous like participating directly in the conflict. With her eyes sparkling with happiness, Seer clasps her own hands and excitedly reveals that her big wish is to go on a trip alone with her beloved master to anywhere in the world. Recalling that they have never gone out just to have fun, the young man accepts the request on the spot, feeling a bit guilty upon seeing the girl's euphoric celebration and deciding he needs to give her much more attention in their daily life. That very night, the young demon lord lies in her bed and hugs her teddy bears, smiling from ear to ear and thinking euphorically that she is far too excited to get any sleep because of the trip. She squeezes her favorite teddy bear against her chest and thinks with immense affection that her mentor is the most precious person in her entire life and that he will always be by her side to protect her. With a spark of determination in her eyes, she concludes that, in order to enjoy the outing with her master as quickly as possible, she will have to find a way to end that war with extreme speed. She clenches her fist with determination and decides she will push herself even harder in battle, even if it means acting like a rebellious child who disobeys her master's direct orders. Later, Seer goes to meet Commander Rin and demands that he take her along on the mission, leaving the officer totally surprised and failing to understand the real reason for such a decision. The young demon lord firmly asserts that she must go because she is the sovereign leader who commands them, while the officer mentally acknowledges that her swordplay has evolved absurdly and that she now also commands ancient magics taught by Nainrin. Mentally admits she would be of immense help on the front lines, but makes a respectful bow and denies the request, explaining that this specific operation must be carried out strictly by his forces. The commander argues that if Master Nain has not yet authorized her to go to war, he surely has valid reasons. But Seer points her finger and questions in an imposing tone, which sovereign he owes his absolute loyalty to Rin, immediately answers that his only queen is Seer, which gives the girl the perfect opening to authoritatively declare that her orders must come first. The officer yields with a bowed head, admitting that the queen's orders take priority, which makes the girl celebrate cheerfully as she decrees that her participation in combat is officially confirmed. Rin ends up accepting the situation, but begs her to take extreme care and not risk herself unnecessarily during the combat, receiving a carefree and laughing response from the little girl. The commander insists on holding her to the safety promise, and the young queen merely changes the subject while drawing her red sword to prepare for action, with a sweet smile on her face. Seer affectionately thinks for her master to wait just a bit longer, as she will settle that conflict quickly so they can travel together. Meanwhile, on the defense wall of the 69th floor, Dantalion watches the chaos of the battlefield and roars desperately, ordering his troops to resist Decarabia's violent invasion, no matter what. The archers positioned at the top of the fortress loose a relentless rain of arrows against the enemy lines attempting to advance across the plain. The soldiers on the front lines scream in pain as they are hit full force by the volley of arrows pouring down from the skies. While the ground combat continues violently, a mysterious circular device at the top of the wall begins to charge a large amount of purple magical energy. An enemy officer orders them to fire with everything, releasing massive columns of destructive energy that crash straight onto the fortress defenders. The violent impact of the magic generates a devastating explosion that destroys part of the fortifications and blasts the guards through the air amid the general despair. Massive boulders and debris from the stone wall begin to crash down onto the battlefield, crushing everything in their path. One of the castle defenders drops to his knees on the ground, trembling with dread as he realizes the defense line is about to completely collapse under the enemy onslaught. A colossal rock plummets directly onto another unsuspecting soldier, crushing him instantly before the terrified eyes of his brothers in arms, behind their metal shields. The invaders shout in frustration because the ceaseless bombardment coming from the defense towers won't even let them approach the castle gates. Facing the deadly volley blocking the path, the invading generals order the immediate retreat of their divisions to avoid complete annihilation. Suddenly, an imposing warrior wearing glowing golden armor emerges on the battlefield, carrying a gigantic heavy combat sword. With a sharp and relentless gaze gleaming from behind his helmet's visor, he observes the magical barrier that is slaughtering his elite army. With a single devastating swing of his great sword, the knight slices the magical energy flow right in half, generating an explosion of purple sparks all around. Raising his imposing weapon toward the heavens, he calls out loud for his troops to regain their courage before the palace defenses. He proudly introduces himself as Balthazar, the first star of Decarabia's elite group, infusing immense spirit into the hearts of his loyal soldiers. Seeing that a member of the feared enemy elite has joined the battle, Dantalion's soldiers panic completely, but the demon lord roars enragedly, ordering them to stop complaining and keep shooting without pause. He clenches his fists in outrage upon realizing the cowardice of his defenders, muttering with disdain that one cannot rely on useless mercenaries bought merely with gold coins. Dantalion extends his hands forward and begins to conjure a gigantic circle of glowing green magic that hovers before him, emitting a terrifying aura of heat. He recites the final words of the forbidden spell and unleashes a massive storm of bright green hellfire toward the enemy army to burn his adversaries to ash. The Golden Knight. Balthazar widens his eyes beneath his helmet as he notices the gigantic wall of fire heading his way. The soldiers scream in despair as they see their powerful commander completely swallowed by Dantalion's terrible green flames. Witnessing the scene, Dantalion's subordinates praise the grandeur of his magical power, but the lord merely grumbles with disdain and orders them to prepare for the next wave of attacks. Believing the enemy leader has been defeated once and for all, Dantalion's commander celebrates and orders all his units to advance for the counterattack. Dantalion cracks a smug smile as he reflects that defending a fortress is always easier than conquering one, celebrating the fact that now his military forces can fight on equal terms. He mentally gloats over his rival Decarabia, thinking the tide of war has turned entirely in his favor. But suddenly a massive golden blade plummets from the skies. The gigantic golden sword strikes full force and pierces right through the chest of Dantalion's commander, who was leading the advance, leaving him completely shocked before hacking up blood. The warrior's body collapses lifelessly to the ground, pinned by Balthazar's massive blade, who calmly re-emerges from the midst of the dust. The golden-armored knight walks calmly toward the trembling adversaries, who fall back groaning in dread before such resilience. He brushes the ash off his pristine armor and comments with disdain that Dantalion's terrible fire spell was merely lukewarm, but nothing beyond that. Balthazar draws his massive combat weapon once more and mutters that the rival demon lord's power is simply pathetic. He raises his glowing sword before the palace gates and arrogantly questions if Dantalion truly believed that weak army would be capable of rivaling Decarabia's supreme power. From atop the wall, Dantalion grinds his teeth in sheer fury and shouts that the Golden Warrior only managed to ascend thanks to the special protection of his legendary armor. Balthazar proudly replies that his divine armor was a personal gift bestowed by Decarabia and asserts that if the enemy cannot even scratch it, the fault lies solely with their own weakness. He hardens his face with a threatening glare, glowing red, and declares that he has already wasted too much time observing that weak army of defenders. However, before the knight can deliver his devastating strike, a violent explosion of magical energy occurs as a surprise right before him. With absurd reflexes, Balthazar leaps backward at high speed to escape the devastating impact, while large chunks of rock fly all around him. Upon landing in a guard stance, he hears a childish voice lamenting that he managed to dodge that ambush attack and widens his eyes in shock to note who is standing before him. The young seer emerges wielding her imposing red sword with a beautiful, mischievous smile on her face, sarcastically confirming her true identity to the startled warrior from atop the fortress. Dantalion gulps, completely bewildered by Seer's surprise appearance, thinking that although she seems to be helping his side, there must surely be some secret interest behind that interference. The young queen steps imposing to the elite knight and asks if he is the famous Balthazar, and the warrior replies that he feels honored she remembers his name, though he wants to know the reason for her coming, with a confident smile. Seer warns that she came to settle a matter of extreme importance, and that he is blocking the way, causing the Golden Knight to laugh as he comments that she is still far too young and does not know her proper place. In his thoughts, Balthazar celebrates the massive golden opportunity to capture the ruler of the 72nd floor once and for all, knowing that Decarabia will be immensely pleased with such a glorious victory. At that instant, magical energy begins to emanate intensely from the little girl's body, causing the strands of her long white hair to glow in a vibrant red hue. Without uttering a single word, the young queen extends her index finger forward with a serious gaze and activates the powerful ancient flame ignition spell. A gigantic and terrifying skull of hellfire instantly materializes before Balthazar, illuminating the entire battlefield with an unbearable heat. The Golden Warrior begins to sweat with dread beneath his helmet as he realizes the girl was capable of conjuring a magic of such a destructive tier without needing to recite a single incantation. He curses desperately, noting that his divine armor has begun to melt under the extreme heat before even being struck by the attack, realizing that power is infinitely superior to Dantalion's ordinary magic. Even so, the Golden Knight refuses to surrender and cleaves the flames with a violent swing of his giant sword, arrogantly commenting that raw heat force alone will never be enough to defeat him. However, before he can even finish his taunt, Seer dodges his counterattack with impressive speed and advances by surprise right underneath the guard of his imposing sword. Seer observes the imposing Golden Knight collapse totally defeated to the ground and yawns boringly, commenting with disdain that the fight ended way too fast and was rather dull. From atop the wall, Dantalion is left completely in shock to witness the instant defeat of the elite warrior. Entirely unable to even keep up with the absurd speed of the girl's movements, Commander Rin comes running right after with his troops and worriedly complains that she shouldn't have advanced into danger alone, but Seer merely greets him cheerfully. Looking at the ground and seeing the body of the feared enemy leader, the beast-eared officer stammers in fright as he asks if she truly defeated the powerful Balthazar all by herself. Vice Commander Varuna bursts into laughter and praises his queen's impressive power, while Rin covers his face with his hand, deeply frustrated with the girl's lack of care. Rin explains that following the elimination of a member of the enemy elite, war against the 68th floor has become totally unavoidable, but Seer questions the reason with a confused look. Pointing her red blade in the direction of the surviving enemy soldiers who are retreating in fright, the young queen coldly suggests that if they eliminate all the witnesses present there, no one will ever know a thing. The commander alerts her that the other members of the Pentagram elite have surely already felt their companions passing, causing Seer to reflect for a moment before cooking up a new improvised plan. With a terrifying and bright smile on her face, she suggests pinning all the blame on the 69th floor, planning to claim they were merely passing through when Dantalion desperately begged for help. From atop the wall, Dantalion watches the two figures whispering down below and feels a terrible shiver spread down his spine. Entirely failing to comprehend the reason for his bad feeling, Rin gets quite apprehensive and breaks into a cold sweat as he questions if they are truly going to eliminate all the survivors before heading over to talk intimidatingly with Dantalion in front of so many remaining witnesses. Seer raises her nose proudly and reminds him that her master always taught that they must not hesitate to use force and threats when necessary, causing the officer to sigh as he admits she learned Nain's lessons all too well. With a mischievous smile, she orders her commander to take care of eliminating the remaining foot soldiers, causing Rin to accept the mission with a mix of resignation and respect. Drawing their weapons under the direct orders of their sovereign, Rin and Varuna lead the advance of their troops to wipe out the remaining invading forces on the battlefield. On the top of the wall, Dantalion's advisors celebrate, thinking the 72nd floor came to save them, and debate paying a financial reward, leaving the Demon Lord furious at the sheer stupidity of his subordinates. Ignoring the ground army, Seer raises her arm toward the heavens and begins to concentrate a massive and terrifying sphere of black and purple magical energy. Dantalion and his advisors look down, completely bewildered to see the young Demon Lord point that destructive spell directly against the main gates of their fortress. The impact of the magic generates a devastating crash and triggers a colossal earthquake that causes the palace's imposing stone walls to crumble, leaving everyone inside screaming for help in total panic. Grabbing onto the debris of the collapsing tower, Dantalion shouts furiously and demands to know the reason Seer is attacking her own allies. Seer replies with an authoritative tone that without her powerful intervention, that entire castle would have been completely wiped off the map by the invading army. The Demon Lord finally realizes that all of this was a setup of hers to take control of his lands and tries to channel his green mana to nullify the spell, guaranteeing that he can dissipate that magic on his own. To his absolute despair, his spell fails and is instantly cancelled, making him realize in shock that the little girl already perfectly commands the advanced art of mana dissipation magic. Flashing a terrifying and relentless look, the girl warns that fighting is useless and gives him the choice to be buried alive in the palace ruins or swear loyalty and serve under her command in exchange for protection for his lands. Observing the complete destruction of his grand military fortress, Dantalion swallows his pride and abstractedly admits the overwhelming strength of the 72nd floor's ruler. Commander Rin watches the rival's humiliation and mentally reflects that his fate could have been exactly the same had he not been by Seer's side, even contemplating using the opportunity to crush Dantalion for good. Completely cornered and without strength to fight, Dantalion finally kneels before the girl and begs her to stop the attack, agreeing to submit and follow her orders from here on out. Satisfied with the swift result of her onslaught, Seer blinks mischievously and suggests they immediately formalize the new alliance and vassalage pact. Shortly after, gathered in the grand conference room of the 69th floor castle, the young queen orders everyone to perform a final review on the new terms of the alliance agreement. Commander Rin leans to the side and worriedly whispers if she is absolutely sure of that decision, reminding her that this is the first time she is openly disobeying her master. Nain's advice and orders. All of the girl's commanding posture vanishes in that same instant, and she begins to shake with fright, stammering worriedly if her master will be very angry with her, leaving Rin to wonder where all that previous courage went. Suddenly, the conference room doors are violently thrown open by Nen, who enters the site shouting Seer's name with extreme concern. Everyone present at the meeting table takes a massive fright at the young man's sudden and noisy entry. Seer turns pale with fear upon seeing her master's serious expression as he approaches with firm steps and tries to stammer a clumsy explanation about her actions in the battle. However, instead of giving the girl a scolding, Nain suddenly wraps her in a tight and protective embrace, leaving her completely frozen in surprise. With closed eyes and an expression of deep relief, the young man whispers that he is immensely happy to see her safe and sound after running into such danger. Feeling her master's sincere affection, Seer lets tears well up in her eyes and softly apologizes for disobeying and worrying him so much. A brief flashback reveals that Nain discovered everything when Cain hesitantly reported that the young Queen Seer had secretly departed toward the dangerous battlefield. Shocked to learn that the girl had disobeyed his direct orders, the young man rushed immediately to the portal, asserting that he needed to see with his own eyes if she was truly all right. Along the way, he anxiously questioned if he had failed in something as a mentor, though he knew the only priority at that moment was to guarantee his pupil's physical safety. The young man was gripped by the absolute dread of imagining the possibility, however small, of seeing the little girl get severely hurt during that violent combat. Back in the present in the meeting room, Nain calms down and politely asks everyone to step out of the room for a moment, irritating the proud Dantalian who stands up demanding to know who he thinks he is to act like that. However, the strategist turns around with a dark and terrifying aura, coldly ordering with eyes glowing red for everyone to leave the room immediately. Dantalian gulps and begins to shake with dread upon feeling the crushing magical pressure and the terrifying mana emanating from the body of that mysterious black-haired youth. With the room finally empty, Naeun affectionately asks Seer to explain what occurred and repeats that she did not need to have pushed herself so hard in such a risky manner. The little girl gestures with her fingers and argues that she acted perfectly by avenging the 69th floor, defeating an enemy elite member, and further capturing the warrior Crowley. The young man praises her excellent military performance, but affectionately advises her to have more caution in the future for carrying the grand responsibility of being the leader and the pillar of their entire demon faction. He adds that he prefers to keep her full strength concealed for strategic reasons, explaining that hiding their real power level will bring a major military advantage over enemies in the future, laying the matter to rest. The young man stands up and decides to evaluate the papers on the table to check if the clauses of the new alliance treaty with Dantalian were drafted correctly. Upon analyzing the document, he approves the brilliant plan of leaving Dantalian in charge of the empty 72nd floor while they take over strategic and commercial control of the 69th floor as their main base. The young man praises his pupil's excellent bureaucratic work, and the girl takes advantage of the good mood to collect on whether he will finally grant the special wish he had promised. With eyes sparkling with joy, the little girl euphorically asks if they are truly going to go on that solo vacation trip she so desired, receiving her master's positive confirmation. However, he imposes the condition that they first need to settle the pending conflict with the 68th floor, as Decarabia will certainly not accept defeat sitting down, causing Seer to let out a long sigh of frustration. Back at the military council meeting, Nain asks about the actual size of Decarabia's army, and Dantalian reports that the enemy possesses 25,000 infantry soldiers, 5,000 cavalry, and over 1,000 combat mages. While the strategist analyzes that the rival army's numbers are quite substantial, Dantalian gets tense and breaks into a cold sweat upon noting the furious and terrifying glares he keeps receiving from little Seer. The onslaught of the Demon Lord makes him quick to add that the rival forces were cut in half following the last combat, gulping and deciding to police his own words in the face of imminent danger. Dantalian shamefully admits that his own defense forces were almost entirely annihilated, causing the young mentor to inquire if there is any way to win that war without completely destroying their territory. Though Seer reminds him that they can still count on Citri's military aid, Nain alerts that a large-scale war will bring devastating consequences and that rebuilding the lands would be extremely difficult. Noting the sad face of his pupil, who is beginning to blame herself for the chaotic situation, the young man places his hand on her shoulder affectionately and asks her not to lose heart, suggesting they use all of that merely as a great learning experience. In his thoughts, he reflects that he only managed to keep things under control by knowing the original game story and realizes that Seer's thoughtless actions have altered the original course of events, forcing him to cook up a new emergency tactic. The young man reveals to the girl that there is one last method he truly wished to have avoided using, and upon being questioned about what it would be, states decisively that he himself will have to step directly onto the battlefield to settle the situation. In the castle of the 68th floor, Lord Decarabia receives the unbelievable news that Commander Balthazar is gone, the warrior Crowley was captured, and nearly his entire squad was defeated without even managing to dominate the rival lands. The sovereign Decarabia slams the table violently and roars enragedly against his elite generals, demanding answers for the shameful result of an operation in which he had placed so much trust. The surviving warriors bow desperately, begging for a final chance, and solemnly vow that this time they will annihilate Dantalian definitively. Decarabia agrees to grant the opportunity, but demands that they also bring him the head of the young Seer von Devata, making it very clear that the generals' own lives will be on the line should they fail the mission again. Sometime later, one of the enemy officers gulps and confesses in a worried tone that he might have exaggerated in his promise of victory just to manage to escape with his life from the sovereign's fury. Gathered in council to cook up a new strategy, the three surviving generals half-heartedly admit they are totally out of creative ideas, following the tragic and sudden loss of the powerful commander Balthazar. The winged warrior Rubia slams the table with rage upon being questioned about Balthazar's defeat, angrily arguing that she could not help him due to battling in a completely different sector of the combat field. Another general agrees with her explanations upon recalling that the sudden appearance of Commander Rin El Raza made their retreat the only viable option to guarantee their own survival. They surprisingly admit the absurd growth of the young Demon Lord Seer's power and conclude they need to eliminate her as soon as possible, though one of them wonders how they will do that with only 3 generals remaining. With a confident smile, the blue-skinned officer suggests waging an open-field battle to crush the enemy forces. Using the massive numerical advantage of their huge army of soldiers, Rubia comments with disdain that Lord Citri will hardly enter direct conflict with them due to political matters and directly summarizes that their plan simply consists of delivering the first strike. The meeting leader confirms the strategy with simplicity and orders his companions to begin preparing immediately for the war march. However, a soldier invades the room desperately with the shocking news that the enemy army has already initiated a surprise attack against their lands, leaving the generals completely speechless far from there, in a rocky and peaceful canyon. Nan walks alongside Commander Rin and congratulates him on the excellent strategic work in leading the march without falling into any ambush. The officer hesitantly asks if they will truly manage to win the conflict without Citri's military support, but takes a massive fright to hear his master calmly reply that not even he himself is certain about the result. Rin confesses that he is surprised because he always knew Lord Nain as an impeccable strategist who only acted after drafting perfect plans with zero margin for error. The young man cracks a side smile and admits that this time things slipped out of control due to his own failures in predicting the impulsive actions of Little Seer, guaranteeing that he does not blame the commander for anything. Questioned about the reason for running such a major risk, the strategist firmly explains that this is the fastest way to end the conflict, generating the least possible collateral damage for their lands. Commander Rin gets extremely tense and apprehensive upon receiving the direct order from his master to remain positioned in the canyon, along with all the remaining troops. Rin asks in surprise if his master intends to march alone against the enemy army, but receives an immediate negative response from the black-haired youth. The strategist snaps his fingers and reveals with a confident smile that he will take 2 humans along with him into that life-or-death battle. Dane and Aerie emerge equipped in their travel attire, while the young man explains that this battle will serve as the definitive test to prove the loyalty and usefulness of his 2 human disciples. With a firm look, the mentor orders the youths to show the entire evolution of their training, receiving a response filled with determination from both disciples. While marching side by side toward danger, the young humans feel the weight of responsibility and thoughtfully worry if they will truly manage to defeat the enemy army without having had time to study their weaknesses beforehand. Nain himself walks in silence, concentrating a dark energy in his left hand, and mentally admits that despite knowing he is very strong, the uncertainty regarding the exact limit of his own power leaves him a bit uneasy. Flashing a challenging smile, the strategist reflects that it was precisely because of this dangerous uncertainty that he forbade Seer from fighting, aware that this will be his unique opportunity to test his real strength in combat. Dane points ahead, alerting that he spotted the enemy troops moving right behind the hill, and the master replies with irony, commenting on the warm reception awaiting them. Looking down at the valley below, the young disciples grow tense to note that the entire road is completely taken by a massive amount of armed enemy warriors, with eyes glowing golden in the midst of a terrible aura of darkness. Nain orders his disciples to stand ready, and announces that it is time to go welcome the adversaries. On the other side of the valley, the enemy army scouts spot the solitary silhouette of the young man in the middle of the canyon and get intrigued, recalling that the reports had already warned about the enemy's presence in that region. The enemy scouts observe the canyon from afar and get extremely confused to note that there is only a single person standing in the path, questioning if their own eyes aren't playing some trick on them, facing the bizarre scene. One of the generals comments with concern that all of that looks like an obvious trap and suggests retreating temporarily to send a group of scouts to investigate the site. They debate whether the enemy army fled or if it is hidden in the hills awaiting the right moment to strike, but the winged warrior Rubia dismisses the possibility of a magical ambush by asserting that she would have already felt the mana flow. Rubia firmly insists that there is no trace of active magical energy in the canyon, reinforcing her rash theory that the adversary army simply fled out of sheer dread, while her companions theorize that the enemy avoided using magic on purpose so as not to be detected by her sharp senses. Rubia laughs with disdain and calls them cowards for seeing ghosts and everything. Impatient with the group's hesitations, the proud warrior flaps her wings and takes off at high speed toward the valley to settle the situation on her own, ignoring her companions' shouts to wait. One of the generals complains about the allies' impulsive behavior and wonders if she wants to end up gone like Balthazar, but the other reassures him, reminding him that she protected herself with powerful layers of defensive spells. Flying high in the skies, Rubia mentally ridicules her ground companions for being so fearful and slow in combat decisions. She dives toward the canyon aggressively, aiming directly at Nain's solitary silhouette, who continues walking peacefully without flinching. The winged warrior roars confidently, asking for her allies to watch from afar just how terrifying the destructive power of an elite harpy of Decarabia can be. With an extremely dark smile stamped on his face, the young man merely mutters a single command word to activate his piercing spell. In the blink of an eye, a massive stone spike erupts as a surprise from the soil and impales Rubia's body in midair, causing her to hack up blood in absolute shock. Trapped at the top of the stone spike with her body covered in blood, the proud harpy agonizes, entirely unable to believe that her life reached its end in such a swift and humiliating manner. The enemy warrior's lifeless body plummets to the sandy ground under Nain's indifferent and cold gaze, who continues in his original position without sustaining a single scratch. Witnessing the instant passing of their elite companion, the other two generals fall into total despair and shout in fright, demanding to know what monster is hidden there. Covered by a dense and terrifying black smoke, Nain clicks his tongue with disdain and coldly comments that warriors who talk too much have no right to step onto a battlefield. To the absolute dread of the surviving enemies, a colossal and terrifying aquatic creature suddenly emerges behind the young man, covering the canyon's entire sky with its immense shadow. With a sharp and cruel gaze, the strategist makes a simple gesture and orders his legendary invocation, the colossal Leviathan, to do a complete sweep and eliminate all enemies present there. The giant monster crashes down with destructive force upon the invading army divisions, crushing the soldiers who scream desperately begging for mercy in the midst of the dust. The creature bites and roars with overwhelming fury, destroying the enemy defense lines in a matter of a few seconds. The purple-haired general shakes from head to toe with sheer dread upon witnessing the complete massacre of his troops, admitting in despair that he has never seen or heard of a power so overwhelming in his entire life. Left with no combat options, the surviving officer turns his horse around and flees in a dash from the canyon, cursing the mysterious opponent who destroyed his army all by himself. Nain observes the enemy's cowardly flight with a sarcastic smile on his face, amusing himself with the general's despair and ignorance regarding his real identity. Watching the massacre from a front-row seat at the top of the hill, Eri hesitantly asks if they truly need to intervene in the battle, and Dane agrees that their help seems totally unnecessary in the face of such power. However, Dane draws his dagger and reminds her that they took on the commitment to prove their usefulness as disciples, receiving Eri's immediate backing as she promises to cover his back with support magics. Dane leaps from the cliff in an extremely agile manner, wielding his weapon. Fully trusting in his companion's magical support to strike the remaining enemies down below, Eri wields her golden staff with determination and conjures a glowing wind spell to drastically increase her partner, Dane's movement speed during the leap. The young warrior plummets from the skies enveloped in a powerful green aura, leaving the enemy soldiers shocked to see a mere human dare to attack them in such a fearless manner. Dane delivers a swift and accurate strike against the remaining group of enemies, releasing a blast of energy to cut a path through the adversary defenses. Right after, Eri activates a glowing magical barrier around the warrior to guarantee he stays perfectly protected against any type of counterattack. The attack strikes the barrier with full force, generating an intense explosion of energy that cracks through the air. Seeing the movement in the dust, the enemy platoon leader senses the arrival of reinforcements and orders all his units to advance without hesitation. Dane takes advantage of the barrier's protection to quickly position himself on the ground and prepare for the next move. In an agile movement, the youth charges against the adversaries and delivers a precise strike that makes one of them scream in pain. Dane finishes his attack flawlessly while the enemy soldiers shout desperately for their commander. The enemy general gets extremely irritated to see that mere humans are daring to face his army in that manner. Overcome by fury, he transforms into a colossal monster and roars loud. Promising to tear the invaders apart with his bare hands, Nain silently emerges behind the monster and coldly warns him to keep his eyes focused on the battle. With a single swift and precise movement, the strategist cuts the monster's body in a devastating fashion. With a sarcastic smile, the young man tells the agonizing opponent not to worry. As he will soon send Lord Decarabia to keep him company, Eri observes the scene impressed and lets out a nervous laugh upon noting that the plan truly worked out very well. Suddenly, Queen Seer emerges right behind the girl and directly asks where her master is. Eri points toward the valley below, and the little queen is filled with admiration upon seeing her mentor's work, amusingly commenting that she didn't know he was capable of making such a terrifying expression. Seer comments that she desires to become as strong as him in the future, and Eri tries to please her by saying that she will surely manage because she is a great demon lord. The young human then asks if the master knows of her presence there, and Seer confesses in a secret tone that she came softly just to greet him by surprise. Perceiving the outside curiosity, the little queen shifts her posture and questions what the human has to do with that, causing the girl to apologize in fright. With a jealous glare, Seer asks if the girl has any strange feelings for her unique master, and Eri begs for forgiveness, desperately explaining that in reality, she is just very afraid of him. The queen gets a bit confused by the revelation, and upon realizing she made a silly misunderstanding, decides to drop the subject quickly. At that moment, the strategist emerges coming up the hill carrying the passed-out Dane on his shoulders, and gets surprised to spot the little queen there. Eri runs relieved to meet her companion and celebrates that he is all right. While the young man thanks her for the excellent magical support she gave during the fight, Nain approaches and asks what brought her to that location. Receiving a radiant smile from the girl who asserts she went merely to welcome him back, the master thanks her with a sincere smile and explains that he eliminated the greatest dangers from the path on purpose so she can gain real combat experience safely. While patting her head, the young man reveals that the 68th floor castle is practically unguarded and suggests that she and her commander finish settling the situation. He then turns to his 2 human disciples and praises them for their excellent performance, acknowledging that the 5 years of arduous training were well worth it. The mentor lets them know he will begin giving them individual missions as soon as they return to the castle, and orders them to rest, receiving a respectful and grateful bow from both. With the 68th floor practically under control, the strategist silently reflects that now he only needs to find that which he is looking for so much. Far from there, inside his own palace, the weakened Lord Decarabia falls to his knees on the ground while coughing with great difficulty. Seer stares down at him and comments that he no longer looks so intimidating, to which her blue-skinned commander replies that in reality, it is their queen who has gotten far too strong. The officer observes the queen's incredible command of swordplay and ancient magic, and wonders how Master Nain managed to have access to knowledge that should have been lost to the past, while the defeated sovereign fearfully mutters that that crazy strategist created a monster. The commander quickly intervenes to remind his queen that Nain's express order is to keep the enemy alive. Seer holds the defeated lord firmly by his clothes, causing the prisoner to ask tremblingly what she plans to do with him. The girl asserts to Commander Rin that she knows very well about the orders to keep the opponent alive, but that does not stop her from readying her fists. With a mischievous smile, the youth begins to deliver a relentless sequence of punches, arguing that there is no problem at all as long as the prisoner keeps breathing. With his face completely swollen and deformed from taking such a beating, the once feared sovereign weakly mutters that he preferred they end him at once. Seer gets confused and surprised upon perceiving the adversary's deplorable state, genuinely questioning why he is so weak. Worried about the possibility of her master discovering what she did and getting angry, the little queen quickly throws the responsibility to Commander Rin to take care of the wounded man. Rin lets out a sigh and agrees to help cover up the situation, causing his queen to thank him relieved for the favor. However, their fun ends when Nain steps by surprise into the main hall, calmly asking what she is thanking the commander for. The two try to act naturally and quickly change the subject, but the strategist immediately perceives that there is something very suspicious in the air. Upon lowering his gaze, the young man points to the body stretched on the floor and asks if that completely bloodied fellow is Lord Decarabia. Nain asks for her not to lie and to own up to the mistake right away in case she did some foolishness, causing the girl to lower her head and apologize in that same hour. The young man bends down to closely examine the prisoner and comments in surprise on the considerable damage the girl managed to do to his face. He holds the prisoner by his hair and relievedly notes that the enemy is still alive, though Decarabia himself pitifully whispers that he preferred to be gone. Commander Rin then questions the reason for keeping the 68th floor lord alive, arguing that he is far too proud and would never agree to surrender peacefully like Lord Dantalion did. The strategist looks back with seriousness and clarifies that he is not simply sparing the adversary's life out of kindness, but rather planning to use him for his own objectives, Nain asks if the young queen knows of the Starstone, and she promptly confirms that she knows this glowing crystal is that floor's great specialty. The young man explains that he intends to cross-reference the prisoner's information with Crowley's statements, because only the Lord and his closest allies know the exact location of the valuable Starstone mines upon being questioned by Seer as to why they didn't capture the other pentagram generals. Nain dryly answers that the enemies ended up gone because the queen's own attack was too strong to allow any survivors. Seer recalls that demon lords are immune to brainwashing and curiously asks how he intends to wrench this information from him, receiving only a mysterious smile as an answer. At that instant, firm high-heel steps echo across the hall's red carpet, while a familiar voice comments that it has been quite a while. Lord Citri emerges in an elegant fashion and lets them know she came as soon as she heard they needed her special skills. Finding amusement in the deplorable situation in which Decorabia finds himself, Citri takes the opportunity to collect from Nain in a teasing way for him being missing from training. While the little queen observes the entire scene in silence with a deadly glare, Seer stares at the rival with a terrifying expression and eyes glowing intensely, causing Citri to shrink in dread upon remembering the reason she is so afraid of the young queen. Gulping, the visitor fears that the girl's jealousy will spiral out of control should the master use his skills right there in front of everybody. Nain quickly intervenes and orders them to remove Queen Seer from there first, firmly insisting that he needs absolute silence and total concentration for what he is going to do. The strategist calms the tempers and guides Seer out of the hall to wait in the corridor, receiving an obedient and calm nod from his pupil. While they walk, Seer curiously asks how Citri will be able to find the mines if her specialty is fire magic, and the young man answers that the ally possesses a very specific and hidden ability. Back in the hall, Lord Citri approaches the prisoner in a seductive manner and lets him know there is something she desires very much to know, receiving a stubborn response from Decorabia, swearing he will say nothing. With eyes glowing in a mystical pink shade, she activates her attraction spell and sweetly whispers for him to reveal the exact location of the valuable mines. Knowing that her seduction magic would not work against someone at full strength, she takes advantage of the prisoner's debilitated state to make him begin confessing all the mine's coordinates without any resistance, indicating that they lie 50 kilometers west of there. Citri thanks the prisoner for the information obtained and uses her attraction magic to leave his heart warmed, causing the defeated lord to declare himself to her before completely losing consciousness. After getting what they wanted, Citri offers thanks for Nain's help and explains that they need the Starstone mines to guarantee a new stable income source, plus a highly important item that is hidden over there. The young woman then tries to be clever and says she helped plenty in the search for the mines, but Nain calmly answers that he was already thinking of rewarding her either way. However, the strategist resolves to joke with her and warns that, seeing how shameless she is in asking, it even makes him want to change the original agreement terms. Nain proposes dividing the Starstones provided that everyone knows the 68th floor was conquered by her, causing the ally to celebrate the idea of gaining the castle as a bonus. The young man quickly clarifies that this conquest would be strictly on paper and taunts the lord, saying that keeping an entire castle without sending a single soldier would be a bit shameless on her part. Citri tries to defend herself nervously, explaining that if it keeps looking like she is dominating everything all by herself, the other lords will get alert, and that will hinder the recovery of her powers. Upon seeing that she finally perceived the true plan behind the proposal, Nain begins to clap mockingly and leaves her extremely irritated for having been treated like a fool by him to close the deal. The strategist offers half of all the Starstone production and asks if she accepts this generous proposal. Citri hesitates for a brief instant, but perceives that the profit is too high and that it is totally worth taking the risk of accepting the agreement. However, before the two can even shake hands, little Seer suddenly emerges and grips her master's hands firmly to seal the deal in his place. With a friendly smile that conceals an intimidating aura, the young queen comments that, strictly speaking, she is the one who should take care of this type of negotiation, since she is the leader. Totally terrified by Seer's presence, Citri stammers with fear and decides to leave running, merely begging for them not to forget to send her share of the Starstones. Nan is left completely failing to understand that sudden flight, but the little queen merely smiles satisfied and comments that the ally must have remembered some highly urgent commitment. The mentor then takes advantage of the moment to ask if she prefers to initiate the training trip the following day, or after they resolve all the pending problems right there on that floor. Seer decides that she wants to finish organizing things first, causing her master to suggest that she take care of the bureaucracy while he personally investigates the Starstone mines. A bit later, already alone in her room, the youth sits on the bed and thoughtfully reflects that it had already been a very long time since the last time she had managed to hold her dear master's hand. She perfectly knows she is no longer a defenseless little child, and that he can no longer keep pampering her like in the old days. But even so, she misses that closeness very much. With a silly smile and her heart racing, Seer begins to plan in secret that she will hold his hand as much as she wants, as soon as the two finally initiate the solo trip. Meanwhile, Nain reaches the depths of the mine accompanied by one of his monstrous subordinates, who finds the place's silence odd and asks if he should stand guard or if he can go back to sleep. The strategist explains that in reality, he brought him there because of his unique ability to track and differentiate different types of rare minerals. The youth orders him to search the deepest rock layers for a golden bracelet that is buried around there, leaving the monster quite curious about the reason for such jewelry to be hidden in a mine. Nain shrugs and confesses that he doesn't know the answer either, causing the subordinate to accept the task while imagining that his leader has some highly important secret to hide walking alone through the site. The young man reflects that that entire situation truly doesn't make much sense, since there would be no reason to create an item in a game dungeon if it were merely to leave it hidden forever. He keeps walking and observes the immense quantity of starstones that still remain, perfectly understanding how Decorabia managed to live with extreme wealth using only that floor's resources. With a sly smile on his face, Nain silently celebrates the fact that half of all this fortune now belongs to them, startling his subordinate who doesn't understand the reason for that sudden laugh. Next, the strategist returns to being serious and plans his next steps, knowing that the news of the 69th floor conquest will spread fast and that he needs to use the Starstone profits to assemble a real army. He recognizes in his thoughts that from this point of the journey onward, things will get increasingly difficult, and it will be nearly impossible to advance without casualties occurring in his group. Suddenly, the monstrous subordinate alerts that he found something different in the midst of the rocks, and Nain asks him to step away so he can examine it closely. With a strong green light glowing in his left hand, the strategist conjures a matter spell to reveal the mysterious treasure hidden there. Right after, Nain activates his extraction spell to pull the precious bracelet that is deeply buried underneath the stones. A bright and intense green energy begins to envelop the young man's body while he manipulates his magical strength to remove the object from the soil. With the spell working flawlessly, the beautiful golden bracelet begins to float in the air, causing the strategist to praise his subordinate Argol's good work. Upon holding the precious jewelry in his hands, the youth remembers that in the original game, this ancient gold bracelet served to drastically increase the user's evolution speed. The system screen emerges, confirming that the ancient gold bracelet grants absurd bonuses of 150 points of vitality and mana, plus over 100% defense and evasion. However, the immense power released during the conjuration ends up crushing Argol against the ground, causing the monster to tremblingly beg for the master to lower his oppressive aura a bit. Upon realizing that the subordinate was nearly reduced to tiny pieces by his mana pressure, Nain apologizes and reflects that he will need to take much more care the next time he uses his magic. In another place, Duke Bennett questions if it is truly necessary to seal the vassalage agreement with a blood brand, but Seer firmly answers that there is no more reliable method to guarantee loyalty. The little queen throws a heavy pressure onto the traitor and asks if he is planning some betrayal or if he prefers that she leave him in the same deplorable state as Decorabia, terrified by the deadly threat. The Duke doesn't think twice and quickly stamps his blood signature onto the official document to guarantee his own life. After the pact is concluded with the blood brands glowing on both their hands, the queen dryly warns that she expects good work from him, and Nain signals that they have finally finished around there. Seer asks her master if she did well in the negotiation, receiving a warm praise from Nain, who asserts that she acted like a true sovereign. With all important tasks concluded, the young queen gets super excited and suggests they begin preparing for the long-awaited solo trip to a calm place with few people. Nain smiles gently and promises that he will choose the perfect location and leave everything ready by the following day, ordering her to take advantage of the rest of the day to rest well before she leaves. The young man extends his hand and hands over the ancient gold bracelet that he himself extracted from the Starstone mine, especially to present the girl. The girl is left with eyes sparkling with happiness upon receiving the surprise present and thanks her dear mentor with a radiant smile on her face. The strategist asks her to wear the jewelry always from now on, causing the girl to reaffirm in her thoughts that she will never let her beloved master go away from her side. Meanwhile, in the human world, Dane and Aerie arrive disguised at the peaceful town of Chelino and comment that it has already been a very long time since the last time they were in the human realm. The two remember Nane's orders to infiltrate as adventurers and investigate why the flow of humans invading the 72nd floor dropped drastically. Dane explains that he will head over to the city of Hermes while she must remain there, arranging to meet once a month in the town of Chilino, using the fake names of Daniel and Ellie. Ari agrees with the instructions, but shows herself quite worried and asks if they will truly manage to pass unnoticed among the humans, using only falsified identities. The warrior holds the hilt of his weapon firm and confesses that he understands how difficult it is to accept all this new reality. He reminds his companion that things have changed a lot and that there is no one left in that realm who remembers who they really were in the past. Dane asks her to be extremely careful and avoid getting into trouble with suspicious types, causing the mage to angrily complain that she isn't that foolish. Even knowing her stubbornness, the youth extends his hand and hands over a beautiful necklace with blue stones for her to wear in case she ends up facing any dangerous situation. He explains that the necklace works as a warning signal and that if she breaks it in case of emergency, his necklace will also break to warn him immediately of the danger. Ari keeps walking alone through the forest and grumbles that her partner treats her as if she were a walking disaster, vowing that nothing bad could happen on such a peaceful mountain. However, her thoughts are interrupted when 4 bad-looking men with farming tools bar her path and demand that she hand over all her belongings if she doesn't want to get hurt. Without showing any sign of fear, the young mage calmly stares at them and comments that they don't look like real bandits, questioning the real motive for them acting that way. The group leader roars enragedly and answers with bitterness that, faced with the chaotic and miserable state the country finds itself in, they simply had no other choice to manage to survive. Ari asks in surprise if something went wrong in the Sacred Kingdom, and the man explains that the 5 great families have gone completely mad, initiating cruel trials to hunt demons and burning down entire villages. Upon hearing that shocking revelation, the girl lets out a shout of astonishment that leaves the man confused as to how she could not know of something so severe. To try and explain herself, Ari stammers, saying she stayed isolated in the mountains for 5 years due to certain personal circumstances, causing the residents to sigh with great pity for her. Imagining that she lost her memory from the trauma of seeing her homeland destroyed, they affectionately offer to take her in, but the mage politely refuses, saying she is perfectly fine. The resident alerts that no one would believe a young woman lived alone in the forest for 5 years, and that if the sacred knights discover that, they will accuse her of being a witch due to a recent Grand Temple decree. He explains that the church spread that the disappearances of people over the last 5 years were caused by disguised witches, kicking off a relentless hunt promoted by the sacred knights. The sacred soldiers now invade the villages like rats to burn everything in purification rituals and carry away small children, leaving families desperate with longing. Ari silently reflects that that entire story is very suspicious because it makes no sense for the knights to act without concrete proof and the guildmasters to allow everyone to be used in such a way. Perceiving the young woman's disbelief, the man emphasizes that the order came directly from the Grand Temple and reminds her that that place is the Sacred Kingdom. He asserts with total seriousness that when the Pope speaks, absolutely everyone is forced to obey without questioning a thing, leaving the mage in complete shock. Far from there, night falls silently upon the imposing and luxurious structure of the Sacred Kingdom's Grand Temple. A man calmly comes out of the bath, humming, and comments in a relaxed manner that the water was wonderful, apologizing for the delay. A mysterious woman lying on the bed smiles in a sly manner and directly asks how the investigations are progressing in the realm. Pope Cernius emerges wearing only a robe and respectfully reports that, just as she predicted, it was enough to make a sweep through the country to find supposed demon collaborators in every corner. The religious leader kneels before the bed and humbly offers thanks for her advice, to which the beautiful succubus seductively replies that in reality, he is the one doing all the hard work. Cernius rests his head against the bed in a submissive manner and relievedly confesses that she is the only person in the entire world who truly knows how to value his efforts. The religious leader looks up, completely fascinated by her beauty, and callingly invokes the beautiful succubus's name, Lily. Meanwhile, in a beautiful mountainous region, Nain navigates by boat through a calm river and reflects that Duke Bennett truly got it right by recommending that peaceful location with a wonderful view for vacation. Upon noting his travel companion's silence, the strategist asks if she by any chance dislikes water outings, but Seer quickly denies it and guarantees that in reality she loves that. The immense lake's crystal-clear water glows intensely under the sunlight, creating a truly paradisiacal and relaxing scenery around them. Although the mansion is breathtaking and the surrounding nature is wonderful, the little queen still feels a bit frustrated with a specific detail of that trip. She observes her subordinates and demon commanders doing a fun barbecue on the shore and perceives that, in the end, absolutely everyone ended up traveling along with them. Seer sighs half-heartedly for not being able to hold her master's hand and receive affection like she wanted. Knowing that it is impossible to act that way with so many people watching, Nain perceives the girl's thoughtful expression and asks if there is something wrong bothering her, causing the little queen to try and push the sadness away from her face so as not to spoil the outing. She opens a joyful smile and answers that it is nothing much, guaranteeing that she is finding it very fun to spend that special moment in everyone's company. The youth lets out a slight murmur for still feeling a tiny bit of regret, but quickly covers it up when the strategist asks if she said anything. At that moment, the cook Mark excitedly shouts from the shore, letting them know dinner is almost ready, and the girl suggests they return soon to dry land to eat. With renewed spirits, Seer celebrates that everyone is going to eat and have plenty of fun together that night, receiving a cheerful and friendly nod from her master. Everyone gathers around a large open-air table to savor the delicious banquet prepared by Mark, talking and laughing in a very relaxed manner. To close the day on a high note, Nain and Seer step into the lake's fresh water to play and cool off, laughing out loud while splashing water at each other. After taking a relaxing bath at the mansion, Seer thanks her servant Leah and comments on how much she feels revivified after a day full of activities. The girl asks for her master's whereabouts, and upon discovering through Leah that he went out for a quick walk, decides to go after him immediately to accompany him. Leah suggests putting on a coat first and asks if she should call Commander Rin, but Seer refuses the escort, saying she is just going to take a quick look around the house. Upon stepping out into the garden under the moonlight, the youth can feel her teacher's familiar magical energy and runs excitedly to the exact spot where he is. Seer spots the young man sitting alone on a bench in the middle of the forest and curiously wonders what he is doing there at such an hour. She approaches in silence and gets worried upon perceiving Nain's extremely serious expression while he burns a mysterious paper with his own magic. The strategist gets slightly startled by the girl's sudden arrival and tries to reassure her, calmly revealing that he was merely reading a letter with updates from Eri. He explains that the human disciple sent news as soon as she arrived at the destination, reporting that the knights are burning down entire villages and dragging innocent people to cruel trials. With this new information, the young man concludes that he finally discovered the reason few humans are descending to the demon realm, causing Seer to startlingly question if that country's leader has gone completely mad. Nain silently reflects that if the human realm falls into total chaos, a legendary hero will fatally emerge, just as happens in the game, which would become a major problem for his current plans. He knows very well that within the game universe, a hero's emergence equates to a devastating natural disaster that would force him to prepare to lose half of all his military forces. The strategist lets her know that if Dane's report confirms the same chaos situation, he will have to personally go resolve things in the human realm, leaving the young sovereign confused by the decision. Nain explains that if the Sacred Kingdom uses the demons as a scapegoat and convinces the Northern Alliance and the Empire to unite, all the human world's swords will end up pointed against them. Seer tries to calm him, saying her master is strong enough to handle any quantity of enemies, proudly reminding him of how he simply swallowed Decarabia's entire army all at once. The young man gets a bit awkward and asks if she really saw that secret attack, causing the girl to amusingly admit that she merely deduced everything by the trail of destruction left behind. Curious about her mentor's powers, the queen asks what exactly that colossal whale-shaped creature is that he invokes, leaving him half awkward to explain. Scratching his head out of embarrassment, Nan lies, saying the colossal beast is merely a common pet, causing the girl to get even more admired with her master's incredible capability. Seer stammers out of embarrassment while nearly calling him wonderful and tries to cover it up, saying she has a lot of respect for him, while the strategist mentally offers thanks for her being innocent enough to believe such a silly excuse. He stands up from the bench and emphasizes that their forces are still at the beginning of development, so it would be not at all advantageous to allow the human world to collapse now. Upon hearing the explanation, Seer concludes that they need to discover exactly what is happening in the humans' lands, receiving an affectionate pat on the head for her quick intelligence. Even so, the girl makes a small upset pout and asks if he really needs to work even during both their vacations, timidly suggesting that they take advantage of the moment to go on a romantic stroll alone. Nain confesses that he was already planning to head back inside, but decides to change his mind and invites her with a kind smile to walk together under the moonlight. While they walk side by side and she happily clings to his arm, the strategist observes her with affection and thinks to himself that she continues to be just a sweet child. However, Seer stares intently at him with with a determined expression, swearing in secret that never, under any hypothesis, will she allow her beloved teacher to move away from her life sometime later, already disguised in the human world. The little queen savors a delicious sweet and excitedly comments on how human desserts are in fact wonderful. Seated in the private room of a coffee shop in the city of Hermes, Nain agrees with her and asks for them to take care with conversations, alerting his companion Cecily to maintain her disguise perfect. Cecily guarantees with a smile that he doesn't need to worry, because the human's sorcery would never be strong enough to see through the magic that conceals their demon ears, horns, and tails. The youth lets out a slight mental sigh upon remembering that he planned to resolve that investigation alone and in a swift manner, but Seer insisted on accompanying him to know the human realm, and Cecily came tagging along to take care of her. In the end, he smiles satisfied to see the girl eating her piece of cake with eyes sparkling with happiness, noting that having brought her along wasn't such a bad idea. After all, Seer finishes eating and curiously asks how much longer it will still take for the human contact they are waiting for to arrive at that secret meeting. Seer lets out a sharp comment saying she thought their contact was merely a lazy human, drawing a sheepish laugh from Nan, who thinks that the girl truly acts like a sovereign in these moments. In that exact moment, the private room door opens, revealing Dane, and the strategist receives him with a smile, saying he arrived right on time. The newcomer bows in a respectful manner to wish good health to the queen, and Seer promptly asks if he managed to bring the things she had requested. Dane extends his hand, handing over the adventurer credentials, and explains that Nain got the AA rank, while the Queen and Cecily got the A rank, unreconciled to the difference. Seer demands to have the same rank as her master, but Nain intervenes, explaining that they have little time and that he needs a higher rank to resolve matters with agility. The teacher calms the girl, promising that he will guarantee the same rank for her at the next opportunity, causing her to accept the situation grudgingly while he hands over her adventurer card. Returning to business, Nain asks about the territory's current situation, and the ally reports that the Sacred Kingdom is spreading to the other nations, that it is hunting demon collaborators. Dane explains that they want everyone to follow their blind orders, which makes sense for an influential religious nation, but adds that he heard a very strange and little reliable rumor about the temple leader. The warrior reveals that according to the rumors, the Pope has supposedly taken a mysterious woman to his private quarters and completely changed behavior after being manipulated by her. The revelation leaves the strategist in complete shock, causing him to incredulously wonder how precisely the Supreme Church leader would be capable of committing such an act. The warrior explains that although corrupt members exist in the clergy, none of them would dare do something so outrageous inside the temple, knowing they would be severely judged by the inquisitors. Nain thoughtfully reflects that this bizarre rumor deserves to be investigated closely, because if it is real, whoever entered the pontiff's room certainly is no ordinary human and might have come from the demon realm. Seer points out that there are only two ways to reach the human world, one being through the 72nd floor portal and the other through the first floor secret passage, which makes Beelzebub the most probable suspect. The teacher agrees that it is a valid theory, but ponders that the capital's sacred power would be lethal to common demons, or even to the greatest sovereigns, making that infiltration impossible. He remembers that the heavenly god worshipped by the Sacred Kingdom is in reality an angel who placed an extremely powerful blessing upon the capital, Babylon, to reward the faithful humans. However, the strategist begins to question what would happen if the entity behind everything were not a heavenly being, but rather an ancient demon, which would be the polar opposite of an angel's energy. Seer asks if he already has a guess regarding the culprit's identity, and the youth confesses he has a name in mind, but prefers to keep it to himself for being merely a feeling at the moment. Nen remembers that in the original game rules, the high-ranking demons and the common demonic creatures were totally distinct races, with the demons being much more powerful entities that inhabited the depths of hell. The unique desire of these colossal creatures is the total annihilation of the angel's heavenly realm, which would explain why one of them would have made secret contact with the Pope to carry out an infiltration operation overtaken by the subject's seriousness. The strategist perceives that he needs to resolve this situation as soon as possible to buy time and expand Seer's forces before the enemy's actions make the hero awaken too early. He decides that he will travel personally to the capital Babylon and orders Seer and Cecily to head over to the town of Chelino to meet with Eri and investigate what the knights are plotting. Seer asks if she can accompany him, but he gently explains that his own body is immune to the capital's sacred barrier, it being impossible to protect her should she be struck by that lethal energy. The master comforts the girl, saying that the mission to discover if the humans truly know anything about the demon realm is of extreme importance and will define the entire future of his defense plans. He affectionately pats the queen's head and says he is trusting this crucial task to her because he totally believes in her, receiving a determined nod from his pupil. Next, Nain calls Dane to initiate the journey while the girls say goodbye in an affectionate manner, wishing that the two have an excellent and secure trip. As soon as the men depart, Seer turns curiously to Cecily and asks what the exact meaning is of a man taking a woman to his private quarters. Cecily takes a fright at the girl's innocence and tries to stammer an explanation, to which the queen counters saying she used to sleep with her or with Leah when she was little, questioning if that would be something wrong. The servant awkwardly explains that a major difference exists when it concerns people of the opposite sex, but Seer confusingly counters that she also has already slept a few times with her master and doesn't understand the reason for so much polemic. Cecily realizes that her sovereign never had any type of basic education regarding this intimate subject and decides that she herself will take advantage of the opportunity to explain everything in a very natural way to the girl. She approaches with care and begins to whisper in Seer's ear, explaining in detail what the true and intimate meaning is behind that phrase of the humans. Seer turns completely red and in shock at Cecily's explanation, confessing that her late father always said that babies were brought by a dragon when two people who loved each other slept holding hands. Cecily explains with a sheepish smile that the ancient king made up that cute story merely because she was an innocent little child at the time, leaving the queen quite thoughtful. Upon processing the truth and realizing that her master is a man and she is a woman, the girl begins to have mischievous thoughts regarding the relationship of the two. With her heart beating extremely fast from embarrassment and excitement, Seer wonders if this type of thing could also happen between her and her beloved teacher in the future. Next, in the town of Chelino, Ari asks in a friendly manner how she should call the two from now on to maintain appearances before the humans. The sovereign confesses that she doesn't know how to read the human language, and for that reason has no idea what fake names were placed on her credentials, causing Cecily to admit that she is also in the same confused situation. Suspecting that their master simply forgot to warn about this detail out of pure distraction, Ari takes the cards and reveals that the queen will use the name of Sarah and Cecily will be called Sylvia. The mage comments that the names are quite similar to the original ones and deduces that Nan did this on purpose so that no one would get confused, leaving the little queen quite flattered with her master's care. Ari then asks a bit apprehensively if it is all right to call her directly by the name of Sarah in front of the other humans. Guaranteeing that she is in no way trying to equate herself to her queen, Seer smiles with benevolence and says there is no problem at all, emphasizing that this was an instruction from her teacher and that it is the minimum they can do for the disguise to work. The sovereign lets her know that Cecily must also call her by the new name, but the servant prefers to maintain silence out of embarrassment and decides that she will act merely as the very quiet type of person during the mission. Changing the subject, the queen points to the mage and asks the reason for her possessing the AA rank, causing the human to patiently explain that adventurer ranks depend on how many missions they have already completed in the past. With eyes sparkling with pride, Ari brags, saying she worked the maximum she could to carry out all tasks flawlessly, uniquely for the good of her esteemed leader. Nain, overtaken by a deadly fit of jealousy, Seer stares at her with hatred and warns that she only will not eliminate her right there for her being a servant of her master, but coldly orders that she watch her words from now on. The human shrinks in dread at the terrifying threat and tries to desperately explain that she didn't mean that in a wrong way, while the little queen merely turns her face pouting with crossed arms. Cecily quickly intervenes in the discussion to calm the tempers, explaining that the girl merely wanted to say she did everything out of pure professional loyalty to Nain, which Ari confirms, shaking her head in despair. Seer accepts the excuse grudgingly and decides to believe her this time, causing the poor mage to sigh with relief and thank immensely for her queen's mercy. The queen then asks what the mission schedule is, and the ally explains that the Sacred Knights requested support from the Adventurer Guild to investigate a village situated about 2 kilometers away. Upon hearing that the Knights' objective is to hunt and eliminate demon spies, Seer gives a mysterious smile and comments that this will be an excellent opportunity to observe how humans handle things. Ari confirms that they will depart the following morning, but thoughtfully demonstrates concern regarding what the queen will do in case the Sacred Knights truly know some real clue about the demon realm. With a cold and unmerciful look, the white-haired girl calmly asserts that she simply will eliminate absolutely everyone who knows of her existence to guarantee that their identity remains protected. The mage alerts her to a crucial detail that all Sacred Knights manage to channel and use the dangerous sacred power, leaving the queen a bit intrigued with the information received. With a confident and almost sadistic smile on her face, the little sovereign amusingly comments that looks interesting, guaranteeing right after that she will be extremely cautious in battle. The following day, at the Adventurer Guild of the town of Chilino, the clerk begins to make the official roll call of the list of volunteers signed up for the mission. While the man calls Aries' disguise, Seer observes from afar and asks who that imposing fellow at the top of the stairs is, causing Cecily to get tense with the possibility of being discovered. The servant reveals that the man is named Benedict, and that he is the respected master of that local adventurer guild that is organizing the support mission. The little queen coldly suggests that they assassinate him in silence before he notices anything, but the mage advises against the idea, saying he is far too influential and that this would bring absurd risks to the disguise. The guildmaster finally calls for the disguised identities of Sarah and Sylvia, causing both to respond in a swift manner to confirm presence in the venue. Ari observes the movement around and sighs relieved to note that the falsified documents worked flawlessly and that none of the adventurers present seems to recognize their faces. Benedict finishes the call for everyone present and begins to introduce the official contractor of that important mission, revealing the glowing armor of a sacred knight who has just entered the venue. The soldiers' leader introduces himself as Joffrey, a sacred knight belonging to the Lilium Order, and arrogantly lets them know that the adventurers will only need to do the easy support work. The knight guarantees that they have already done the reconnaissance of the entire area, and for that reason the mission will present no danger at all, asking right after if anyone has any questions. Responding to an adventurer's question regarding the tasks, Joffrey explains that they must merely help remove the residents and protect the civilians, while the knights eliminate the demon spies. Upon hearing the instructions, Seer silently ponders that their method looks much less aggressive than she imagined from her master's stories and questions herself if they truly are after another demon lord's spies. The girl whispers to Aerie that the word evacuate must be merely a fancy term to expel the residents, and coldly suggests that it would be much easier to eliminate one of them as an example to make the rest flee. The mage quickly explains softly that things do not work that way, because that is a direct order from the church, and the residents would not yield to common oppression. Leaving the little queen intrigued, Joffrey insists on knowing if there are more questions, and Seer raises her hand to directly question how exactly they intend to identify the demonic creatures that are hidden in the village. The leader notices the girl's A-rank insignia and answers that he understands her curiosity, but lets her know that the search methods are confidential and will only be revealed when they reach the village. The queen insists on asking if he is sure that there are demons there, but the knight merely changes the subject, grumbling about the Pope's decree, and curiously asks what her age is. Seer angrily answers that her age is already registered on the convocation list, causing the man to awkwardly apologize and comment that she looks far too young, suggesting that she perhaps belongs to the elf race. Shortly after, the soldiers announce the official start of the purification operation in the village with war cries. The knights surround the houses and order at shouts for everyone to come out peacefully from the residences before they begin to set everything on fire. Without any hesitation, panic spreads rapidly when families try to flee desperate through the streets, being closely pursued by the soldiers who accuse them of being demon allies. In the midst of the flames devouring the rustic dwellings, the knights violently apprehend the helpless residents who clamor in vain for mercy in the middle of that destruction. Observing the barbarity from afar with her companions, Seer gets uncomfortable with the humans' unmeasured violence and questions why only their group was forced to wait on the outside. Joffrey approaches the trio saying that the situation is already resolved and asks for them to accompany him, generating more distrust in the queen regarding the reason for having been called in such an isolated manner. The man explains that he noted they possess mage and swordsman classes, revealing that he needs a special favor from whoever commands sorcery to resolve a specific problem. Upon arriving before the village town hall, the knight points to the entrance protected by a glowing magical barrier and asks for them to open the door where the heretics locked themselves in. He tells that the seal was carved into the building structure a long time ago to withstand monster waves, and confesses that he tried to break the shield by force, but it proved much more resistant than expected. Joffrey adds that this is the unique reason he summoned the three, since the best way to combat and break ancient sorcery is by using a magic of equal power against it. Thinking only of fulfilling her beloved master's orders as quickly as possible, Seer draws her sword and advances with determination, coldly ordering for the others to move out of the path. The knight tries to stop her, saying a complex magical barrier cannot be destroyed with a common physical blade, but accepts the attempt after the girl stubbornly insists on trying. He mentally mockingly laughs at the youth's imprudent courage, remembering that not even his order's captain managed to scratch that structure's protective seal. However, to the warrior's absolute astonishment, Seer delivers a single devastating sword strike that completely shatters the barrier into 1,000 pieces with a deafening sound. The girl calmly sheathes the weapon and lets him know that the obstacle has already been removed, leaving the sacred knight breaking into a cold sweat of dread without managing to understand how she made that look so easy. Trying to regain composure, Joffrey touches Seer's shoulder in a friendly manner to congratulate her and says he will take over the invasion from there, which leaves the young sovereign extremely offended with his touch. With a dark and murderous look to freeze the spine, the Demon Queen orders with a terrible voice that he immediately take his hand off her for daring to touch her that way. The knight instantly falls back terrified, tremblingly begging for pardon while in complete despair, wondering what type of absurd and terrifying magical energy that is coming from a girl. Seer angrily sighs and cogitates eliminating everyone there at once, but Cecily calmly intervenes to remind her that their work there has already been concluded and that there is no need to initiate a massacre. Controlling her fury, the queen agrees and passes the location's command to Aerie, coldly ordering that she observe the rest of the night's operation and send the detailed report later. Joffrey gets quite nervous without understanding who those mysterious girls are, but Aerie says that doesn't matter and asks what he intends to do from now on. The knight then shows a strange purple crystal necklace and explains that that object serves to reveal the presence of demonic creatures, glowing when it gets close to one of them. The mage asks how that tool works exactly, and Joffrey confesses he doesn't know the details, but blindly trusts it because it was a blessed gift given by the Pope himself at the Grand Temple. Wasting no time, the soldiers' leader firmly holds the doorknob and lets them know it's time to start the search. Upon opening the door suddenly, he faces several terrified residents who hold work tools and asks startled how the invaders managed to enter there. Joffrey introduces himself in an imposing manner as the chief of the Sacred Knights of the Lilium Order and asks for everyone to maintain calm, guaranteeing that the innocent are going to be able to return home if they cooperate. However, the residents begin to angrily shout saying they will never believe in whoever is destroying their village, while the purple crystal begins to intensely react right before one of the men. Perceiving that the conversation is not going to lead anywhere, the knight decides to use force and draws his sword to deliver a violent strike against one of the farmers. Blood splatters across the room and the other residents fall to their knees on the ground, completely terrified with that sudden brutality wiping the bloodied blade. Joffrey grumbles with total contempt that people of that filthy race only know how to stay quiet after they serve as an example for others. Aerie gulps upon witnessing that terrible scene, mentally questioning herself if that man went completely crazy to act in such a sadistic manner and still call himself a sacred warrior. The knight coldly orders that the rest of the civilians take a step forward one at a time, and upon bringing the glowing crystal close to another trembling man, accuses him of being an infiltrated spy. He calmly walks toward the helpless victim who cries on the floor and says with a terrifying tone not to have fear, as all of that is going to end quite fast. Observing everything from afar, the mage suspects that something is very wrong, because she knows very well that even a brief visit to the demon realm leaves evident marks of mana all over the body. The poor villager desperately begs for mercy, but ends up letting out a last cry of agony upon perceiving that that soldier behaves like a true monster. Aerie continues thoughtful and notes that not even a trace of magical energy exists in any of those executed humans, which makes her question if that is indeed a legitimate purification. At this, Joffrey notices that the crystal stopped working and says he will need to fetch another knight, but the mage quickly suggests that her companion is very good with sorcery and can try to fix the broken object. Although he comments that the tool was delivered by the Pope and that he can call another soldier if the plan fails, the knight accepts the help and hands the pendant over to the girls. A bit later, the girls meet in an isolated alley, and Seer observes the crystal closely. Trying to understand if that object truly serves to hunt demons, Aerie agrees and comments that the pendant looks to be totally fake, asking right after for Cecily to take a look and analyze the piece's magical structure. The servant takes the crystal and is shocked with what she discovers, immediately suggesting that they need to show that to their master as soon as possible, due to the mystery surrounding the artifact. Seer examines the object with care and confirms that that energy does not belong to the demon realm, but feels that a much greater secret is hidden there. The sovereign perceives that the mana contained in the crystal is incredibly similar to classic demonic energy, which means that the artifact came from an even deeper and more terrible place, coming directly from hell itself. Aerie gets worried with the possibility of the soldiers noticing the crystal's disappearance, but the little queen lets her know that it's enough. They leave no traces and orders Cecily to prevent anyone from fleeing from there. The faithful helper extends her arm with determination and conjures a powerful magical circle of light, invoking a darkness spell to isolate and conceal the entire village from outside gazes. The magical energy propagates in an overwhelming manner through all directions, covering the neighboring buildings with a mysterious strength. A massive barrier of energy emerges and envelops the entire region like a giant dome, leaving Aerie jaw-dropped upon realizing that that simple servant possesses an absurd magical power. Cecily respectfully bows to let her know that the protective barrier is already totally active, while the pink-haired mage shakes with panic upon seeing the ease with which the two act. With everything ready to act without being bothered, Seer begins to release her massive quantity of mana and kicks off a terrifying invocation spell right in the middle of the street. Staring intently at the startled human ally who is by her side, the Sovereign gives a confident smile and tells her not to have fear, playfully promising that she will spare her life. Seer silently agrees while firmly holding the hilt of her great sword, but the little queen warns in thought with a quite wicked smile that she only will spare the mage's life as long as her beloved master has some use for her. In the heavenly god's grand temple, Master Nain walks disguised through the corridors and mentally hopes that Seer isn't causing trouble out there. He apologizes to the priest accompanying him for making him worry and suggests that the two keep walking to conclude their patrol. The strategist silently celebrates the fact that the disguise is flawless, since no one would suspect someone who assassinated that location's priests to steal their identities. Even so, he gets extremely uncomfortable with the absurd quantity of sacred power filling the temple, which deeply irritates his demonic nature. Upon reaching the main hall, Nain confirms if his disciple Dane well knows the structure's map and orders that he find the Pope's quarters as quickly as possible so they can leave. Meanwhile, on the outside of the gigantic white cathedral, a voice respectfully calls for the Supreme Pontiff inside her luxurious room. The succubus Lily asks in a quite suspicious manner if Pope Cernius invoked another demon besides her, leaving the elderly man quite confused. The man stands up surprised and guarantees that she is the only one who truly understands all his difficulties, causing the girl to accept the answer for now. Suddenly, heavy steps approach, and an unknown voice lets them know it will need to bother the pontiff for a brief moment. In the second following, a gigantic fist shatters the room ceiling with a devastating punch that startles the black-winged creature. The young Dane emerges in the midst of the rubble and firmly grabs the Pope by his collar, leaving him totally in shock. The invader leaps back through the hole carrying the elderly man and throws him to the floor in a violent manner. Causing him to let out a terrible cry of pain, Lily lands right after and questions the Pope on who the invaders are, but the pontiff stammers with panic without understanding how they managed to enter there. The creature counters, saying she is the one who should make that question, while the elderly man insists that that must be some mistake because no one should manage to invade his secret room. The succubus turns around with rage ready to hunt the invader, but perceives shocked that the Pope disappeared mysteriously from the room right before her eyes. She looks up and perceives that the intruder used the broken ceiling to flee with the pontiff at an absurd speed. Grinding her teeth out of pure fury upon seeing a mere human challenge her, Lily orders that they capture him immediately, but is interrupted by Nain's calm voice praising his disciple's work. The strategist reveals himself in the room and sarcastically comments that, as he well suspected, all that conspiracy was indeed the work of hell. The succubus begins to shake uncontrollably with dread upon feeling the immense magical pressure emanating from that mysterious black-haired man. To worsen the situation, the legendary creature Leviathan emerges floating in a gentle manner on Nain's shoulder, causing the girl to instantly recognize the feared beast of the world's end. Faced with such a terrifying revelation, the youth's mind collapses while she tries to guess who that formidable opponent in fact is. With a threatening gleam in his eyes, Nain perceives her dread and demands to know immediately under whose orders she is spying on the human realm. He adds saying that the mastermind behind this can only be some important figure coming directly from the dangerous inverted realm. Without patience for stalling, the sovereign grabs the succubus by her neck with only one of his hands and raises her in the air, forcing her to confess that she serves Lord Gamaliel. Upon hearing the name, Nain smiles with disdain and orders that she return immediately to her depraved master to deliver a message. Without any hesitation, the master uses his strength to hurl the girl far away, causing her to crash through the wall with a violent impact. He leaves his final warning hanging in the air, guaranteeing that he will have no mercy if they dare to interfere in his matters again. Trembling out of pure relief for having her life spared by the terrifying demon, the succubus uses the energy of a fire crystal to flee from there in a rush and silently offers thanks for remaining alive. The succubus Lily concludes her teleportation magic and quickly disappears through a fire portal that consumes all the room's air. The Pope extends his hand desperate and shouts for his companion's name, without managing to accept that he was cowardly abandoned by her. In that difficult moment, he falls to his knees on the floor, lamenting the demon's sudden departure, while Nain observes him in absolute silence, right behind. The strategist directly asks if it was he who invoked that succubus from hell, alerting for the pontiff not to play the fool before him. The elderly man gets extremely confused and questions himself since when or for what motive he would be with a malignant creature by his side, demonstrating remembering absolutely nothing of what happened. Upon noting the religious leader's totally confused mental state, Nain perceives that the man is not in his perfect right mind and begins to suspect a larger conspiracy. The strategist approaches the pontiff and orders that he stay still to be able to examine his mind, causing the man to shout in pain upon suffering the direct magical intervention. He mentally notes that that spell looks a lot like a succubus's typical brainwashing, but perceives that that magic strength is incomparably more powerful than normal. Nain deduces that the spell was cast by the very sovereign whom that succubus served, questioning himself why they would have so much trouble to focus precisely on the church leader. He concludes that the plan was to strike the most devout human so that when the heavenly God discovered the manipulation of his most loyal servant, he would get furious with what occurred. With this, the master perceives that the true objective of hell's demons was to kick off a catastrophic war against the heavenly realm itself. The Pope finally regains consciousness and heartily offers thanks for having his mind freed, but Nain coldly lets him know not to understand wrong, as he is not someone who deserves any type of adoration. The strategist reflects that a direct confrontation between heaven and hell would end up also dragging the demon realm, something he cannot allow because it would hinder Seer's plan of reaching the top of power. Nain returns to questioning the elderly man about the succubus's appearance, and the pontiff confesses that she emerged out of nowhere demanding that he eliminate and purify the supposed disguised demons in his country. The elderly man explains that he received the magical crystal to distribute to the sacred knights under the pretext of a major purification campaign. But Nain interrupts him to ask one more important question. The master questions how a creature of such a low rank managed to invade the sacred sanctuary, and the Pope sighs with tiredness upon revealing that the heavenly God's protection is weakening by the day. He reveals a secret that only Popes know, telling that since the sacred kingdom's founding 400 years ago, the heavenly God never again responded to a call, nor granted any blessing. The revelation leaves Nain surprised to note that the divinity worshipped by the humans in reality never protected those who devoutly adored it. When the Pope asks who he truly is, the strategist wants to know if he didn't receive a recent letter from the demon realm, causing the elderly man to remember only a commercial agreement with the 72nd floor. The pontiff gets shocked upon connecting the dots and realizing whom he is talking with, but Nain touches his shoulder in a friendly manner and guarantees that he merely desires to maintain a friendly relationship between their realms. The master asks if now the man understands the motive for being freed from the brainwashing, causing the Pope to respectfully bow and promise that he will never forget his savior's words. With a dark smile and eyes glowing red, the strategist mentally hopes that they manage to get along very well, calling the pontiff Pope Cernius III. Shortly after, Seer cheerfully runs to embrace her dear master in a cute reunion, saying she missed him very much. Nain embraces her back with affection and asks if she got hurt at any moment of the mission. Receiving a cheerful and negative response from the girl Proud, she tells that she has something interesting to show and hands over the crystals she gathered from the sacred knights, explaining that she felt in them a demonic energy that looks to be coming from hell itself. The strategist praises her for the great initiative and reveals that he already took care of the true culprit, but curiously asks how she managed to grab the crystals with such ease. Laughing awkwardly, the girl brags, saying she is a great disciple and that she simply grabbed the object in the blink of an eye, asking if he isn't proud to see the student surpassing the master. Perceiving that the girl is hiding the truth about the operation, Nain ignores her theater and directly asks Cecily what really happened in the village. The servant apologizes to her queen and honestly reveals that Seer simply annihilated all the sacred knights and the adventurers to get the crystals, causing the young sovereign to freak out from embarrassment. Turning completely furious and with flames around his body, the master thunders that he had expressly ordered for her not to cause any trouble, leaving the girl dying of fear of the scolding. The little queen desperately runs to complain to Cecily about how her master manages to be terrifying, while the succubus answers that she warned about the importance of speaking the truth from the beginning. When the strategist asks the servant why she didn't stop that madness, Cecily answers that she belongs to her queen and had no choice but to obey. Causing the master to apologize for the silly question, he then orders that the mage Aerie alternate her identity back to the common disguise to stay in the region, keeping an eye on any new enemy movement. Seeing the upset girl wondering what would become of her, the master reflects that she merely wanted to do a good job for being very young, guaranteeing to himself that he didn't forgive her merely for her being cute. He suggests that everyone return home to eat a delicious pudding, causing the little queen to change mood in the hour and excitedly ask if she truly is going to get the sweet. The master confirms yes, but warns with a friendly smile that from now on, he will need to resolve these political matters on his own to avoid new problems. The young sovereign finds that decision extremely unfair and indignantly shouts for not being able to participate in the next missions by his side. A few days later, at the mansion, Cecily knocks on the office door announcing her arrival, and the strategist allows her to enter. The servant says she would never dare question the master's teaching methods, but confesses with a certain apprehension that she has a highly important suggestion to make regarding the little queen's lessons. Nain gets quite confused and asks if the girl went around complaining that his classes are boring, but the servant denies it and reveals that the problem is that Seer still firmly believes in some very childish things. She reveals that the youth still piously believes that babies are brought by dragons, despite already being 12 years old and being about to turn 13, leaving the master completely incredulous. With a serious and determined look, the servant makes a sincere appeal for him to urgently give sex education classes to the queen, leaving the master totally speechless. She begins to make a long and enthusiastic speech regarding the importance of teaching the queen to comprehend her bodily changes and to learn to protect herself from possible dangers. To the strategist's surprise, the servant strikes the table hard to emphasize her point of view in a quite energetic manner. With eyes glowing intensely with concern, she alerts that it would be a true disaster if some taking advantage scoundrel availed himself of the girl's innocence to win her over. The master mentally agrees with the concern, reflecting that many taking advantage types exist out there and that love is an extremely difficult subject to control only with common advice. He perfectly knows that the heart's feelings are no easy things to master. Regardless of how much he tries to intervene, the strategist seriously agrees with the proposal and says that that lesson is indeed necessary, causing the succubus to let out a long sigh of relief. The servant then celebrates, saying she is counting on him to give the classes, leaving the master completely desperate with the idea of having to do this alone. He tries to argue that it would be much more efficient if the lessons were given by a woman, but the servant insists that the queen surely would prefer to learn everything directly with her beloved master. Naeun insists on his idea of finding a woman of extreme trust for the task, and suggests passing this important responsibility to Leah, who takes care of the girl as if she were a true mother. Seeing the servant make a disappointed face at the indication, the master is left failing to understand her reaction and reflects on how it is still extremely difficult to decipher the mind of demon women. Shortly after, the strategist gathers with Leah to explain the delicate situation and asserts that she is the most qualified person he knows to give the classes to the queen. With a terrifyingly determined look and a suspicious smile, the servant guarantees that she will teach everything in the minimal details, leaving the master a bit apprehensive with that sudden excitement of hers. On the class day, Leah assumes the teacher role before the board and alerts that the subject can be a bit explicit, promising to teach inclusive tactics to conquer a man's heart. The little queen's eyes glow intensely with excitement upon hearing that, and she guarantees with all her energy that she will push herself to the maximum to learn everything. And so, on that remarkable day, Seer ended up learning extremely valuable and detailed lessons with the dedicated Leah. The following day, the master stays waiting in the hall and notes that the girl is quite late for her traditional daily class, something that rarely tends to happen. He asks the servant Eldon if he knows the queen's whereabouts, and the horned youth reveals that she looked unsatisfied with her look and was trying to dress in a totally different way. Eldon suggests that she perhaps has reached the age to care more about her own appearance, leaving the master reflexive regarding that sudden behavior change of the youth. Eldon asks if his master has any questions, but Nain answers with a friendly smile that he needs nothing more and frees him from his duties. The master decides to wait patiently for the girl, but notes that the small leviathan begins to float, agitated upon feeling someone's sudden approach. He suddenly turns around, startled upon hearing Seer's soft voice calling him right behind. The young sovereign emerges dazzling, wearing a very beautiful and elegant long gala dress, timidly asking if she ended up delaying too much impressed with the girl's beauty. Nain says he is extremely proud and guarantees that she is the most dazzling person in the entire demon realm. At that moment, Seer gets quite embarrassed and happy with the praise, while the master mentally hopes for her to keep growing in a wonderful way and decides that he will need to teach her even better from now on. Taking advantage of the opportunity, the queen timidly asks what his ideal type of woman is, causing the strategist to notice in the hour that is influence from the lessons Leah gave to her the previous day. He answers that he prefers someone who is kind, friendly, and pretty, but mentally ponders that in reality, he has a very well-defined ideal figure that he simply lacks the courage to confess out loud. The girl quickly notes everything down in a small notebook and asks if he has already fallen in love with someone, leaving the master surprised to note that she was recording his answers in secret. The strategist concludes that the queen truly has begun to get interested in love subjects, but mentally laments for not having any exciting romance story to share with her. He recalls that he dated a girl for a short period in college days, merely to have a girlfriend, but reveals that after graduating, he started to spend all his free time merely with virtual games. With an awkward smile, the man confesses that he never felt true love on his skin, and suggests that it would be much better to ask about this to someone who has more life experience. The little queen is left shocked with the revelation, as she always piously believed that her master knew absolutely everything and had a lot of experience regarding all subjects in the world. She enters a true state of ecstasy upon perceiving that the master never fell in love for real, causing Nain to get quite startled with that intense reaction from the girl. He tries to justify himself, saying that even teachers have things they do not know, and the queen agrees, asking right after if he thinks he will find someone special in the future. The master answers in a thoughtful manner that he cannot say, mentally recalling the fact that eventually he will have to return to his own world of origin. Upon perceiving the direction that the conversation was taking, he pretends to look at the time and leaves, running hurried, claiming that he has other important commitments to resolve that afternoon. The queen observes him leave with a dark look and determines that, as that is a personal decision of his, he is not going to change his mind easily about leaving. However, she vows to herself that as soon as time passes and she becomes powerful enough, things are going to change appearance. Enveloped by an aura of purple energy and with a possessive expression, the queen whispers that she will find a way to keep him by her side forever, mentally apologizing for that being the unique plan in her mind. Meanwhile, in the palace of Gamaliel's ninth Cliffa, an imposing female voice questions why the espionage mission failed in such a swift manner. The succubus Lily shakes with panic with her head resting on the floor and tries to explain that her mission was abruptly interrupted by a strong opponent. The sovereign Gamaliel mockingly laughs with disdain, asking if she heard right that her subordinate had the audacity to return empty-handed merely because of a simple interruption. Lily tries to justify saying that an extremely powerful creature emerged in the middle of the path, but is interrupted by the gleam of a magic that suddenly envelops her, with a sadistic smile on her face. The sovereign asserts that the servant is lying to save herself and warns that liars need to be severely punished. Lily is raised in the air by magical energy chains and begs for mercy, guaranteeing with all her sincerity that she is not lying about what happened. When the succubus reveals that she saw the legendary demon beast of the end, the sovereign stands up from her throne in a complete state of shock and dread. With the information received, Gamaliel quickly walks to the fallen servant on the floor and demands that she repeat immediately who was responsible for invoking that terrible mythological creature. Faced with the shocking revelation that the inverted realm's master is involved, the Lord of Desire postpones the punishment and orders that the succubus leave her presence for now. Alone in her hall with a malignant smile on her face, Gamaliel celebrates upon finally discovering the secret whereabouts of the man who had abandoned his own territory so long ago. Meanwhile, Nain decides to take a time to inspect the military preparations and asks the commander if the selected soldiers have already been all gathered in the arena. The officer confirms that he gathered 20,000 soldiers in total, with 5,000 belonging to the 4th Legion and 15,000 coming from the 5th, causing Nan to ask the young queen's opinion regarding that huge army. Seer coldly comments that she has no interest in weak warriors who do not reach her high standards, causing the commander to break into a cold sweat while defending that he selected everyone with extreme care. The girl says she understands the master's arguments, but emphasizes with an intimidating look that those men are going to represent her on the battlefield, and for that reason she will not tolerate them bringing any shame to her name. With firm and decided steps, the queen walks toward the arena's center and lets them know that a new rule will be applied from that moment onward. She raises her crimson sword with imposingness and announces in a loud and clear voice that only the soldiers capable of resisting her blade will be selected for combat, challenging anyone who has confidence to take a step forward. The warriors begin to confusingly whisper without understanding why they are being tested again, and the young queen perceives their hesitation and lets them know that if no one moves, she herself will go to them. She leaps through the air with a terrifyingly joyful expression in the direction of a startled soldier who desperately begs for mercy. In the following second, the weapon's tip stops at a very short distance from the trembling youth's face. The warrior falls to his knees, exhausted from panic, upon perceiving that Nain intervened at the last instant and stopped the girl's strike, holding the wooden sword with only one of his hands. The girl is left shocked with the master's speed, completely unable to understand how he managed to block her attack with such ease and without sustaining a single scratch. With his typical serene smile, Nain asks for her not to go running off without listening to the instructions and suggests that the two have a conversation in private in an immediate manner. A bit later, the master explains with patience that her idea is good, but lets her know that it is impossible to demand skills worthy of generals from each common soldier in the current conditions of that war. The queen understands that a limit exists for the available talents, but Nain suggests using that test idea merely to select the elite officers who are going to lead the new legion of warriors. A few days later, the ally Citri appears quite intrigued and wants to know for what motive she was summoned to help in the selection of mere officers of that army. The master friendly answers that she possesses an excellent eye to identify true talents and asks for her to use that special ability to help them in the candidate's evaluation. The sovereign wants to know what she is going to gain in exchange for the help, causing Nain to joke if she truly expects rewards for simple favors between allies, which leaves Seer quite pouting with jealousy. The man promises that he can return the favor personally at another opportunity, causing the demon lord to give a wink and accept the deal in a fun manner. Holding a wooden sword, the young queen questions if they truly need to train with such simple weapons, and the master explains that that is merely an evaluation exam and not a life-or-death duel. She reluctantly agrees, but warns with a focused look that she will be extremely rigorous in the duels, receiving Nen's support to leave the positions vacant in case no candidate fills the strength requirements. Citri gets confused upon seeing the girl carrying that simple weapon and asks where she is going with that, causing Seer to open a confident smile and let her know she will be the test's official examiner, turning to the master with expectation. The queen asks in a quite excited manner if she will gain a special reward in case she performs extremely well in today's duels. With a welcoming smile on his face, Nain guarantees yes and merely asks for her to take plenty of care not to end up getting hurt during the exam. The army commander takes the front of the courtyard and officially announces the start of the tests, ordering that the candidates ascend the stairs one by one to duel against the queen. A pointy-eared soldier takes the initiative, raising his hand and requests permission to be the first to fight, receiving a praise from Seer for the courage demonstrated. The warrior confidently advances and mentally analyzes that, by the sovereign being very young, he surely has physical advantage, it being enough to play on the defensive to manage to resist the duel with ease. The blue-haired officer positions himself between the two adversaries and gives the start signal, asking if both are already properly prepared. He presses the button of a small, portable electronic device to trigger the official combat start sound signal. With an overwhelming speed, the girl instantly disappears from the youth's line of sight, leaving him completely stunned without understanding where she went. Emerging like a true ghost right behind the opponent's back, the little queen mockingly taunts, asking if he already managed to lose her trail so fast. The soldier is struck by surprise by the swift strike and lets out a cry of pain upon being knocked down in an instant. The little queen coldly disqualifies him for failing to react in time and already impatiently orders that the next candidate present themselves. Several other warriors try their luck and end up being defeated one after the other in an extremely fast manner. Observing that sequence of massacres, the ally Citri wonders if that is indeed a fair evaluation, since the candidates are merely being humiliated and beaten without the slightest chance of defense. Nain argues that the reaction times of each are slightly different, but the partner questions if it is truly possible to judge someone's capacity basing oneself only on such a simple criterion. The master explains with patience that that test is indeed very valid, because the simple fact of a common warrior managing to block the queen's first attack already proves that he possesses an extraordinary skill. Right after, the girl praises a pointy-eared candidate for nearly managing to block her strike, placing him on the temporary approved list and leaving him relieved and grateful. The strategist comments to Citri that even for her it would be difficult to defend a direct attack from the young sovereign, and the demon lord reluctantly confesses that it truly would be a complicated task, Citri mentally recognizes the girl's absurd talent for her age, predicting that soon everyone will witness the resurgence of the legendary Seir von Devata, the demon king of martial arts. The ally changes the subject and asks if the plans to conquer the 67th floor remain standing, and Naeun confirms yes, but reminds her that that territory's sovereign is an extremely dangerous opponent. He reveals that that region's leader is the feared demon king of Hellfire, known by everyone as Belial. Citri shakes her head half-heartedly and calls him a complete lunatic, telling that he waives participating in the grand assembly that defines power rankings every 10 years, even having strength enough to easily stay among the 50 best. The master finds her vocabulary a bit coarse, but the partner angrily insists that there is no other way to call someone so powerful who simply throws his own reputation and rank in the trash in a voluntary manner. Naeun recalls his player times and remembers that Belial was one of the most treacherous bosses of the games, preferring to use elaborate tactics instead of a direct confrontation, starting by the excellent quality of his army's equipment. He adds that the second great advantage they possess is the strong alliance between their realms, causing the demon lord to agree with disdain and ask how exactly he intends to initiate the conquest. The master confesses that the plan will demand some effort, but guarantees that everything will be easy if he can count on her magical help, which makes the partner smile victoriously upon perceiving that the strategist finally needs her power. As a third decisive factor, he mentally analyzes that Seir's and her troops' evolution speed is incomparably faster than in the game's virtual version, allowing them to face Belial's soldiers on equal terms. The demon lord alerts him not to be careless, explaining that Belial is very different from the ancient adversaries, and that his subordinates nurture a blind and unwavering loyalty for him, despite him being a lunatic. With a look of pure malice gleaming in the dark, the strategist smiles with derision and lets her know he will need to find a special method to uniquely undermine the enemy troops' morale before the confrontation on the battlefield. The little queen crosses swords with the next candidate and lets out a whisper of surprise upon seeing her own strike be blocked in a clean manner. Curious with the perfect block, the young sovereign asks the armored blonde candidate's name, who tremblingly and startledly answers that she is named Celestia and belongs to the 4th Legion. With a friendly smile, the queen praises the girl's agility and announces that she was officially approved, leaving her extremely happy and grateful for the opportunity. Observing the queen's brilliant performance from up there, Citri comments on how much Seir is admirable for inventing and executing that test all by herself, and the master proudly agrees with her great evolution. Naeun says with affection that by being destined to become the Grand Demon Queen, she always was a very diligent and mature girl since childhood, causing the partner to complain about how he looks like a doting proud father. The strategist asks the partner if she doesn't agree with him, but the demon lord mysteriously confesses that she thought the girl was cute when she was little, but has been losing that feeling lately. Naeun asks in a fun manner if she is jealous to see the little queen get prettier by the day, causing the partner to immediately counter in a proud manner that she herself is much more attractive. The demon lord murmurs that beauty isn't even the true problem there, leaving the strategist intrigued and worried with the possibility of some friction having occurred capable of shaking their alliance. With a shiver of dread running down her spine, the sovereign confesses with a certain apprehension that sometimes the young queen stares at her in a terrifyingly deadly and aggressive manner. She reveals that this tends to happen mainly when she tries to be very friendly with him, leaving the strategist completely in shock and without understanding the motive for so much jealousy on her disciple's part.